Yeah, we can just do this. Uh, we're, can you create?
I can't share so many screens.
We do one presentation. The settings and some because can you hear me? Test, 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 test. It's lagging because with this it works way better.
Yeah, because if Is it working now better?
Yep. Test, test. 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 Test, test. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? Test. Test.
Now it's working. In all the states.
Yeah.
Okay. We are live.
Yeah.
So when you speak, it will be.
Do you need that?
I'm not sure if you hit check.
Okay, I'm just I'm not sure. Maybe if Dina and Emma ask for help.
Wait, just give it a moment.
Let me quickly
Turn on.
You're meant to support. Shit,
Hello.
I did.
That's mine.
I will send you the last slide.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Alright. Greetings everyone. Make the mics on. Turn on the mics. Hello. Okay, try now. Hello. Yeah. That's mic 2. This is mic 1. Okay. Hello. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Okay, but let's go. I think you should do it now.
Yeah, let's put it in for now. Let's just make sure it's. They have quite a lot of equipment, so yeah, it works like that.
Dear CT, I have one thing for the OC and a presentation.
Okay.
We have on Canva, we cannot download because there is
It's
a
fine,
video.
just send the link.
Okay, link, okay, perfect. Thank you. I'll tell you that I need to send because
Yeah.
Just a sec. Where is the clicker?
You had it, I don't know where you left it. Should be around.
Yeah. Just give me a sec.
Oh no, it's on there, Leutrim. I already did it, but I forgot about it.
No,
Alright,
Mary
fine.
will sit next to you because today I have to go a lot of
Yeah.
so.
You want to use the
Yes, it gives me comfortable.
mouse?
I mean,
It's always good to have a mouse.
yeah, I don't know where I played.
Yeah, and I think you're more in front than me.
Huh?
You're more in front than me. I only have two sets.
Great, great.
Yeah, the OC one is also.
It will be here. It's not going to for sure.
Some people are arriving.
Yeah, people.
We are, just say, we are people as well, just because we organized it.
Yes, exactly. You can pretend to be participants.
Yeah, we just pretend to be sections.
We have tape everywhere.
Where's it? Don't say me. It's. Oh, I messed up Munich on top. No. It's a Luzern. Luzern will come up there.
No, I mean, what flags do we actually put at the
I
CT
fucking
table?
forgot the ESN Switzerland flag at all.
But you can ask any other NV to bring it.
See if somebody's there.
I don't think anyone's at the hospital and no one's getting the seat to my room.
I mean, do we have any others? Mein President, do you have an ESN Luzern flag with you by chance?
No.
I don't know. Do you have It's a Swiss flag. No, it's American. Okay. American, it's fine. Just because that's all I'm asking.
Ah, it's here.
I see.
You are destroying. So, what the fuck? I saw in class. No, but at least it's not fast. Yeah, it's so nice. I was so happy that it was
Not like a video.
Oh, amazing.
There's also a contract of a party house, but it's
It's fine. It's fine. Alright, yeah, it should be.
I know, this is me. Yeah.
Je pensais qu'il viendrait durant les examens. Oui, no.
Okay, somebody can get it to see.
Probably something.
Here we are, you son of a bitch.
So it's like the ones that
Then I'll type them. I'll do it this side.
City, do you need help with something? Do you need help with something?
Not really.
No?
Should be fine. Maybe at some point put another piece of tape here. But other than that, it's fine for now.
Didn't put any picture.
me a moment.
Go good, sir.
Thank you.
Sit down, take
Positions.
Everyone, please sit down.
Bert, did you get drama?
So, to the next slide, previous.
I don't need to. There's just one slide now.
Yeah, just
this
click on
picture.
this. So you can move it.
Okay. And for the mic,
This is mic number 1.
okay, I think
Give
it
me
works.
that. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, take places, be quiet. We are starting. Make sure you have your voting devices with you. If your section doesn't have your voting device, please go to Dina and let's go. Greetings everyone. Welcome to NA2 Renaissance. We will now have our welcome speech from Arno. So, Arno.
I think this picture is gonna haunt me every night. Hello everyone, welcome to this NA in Luzern, or as I can also say in Luzern, I think that's how you pronounce it here. I'm super happy to be finally here in Luzern because the last NA we had was 2 years ago in Luzern and I was not really there because I was online. So thank you a lot Luzern for welcoming us again with your hospitality in Luzern. This NA, I can already tell you, because maybe you don't know this, but this is an NA that we will remember for many, many reasons. The first is quite obvious, I think, from everyone here, is that we will have the candidates for the national board. And this is really, really important because the decisions that we're going to take tomorrow for this specific topic are going to affect the next year and also the future of ESN. So that's going to be the first thing that we will for sure remember this NA for. Second thing that we will also remember this NA for is actually our 3-year strategy that I am sure that you are really looking forward to hearing from after all the consultations that we have. This is not going to affect just next year, not even the next 2 years, but I would say quite confidently that will probably affect the next 10 years of ESN Switzerland. And I can tell you this because to prepare what we have done, I have looked back almost 10 years ago. So that's just to tell you how important the discussions that we will have during this NA will be. And also, one very important thing that will happen in this NA is all of the amendments, all of the discussions that we will have. I'm so happy by all the documents that we will vote on because as the president, I think seeing all these documents means that there is engagement in this network and it's amazing. But also that we are trying to move forward, that we're trying to improve what we currently have, and that's a great thing in general. So thank you a lot for this engagement, and I'm looking forward to discuss all of these topics with you. One thing that I want to say as well is a big thank to some people that are inside the room and that did a lot for the preparation of this NA. So I want to first thank the amazing OC with the best theme of an NA. I think Renaissance, Rebirth is really the perfect name for this NA right now. So thank you a lot, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the social program and everything that's waiting for us because I think ESN Luzern is very good at throwing a very good social program. Thank you as well to the national level, to the national board, and to the advisory council, and to Claudia, our financial auditor, because maybe you don't see this, but we've been preparing this NA quite in advance to make sure that we have these documents ready, that everything is on point. But an NA cannot happen also without our sharing team, because they have been prepared also for a very long time to make sure that everything happens smoothly and that we don't end up in this room until 10 p.m. So I'm looking forward to seeing this NA not ending at 10 p.m. tonight. Also thank you to you, the sanctions, because without you it's not possible to have an NA. And it's also super nice because this NA will be one of the few NAs that we had in the past where we have all of the sections present, and that's quite a big achievement. I'm really proud of that. And also a big thank you to our amazing international guests. This NA, again, we have so many in the room from different countries, also from different levels of ESN. So really take this opportunity to engage with people outside of Switzerland. It's always very inspiring and very useful for your sections to see what's happening a bit outside of your section in Switzerland. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say for this opening speech. Thank you a lot for being there, for being on time. I'm looking forward to talking to you during these next 2 days and to have your inputs on all the documents that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we welcome our international board member for her welcome speech. Please welcome Anja Milkovic. Wait, give me a moment. Okay, please try again.
Can you hear me now? So I wait?
Yes, you can.
You can speak, yes.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Anya, I'm the Vice President for Development, and I'm beyond happy to be here with you. And now listening to Arnaud, I feel even more honored given that I feel like I'm part of Swiss history. I'm very happy that you managed to gather in such a big number. When I was asked to give this speech, I was beyond excited, but then I started to think, what can I bring? What can I say that could bring value? And the first thing that popped into my mind when I think of ESN Switzerland is your volunteers. Is your activities and projects that you do, and the fact that you're one of the rare countries with this high amount of activities that follow the principles of safe, inclusive, and sustainable events. What you do, how you treat each other, and what you do for international students is absolutely amazing, which is also reflected in the fact that you joined again at our Swiss program, which is absolutely amazing. And the second biggest part, I started thinking about all Swiss volunteers that I personally know. And something that they all have in common is the fact that they're so kind, passionate, and hardworking. And I think all of this, again, is reflected in the agenda of your National Assembly. The fact that you will be talking about the 3-year strategy, the fact that you're talking about the national pool of trainers, and all the small sessions that are, again, covering all the important topics that matter to ESN. I would like to thank you for all your hard work, and I hope that many of you will continue this journey in ESN, and that I will also see you on the international level, because for sure ESN needs more volunteers like you. I wish you the very fruitful National Assembly. I wish best of luck to all the National Board candidates, and just for the end, I have no doubts that it's going to be amazing, because my friends, my ESN friends from Croatia, still to this day cannot stop talking about how MBT Appenzell was the best event ever. So thank you for that, and I have no doubts that the next event will be even better.
Thank you very much.
Actually, cannot wait to see you all at EGM. To hear how good this NA will be. Thank you so much, and enjoy this weekend.
to our next item in the agenda. Rules of the game. Raise one hand for question, two fingers for reaction, and one finger for procedural comment. You'll be added to the speakers list. I will have a document ready when that will come up. And please wait for me to call your name. And do not forget to mention your name and section. You will be called out. Gestures, so we do this to express appreciation. And both hands staying to ask for silence. For question round, please take a photo of the sleeve-do. While people are presenting, write your questions, ask your questions so we can go on faster. And when it's your turn, we will give you a microphone. Somebody will be going up and down with one of the microphones, so it should be fine. This is how sleeve-do looks. This is how to use it on mobile version. Also, computer version should be similar, so you're all adults, you can handle it. And state your name and section, be clear and concise, one question at a time, do not ramble too long. And if you want to add something to the answer, or you have to do it once more, basically go to the speakers list once more, and if the question is going too long, I will close the speakers list. Please make sure to respect everybody, be inclusive, respect the code of conduct, and the code of conduct should be in the survival guide. And use inclusive language, use they, them whenever possible. So, and please try to speak English. And bonus game, we're making a best meme contest this NA. The person with the best meme will get to decide the energizer for tomorrow. And this is the QR code to our meme chat, the ESN Switzerland meme chat. So take a photo and go on it. And code of conduct, I already mentioned it. Respect everybody, do not harass people, respect people's private space, etc., etc. And point of contact, you can contact me, Natalia, head of OC, which is right over there. Leonie, national land manager, or Mary, our national VP. And introduction of the charity. Finally, you get to know who you guys are. Hello everyone. For those who do not know me, I'm Lutrim Halime. I originally come from Kosovo, and I'm now living in Munich. I'm living now in Munich, so nearby Munich, but anyway. I'm still body coordinator of ESN Luzern for a bit more. I used to be financial auditor of national level and treasurer of ESN Luzern. I'm a Messa newbie, and I'm also head of the international resort in Landshut in my university, which we just reopened. And how to make me like you. Give me new unconventional types of drinks. I like to try new flavors. Sing karaoke with me. Talk about random topics, gossip, whatever, and share dank memes. That's the important one. Okay, I'll pass it on to Leila. Sorry.
Hello everyone, I'm Leila. I'm your vice chair for today, and for this NA. I'm originally from Azerbaijan, but here I'm attending from ESN Tartu. It's in Estonia. And I joined ESN in 2022, and I just joined for fun, and then I got involved, and I liked it. So currently I'm the event manager in ESN Tartu, and we have amazing events. I really enjoy it. And and how to make me like you, I love dancing. So if you see me somewhere around, just put some music or without music, and let's dance. Thank you. And I'm
Okay, so talking about me, I'm Saurabh Nair, and I'm the technical chair for this NA. I'm from a small city which is near to Köln. Maybe you guys know, like Koblenz, no, but you know the Köln. So I'm from there. I was event manager and IT manager at the same time. man. Now I am the national board member of ESN Germany as an IT manager. I am from India. Yeah. Living in Italy and being in the NO of Germany, so it's a bit variety. And how to make me like you? Let's talk.
Thank you very much. We would now, the next item of our agenda, we would like to call somebody from the OC to introduce themselves, or I'll just pass on one of the microphones.
I double give it to the next person. Okay, my name is Natalie, I'm head of OC, and I really hope you enjoyed karaoke yesterday, because I really did. And Jade was my hero of the evening. She did so well, she sang so good. Can I get a signature afterwards? Okay, where's John?
I think he's not here.
Carlos is not here, he's not head of OC, he's a treasurer. Okay.
All right. Yeah, that was our dear OC. So, thank you very much.
Dasha, a few words?
Anything?
Thank you.
Good morning.
All right, just leave the mic there and somebody will have to go around and pass it. Okay, next item on our agenda, we're going to have our quorum check. So, please remember the rules. One section present means one vote. Simple majority unless otherwise stated. And secret vote if partial vote. Today we don't have any secret vote, so that should be fine. Also, how to vote, especially for you new people. Please try to keep the voting device high above your head when we vote. It makes everybody's life easier. And yeah, are you guys ready? Okay, quorum check. Is ESN Switzerland the annual with the best memes? Please raise your voting devices for yes. I count 13 votes for yes. Okay, 13 yes. Any votes for no? Any votes for abstain? Then with 13 votes yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, we have quorum. Amazing. Now, I need 2 people to come and be the scrutinizers. Any volunteers, international guests, newbies, people who are not holding a voting device? Okay, Valerie, please come on in, and Laura, please come on. Okay, just give me a moment. What's your voice?
Mine was right.
I think it's already refreshed. Wait. Hold it. Just hold your leg.
And go dip show again. Sorry for the technical problem. And wait, no, don't click anything. Do you elect Laura Franke and Valerie Koloimov as your scrutinizers? Please raise your voting devices for yes. I count 13 voting devices with anyone for no? No one. Anyone for abstain? No one. Then with 13 yes, we have our scrutinizers. Thank you very much. Okay, then to our next vote. Approval of the chairing team. Do you approve the chairing team? Please raise your voting devices for yes. Okay, lower your voting devices. Is there anybody who wants to vote no? Please raise your voting devices. No no's. Any abstains? No abstains. Scrutinizers? 13. Okay, but 13 yeses. You approve the chairing team. Do you approve the minutes of anyone Geneva? Please raise your voting devices for yes.
Can you please really hold them up for a second?
Okay, 5, 4,
wait,
3.
we need to count. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay.
5, 6.
You can rest for a bit.
This is not possible, guys, like this.
Raise your voting devices.
Yes, please raise your voting devices. And Fribourg, if you are now here, we have to actually do the quorum check again.
We don't have to vote today except these stuff.
Okay, then we don't do the quorum check
Yeah.
again. But
Yeah,
you're not
just sit
allowed
down,
to
please.
vote. You're not allowed to vote in this case. So please hold the voting devices up for yes.
Please hold the voting devices for yes. Everybody that wanted to vote yes, voted yes. You can, if you want to vote no now, you can raise your voting devices. No no's. Were you able to count?
Abstain?
Any abstains?
Eight yes, 5 abstain.
With 8 yes, 0 no's, and 5 abstains, you approve the minutes of NA1 Geneva. You approve the minutes of extraordinary NA. Raise your voting devices for yes, please.
But you still have to say no and abstain.
Any votes for no? No votes for no. Any votes for abstain? No votes for abstain. Then with 30 yeses, 0 no's, and 0 abstains, we approve the minutes of extraordinary NA. And did we vote everything? That was fast.
Why did you give me this? Just like
Yo,
forward, yes, thanks.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's see, on our next agenda point, we have introduction to double track. So, what is double track? At every NA, we have double track. One part of this session, is for newbies. So this is if this is your first NA or if you have joined ESN 6 months ago or sooner. If so, please go with section manager Dina to room E404, 2 floors higher. And if you are the only person from your section, the only one with a voting device, and for everybody else who is not in the first category, you can stay in this room. So, newbies, can you please get ready to go to the other room now? Please then, sorry, but then come back to this room at 10:10, please. 10 o'clock and 10 minutes.
If the person is holding the vote, they cannot go.
Yeah, I told them. I told them. Sorry, I cannot hear you. Also, for our dear international guests, you can choose whichever. You can choose to stay here, or you can choose to go with the newbies. So. Is a link here? Where's Eileen? Eileen's well in. Come here. Okay, on to our next point in the agenda of the regular track. We have amendment to voting and submission deadlines, proposals for changes in Swiss event policy paper and standing orders and statutes by Eileen. So I will hand the mic to Eileen. Already she has the mic. Amazing. So.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Does this have to do with anything? No, it doesn't.
Top button.
You said there was a stick somewhere. Right?
No, you can use it, but I don't know, it doesn't show up there.
Okay, yes, but here you go. Okay. Yes. How does this work? Yes. Do I need to introduce myself?
Not necessarily.
Hello. Good morning. Okay, so you guys must have been thinking when you saw this amendment, like, what the heck? Why is there a full page of statutes of, like, of the source, like everything being changed? I want to explain during this presentation that it's actually a very little change. Just sadly, I had to change all documents for it. So I want to amend the deadlines of NA documents. This is so we can get a better participation, that we will be able to involve our local members better. Okay, so right now the challenge is, like, I did a little statistics check and I saw in the ESN section we have in Switzerland, 67% of them actually only have bi-weekly sessions with their local members. And at the moment we actually have a deadline of 10 days, which means if you have a bi-weekly sessions with your section and you have on Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday, you have your session, like your meeting, the chance is that there is no way to prepare any documents for the NA to be discussed and to have been looked through by the LR. So at the moment we have deadlines that are not sufficient to be reviewed by all the sections in Eastern Switzerland. And by not reviewing well, by not presenting them in real life, local members won't be informed. And it's true, not all local members are actually interested in the information, but it's very important that they at least get informed and that they get the choice if they want to make their own opinion, if they want to add to the democracy in our ESN section, and if they don't have the information to form an opinion, they of course won't be forming an opinion. And so by that way the democratic participation will be hindered. So I made a little visual. So at the moment we have a deadline of 10 days before the agenda, voting documents and the budget needs to be sent out. So that means that normally if we look on the little agenda, I put like the dates of the next NA. So if you look at the 4th of June, that would be the deadline for the agenda, voting docs and the budget to be sent out for the next NA. If you would have with your section a meeting on the Monday, the Tuesday or the Wednesday, so the 2nd to the 4th of June, you would have an issue because you wouldn't be able to have received the documents, you wouldn't have been able to prep them, and you wouldn't have been able to talk with your board about it if you have your meeting on one of these days. So because this is actually not like like I wouldn't say it's very well to have, like not to have the possibility to talk with your section about these things. I wanted to change this to 14 days before the NA. So then we changed from the 4, like I don't have a pointer, but so from the 4, we would change to the 31st of May. And that would mean that on the on the Saturday at the end of the day would be the deadline. So that means that you probably have the information on the Sunday morning, which means you would, as LR or as board members, you would be able to prep the documents, review the documents on the Sunday in the weekend, and every section would be able to talk about the National Assembly documents before the National Assembly would happen. This would mean that we would have more participation included, we would have more opinions, and we would have better, correcter votes during the National Assembly. Because of this change, we also needed to change, we also needed to change the deadline for the statutes, the SO changes, and OC applications. So because of that, because we needed the interval to be the same, that one will also be a bit earlier. By the way, I'm sorry, the OC application is by the way wrong. It's only the statute changes. It's only in the power room. I'm sorry for that. Okay, so that would mean that only the 18 days before, that would just be for the statutes. So generally that wouldn't be such a big matter because statutes you can change all year through. You are not dependent on a community weekend or other events to be informed about candidacies or other reasons why you would need last minute timing to apply for something or amend something. So then in the end, if we would change it, it would mean that the deadlines would be for the next NA on the 31st, like so at 23:95, the 31st of May, we would need to, like everything would need to be done, so we get like all documents, the agenda, the budget. And so the 27th of May, we would need to have already sent changes to the statutes. Okay, so what would be the benefit for local representative? So I think this is a very important part for this amendment because now at the moment, sometimes even when local representatives are very motivated, they are just literally not able to do it. It's not because they don't have time, but there is literally no time to do it because the meeting might have already happened. And so that's really sad, and by this amendment, every local representative would have a way to prepare the meeting, to prepare a good presentation during his or her meeting on the Sunday beforehand. So there would be better preparation time, they would have better explanations, and by these better explanations, you would have informed discussions, you would be able to talk about it with your section. Maybe some people will understand a bit more in your section about what's going on. And you might even have some people who have like a very strong, important opinion that can help you with your unanimous vote you will bring to the National Assembly. So why do we want to support this amendment? So I want to make sure that when you have democracy, that you have inclusive democracy. So we don't just have democracy for the people who know what's going on, because if you do it like that, it will always be the same people who know what's going on. You need to make sure everyone knows what's going on and every member can participate if they want their opinion to be shared. So informed decisions, if people are informed, if they get proper presentations, discussions group, however you want to talk about it at your meetings, the decisions will be better informed and it will not only be based on board members always choosing or always the president or local representative just choosing, but you will actually vote as a section like you're supposed to. Let's see. Yeah, so with empowered sections, I mean the meetings, like if we do this amendment, every section is able to have their meeting after getting the documents of the National Assembly. That's now not the case, but then everyone would always get the documents beforehand, which would be very useful so we can be prepared. Then, for example, the reason that I did these days is, for example, if you look at this time at the community weekend, it was exactly 2 weeks before the National Assembly. If we would have done an amendment of 15 days, that would be the issue that then the National Board wouldn't be able to promote the candidacies at a community weekend, and community weekend is a very important way to get some people interested in applying for a board position. So if we keep, if we get this 14 days earlier and 14 days earlier, we will still make sure that even if we have 2 weeks before the NA, the community weekend, people can still apply, people can still be motivated, and we won't miss out on this because we have an earlier deadline. So this was already it. So thank you.
Okay, now I open the speakers list for questions, so please also, if you have questions, you still do. Any questions? We have our first question. Just give me a moment. Right. Okay, first, the speakers, please. Please.
Axel, National Board, so thank you very much, Emily, for your amendment. It's very nice to see some local sections proposing different things. This amendment is great, but it will also put a lot of pressure on the MB because we'll have less time to prepare the documents. And we could see, with for example, the applications for the National Board, we had no questions from the local sections. So we can wonder if really it will help, if really the local section will engage with that, and I just want to have your opinion. Is it really something that is worth to put more pressure on the National Board if local sections don't really do their duties?
So I think my opinion is quite straightforward on this. So local engagement is very low, but that's also quite often because we don't have the time and because we are not able to prepare meetings. We often are we just have to do the worst case scenario. We only talk with our board about things, and so the local engagement gets less because we have the deadlines we have right now. If we have a bit more time, we can engage our local sections more, which is of course a very important job of the local representative. So it's also just based on what do you do in your section. But now the issue is, even if you're the most passionate, motivated local representative, you might not be able to do it because you don't have the time, you don't have the documents. If you have the documents, you can put the engagement in a section, and I think it's very important to give them that option because now, even if they want to be engaged, they can't, and I think that's really sad.
Wait, sorry. I have the mic.
Yes, of course.
Laura, you're next on the speakers list. I kind of accidentally archived, but here we go.
It's fine. Laura, HR Manager of ESN International. So we all know, and it was just mentioned, that it is quite a pressure for the national boards to prepare all these documents, especially in the summer semester, because there are 2 NAs that need to be prepared. So I would like to know, actually it's not a question for you, it's more for the national board. Do you think it's feasible to do this? Also, looking at the point that it will also affect, it was not mentioned, but it would affect the open calls for the national board positions. And this would mean that all of you also have less time to apply for this. So yeah, it's a bit of a question of to the national board if you think it's actually feasible.
Axel, National Board. So yes, of course it will put more pressure on us, and the quality of the documents can be lower, but I want to say as well that Emilia has been very proactive. We talked together during a long time, she gets feedback from the National Board, we talk during National Board meetings, and so that's why we arrived to those kind of deadlines, because it's kind of a compromise between the National Board opinion and the opinion of ESN Bern. So at the end, I think it will be feasible. But of course, like, we would prefer not, but it's fine for us and we can work with it.
I think you summed up everything, but again, Elena has been very proactive in contacting us, which is super nice. And yeah, I think it will affect everyone for sure, both on the good side and the bad side. So that's one thing that we need to be also aware of.
Okay, next on the speakers list, Barbo, ESN Basel, or sorry.
Mario still.
I first want to remind to everyone, please say your name and section. Secondly, my opinion on this is actually. Oh! My opinion is because this year we implemented a setting all the dates for all the national events in advance. So we set the dates already for all the NAs, and of course they shouldn't change. In very, very exceptional cases they do change, but with the dates already set. I don't think someone comes up with an amendment just 2 weeks before an NA, so they can plan it a bit in advance, and they know the deadline already in the beginning of the mandate. So I think in combination with it, I agree with the pressure part, but in combination with it, I think it's definitely feasible. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, next on the speakers list, Barbo, ESN Basel.
Hi, Barbo, ESN Basel. So my question is, I didn't really understand why we need to push the other deadlines for like the main chair and OC applications by 4 days also, because 18 days is really a lot. And I also agree with Laura's concerns.
Alright, so basically the only reason that one has been changed is because we needed to keep the interval of 4 days. So because there was extra time needed for the statutes amendments to, I think, to have a look over and for other reasons. So I asked what was wanted for the interval, and I was told that it would be best if we keep the interval 4 days. So I just moved it 4 days earlier, because otherwise it would be at the same deadline as like the one.
Julian is in Switzerland. The 18 and 14 future 18 days is an internal deadline in the sense that it's sent to the city, but then the city has 4 days to send it to the network. So basically, network-wise, nothing changes. You will still get it 14 days before. It's just that internally we need those 4 days to work on stuff, understand it, update it, etc.
All right, can I have the mic? I propose to close the speakers list. Any disagreements? The speakers list is closed. And next one is Arnaud, ESN Switzerland.
Arnaud is in Switzerland. So you mentioned as like a main point that you do not have time to consult with your section during the sections meetings, and I was wondering, what about consulting your members outside of the meetings, because you have the information and you can also use other platforms to collect feedback of the applications, the entire process.
So I honestly think, if I look at my own section, people get a lot of information over Discord, over Telegram. They are quite overstimulated with all the text and information they get, and I know that if I would send it on our standard platform Discord, they would not look at it. And so, of course, it's their own choice if they want to look at it or not, but I think that if they just see like a big amount of information of text and they are they're doing school and stuff, they are like, okay, maybe I don't care anyways. But if you actually tell them about it during your meeting with your local members, if you have discussion groups, if you get interactive about it, if you really try to get their opinions, they will think about it, they will really have the option to put in their thoughts, and I think that's just more important. Maybe it's a bit old-fashioned of me, but I think in real life, face-to-face is just better than on some text.
I can have a reaction. I'm in Switzerland. So the way you mentioned that the people that are not present to the meeting are not being consulted.
They will be consulted. We do always a consultation form afterwards. However, I have also noticed that when looking at the consultation form, often the people who are not there responding to the consultation form are most of the times board members or people who used to be in the board. And otherwise, the people often don't notice even that it has been sent in Discord or Telegram. Or, like I said, they don't feel informed well enough, they were not able to ask questions, they are a bit scared about the information, and then they don't respond to it. So I've noticed that during the meetings they will understand more, and they will feel more like courage to put in some of their opinions.
Thank you.
Next on the speakers list, Hamza, ESN Basel.
Hamza, ESN Basel. As a local representative yourself, do you feel like your section actually wants to engage as well? Or was it your personal assessment of the whole thing?
So I have noticed, like, of course, you always have like a lot of local members who are not interested. But for example, this week we had our meeting and we discussed all the documents, and we actually had some, like, it's not everyone, but we had some local members who had like great inputs or really wanted to put in some opinions. And I think it's important that even if they don't do it every time we discuss NA votes or GA votes or whatever, like, it's great that they have the option, because this time there were 2 or 3 people who had like multiple opinions on multiple documents, and it's just great to see that, to have that, and to give them the option.
So, like, a follow-up to that. So, again, my question, like, was it your personal assessment, or people actually wanted
Names and section, people! Sorry.
No, bit louder, she can't hear it. So.
Yeah, so my question basically was, was it your personal assessment, or you actually, like, people actually wanted to engage?
So we have talked about it with our section, and we have they have also talked about the fact that it's quite often hard for them to be informed, because I often ask them also to pre-read the information I send them, so we can have proper discussion groups, because I often do a more interactive way of talking about it at the meetings than just a presentation. And so they have also talked about it during the years, that it's hard for them because they have school, they have jobs, and they would like to have some extra time as well. So I actually did this on behalf of my team, of my section, and also last mandate, we talked about it with multiple LRs as well. We wanted to do it, but we never actually did it. And so I was thinking, last mandate, everyone wanted to do it. Maybe this is the time to put some effort in and let's get things rolling.
Next, ECD on ESN Switzerland.
ECD is in Switzerland. Did you have also the chance to discuss with other LRs section, like connected to AXA, questions model, if you had also the opinion from other sections?
So I think literally now maybe a bit less, because it was already kind of an ongoing thing for me. So I have discussed it with most of the LRs from last mandates. So it was already a thing. Everyone, like, basically, as I remember, everyone at the community meeting had agreed, but like no one was ever like instigating actually making an amendment. So now I took the choice to make the amendment. So I could have maybe also discussed it again a bit more with the LRs from this mandate, but yeah, I did already know that the sections themselves were interested before.
Okay, next on the speakers list is Valery, ESN Ukraine.
Valery, ESN
4 days were chosen? Is there any hidden sense inside, or like why not 7 or the rest of it?
So like before said, I was just told that the national board would like to have these 4 days to have their time prepping. So it was not really my choice to choose a few days. Like this was already the interval we had in the statutes. Like it was already 14 and 10 days. And so they said if I would move the 10 days to 14, they would prefer it to be 18.
Okay, procedural comment, Axel, then Laura.
Should I?
Reaction.
Axel, National Board. So yeah, I just want to react to explain a bit better why we wanted this. So the thing is, that is important is that there is the weekend. And as National Board, most of us are not studying anymore, and we have work to do during the day, and then in the evening we still want to, we have a lot of ESN meetings, and so for us the best time to do the big rush of finishing the different documents, we need to have to have at least 1 day in the weekend to be able to do it. So it was a discussion more about that and the fact that it is the weekend. And as Inisa as well, for the local section, they want to have time also to prepare before the meeting. The meeting is on Monday. You will still need to have time and not get it on Sunday at 11:59.
Oh wait, that was
Laura in German and Chinese and International. Maybe to clarify, because if you send out the agenda of DNA and you have changes to the statutes and standing orders, also sections can give in changes, as we see right now. But then the National Board still needs a bit of time to also check them, to look with the sections if they are really applying to what the sections want, and also maybe to clarify certain things. So this is why the deadlines have to be individually. They cannot be the same days as sending out the agenda right away.
Okay, any more reaction, anything? If not, then we move to our next item in the agenda. Please leave the microphone here. Thank you. I call Emma Moser, the National Treasurer, to present the budget amendments for the year 2025. Yeah, both.
Okay, hello everyone. For those who don't know me, I'm Emma from ESN and I'm the National Treasurer. I'm going to be here for quite some time presenting because I have 3 amendments. It's a treasurer thing to do a lot of amendments. So we'll start with the budget amendment. From the income side, there is only one thing that is changing a really little bit. Is the income from the ESN cards, which can be precise now because we have all the orders for past autumn and spring. So it's just a 900 franc decrease in the income because we have the precise number of ESN card orders, which are here. And this is calculated assuming the price of the ESN card is 6.6 franc, which was the case last order and will be changed in the standing orders now. So this is the only change in income. All the grants and the extraordinary income stays the same. And the big changes are on the side of the expenses. So the first change is with NL support and communication. So there is a slight decrease in the training and development allocated funds of 500 francs. This is based on what was spent in 2024, which was less than 2,000 francs, and what is already spent in this first trimester, which is around 300 francs. And the second decrease is in sections com support, which decreases by 150 francs. So this fund is allocated for the sections to be able to get, for example, Canvas Pro or Adobe Illustrator or something. So far, only one section asked for it. Last year, only 100 francs were spent. So we assume that 150 franc of decrease is reasonable and would allow to allocate more funds to other stuff. And there was an animation. The second decrease and increase is in education and youth. So there is a decrease in for national education and youth events. So in 2024, a very small amount of the budget was spent, and there is some other options to get funding for this line of budget. So decreasing from 500 francs would allow to allocate the budget to other points. For SWEC activities, we have a slight increase because that is really where we push, and we have had more SWEC members like this year compared to 2024. So we want to increase a little bit the budget to support their activities and also to support new campaigns. And mobility in schools, there is also a slight decrease due to the opportunity to obtain other fundings and to the fact that nothing was spent in 2024 for this call. So yeah, the aim of these decreases is also to balance the other increases later in the budget. For example, where we have a lot of increases is for international affairs, which is good because it means that people are getting more interested in joining meetings. So we have an increase in statutory meetings, so which is the GA, and other things. I have problems. For some reason, there are some animations. So basically, statutory meetings is the participation to the GA as well as the participation of NL members to NOs, to NAs of other NOs, which want to increase because in 2024 a lot was spent, and in only the first trimester we already are at 1,300 francs. So we expect that people will spend this budget. We also want to increase the budget for non-statutory meetings, which are web, EGM, and national board training. So again, in 2024, a lot was spent, and in 2025, we think that a lot will be spent, given that web will probably be organized in Switzerland. So we hope to see a lot of people there, and we want to give the opportunity to many people to go there. International guests, there is a very slight decrease, but it's also based on what was spent in 2024 and based on the fact that some international guests managed to obtain funding from their NOs to come, so that would allow also for the increase in the other life budget. And the big change is with the international event grant. So as mentioned, there is a big chance that we are organizing Web 2025, and we need some budget for that. So that's the big change here. Section network care and development. There is a little change that balances each other. So little decrease in training and development, again, based on what was spent in 2024, and increase in section support, which I think is good. So yeah, again, it aims at supporting the sections for their participation at NAs and community meetings. And basically, we want more people to come to NAs, so we increase the budget for section support. Projects and causes. I'm just passing all the animations so you have everything. So increase in the health and well-being cause, because it was the most asked grant in 2024, and it's something we really want to push. And also would allow to fund some of the participation to YEG for people, so that would be great. Little decrease in skills and employability, because the grant was not asked a lot, and also to balance the budget with the other increases. And again, decrease in sustainability, because it wasn't asked a lot, and because there is a lot of options to obtain funding from the local IROs for this cause and from other sources of income. So the decrease in the national budget is justifiable. So there are no real big changes. The biggest change is in the international affairs. There are just small adjustments that have been made based on the 2024 spendings and based on this first trimester. So, yeah. So please ask your questions on the budget now.
open the speakers list. If anyone is writing the question, please raise your hand. So no, okay.
Okay, sorry for the very unclear question on Slido. I felt pressured to type. So we saw in the budget a project and causes that was presented, like in the documents, that it said budget proposal 2025 is 2,000 and the amendment of NA2 is 2,000, but the change is 500. So I was wondering, is there changing something? So will there be a different amendment than in the document, or is the change incorrect and should it be 0?
It's a typo. This is the correct change, and there was probably a typo in the document for the change. So yeah, I don't know if there was something in the document. There was probably a typo, but this, what is presented here, is the correct change, and then the numbers are correct for like budget 2025, amendment 2025. If there is something in the change that is incorrect, that's a typo. But the amendment line is the correct line to look at.
Chairing team, I also saw a typo in one of your other slides. You had the budget increase as red in brackets and the budget decrease as green. So it's just to point it out. Any more questions? Okay.
I just have to think 2 seconds.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, Julian is in Switzerland. So technically there's nothing about it yet, but there will be the pool of trailer proposal. And I see that we're decreasing the budget for the training and development. I'm guessing it's a temporary measure and that anyway will have to be adjusted, but do you already have ideas how it could be handled to dedicate more money for this and then like where it could come from if we have this pool of trainer that is something that becomes?
Yeah, very good question. It's true that we decrease a bit the training and development. Too many animations. I'm lazy. It's true that we decrease a bit the training and development fund, and hopefully there will be a pool of trainer. Hopefully there will be some funding from IROs or local section to get the trainers there, and we can always find somewhere to support the trainers. So yeah. I don't think that would be a problem. It's a very small decrease compared to the line in the budget, so that shouldn't be affected too much.
Thank you a lot for the explanation. I also want to add that
name and section.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to add as well, it was not mentioned, but I think it's important for everyone to know. When we submitted our grant application for Movencia in December 2024. We asked for more money and they didn't give us more money, but they mentioned that for any kind of projects that we would have, we could send projects grant application. So if there was something such as a pool of trainer or any kind of events on that regard, this is probably what we will do with web. We will be able to actually also ask money to Movencia in addition to the previous sources of income that we mentioned.
All right. Any more questions, reactions, procedural comments? I see no one. Okay, we close the speaker list and move on to the next item in the agenda, which is change to statutes membership fee. It's
So-
a kind of a two-in-one.
Me again, like I said, treasurers love amendments. So yeah, the first change I propose is in the statutes for membership fees. So there are things that are going to be moved and added. So all these changes regards the Article 11 of the statutes, which is membership fees. So for Article 11.1, there is a little part that is removed here. It's not completely removed, it's just moved later. And the part that is removed is that the section must pay the membership fee according to the invoice until the end of June. Because there was some problems due to the lack of a treasurer in June. The invoices were not sent in June, and we want to move that to give a bit more freedom to the treasurer regarding when they send the invoice between June and September. Where there is a lot of change is at point 3, which is the annual membership of ESN International that is determined at ESN International, and it's built at the beginning of the calendar year. In the statute so far, it is mentioned that unless otherwise specified, the membership fee of the ESN International is 120 euros. That is not really true. They change it every year at GA. They base it, I think, on inflation. It's a very complex process to calculate the membership fee from ESN International. And there are also some changes due to the exchange rates between euro and franc. So I just want to give a bit more freedom to the treasurer to basically only base their membership fee to ESN International on the invoice that is sent by ESN International and not by the amount of 120 euros. And so the second part that is added, and for some reason on the slide it's hidden a little bit, but it's that the invoice is sent between June and September, and the section must pay the membership fee of ESN Switzerland in a delay of 30 days after receiving the invoice. So this delay of 30 days is already specified on the invoice, but is not specified in the statutes. And yeah, I just want to make this delay clear again, because a lot of membership fees invoices have not been paid yet. Not a lot, but a few. So please pay your membership fees. And yeah, the last change is just the number, because I added a line, so we need to change the numbers. And do you want me to present the standing
Yeah, you can do
Okay.
2-in-1, it's fine.
And the standing orders. So it's a small increase in the price of the ESN card, which was previously sold to the Swiss sections at 5.6 francs. In the last order, it was already increased to 6.6 francs due to the increase in the price of the ESN International, selling us to them for 1 franc more. ESN card is a pretty important part of our income. It's almost 25,000 francs. So decreasing, like keeping the price at 5.6 francs when it increased from ESN International would, sorry for my words, but really suck for us. So we need to basically just align ourselves on ESN International just to keep the same income and not have our income decrease. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Due to the unique nature of the slides, we open the questions for both the ESN card fee change and the membership fee change. So, yeah, let's go.
Members of ESN Switzerland, thank you, Emma, for this very comprehensive and nice presentation. My question is on the amendment of the membership fee. It states that it has to be paid with a delay of 30 days. You also mentioned that some people or some sections didn't pay it. Would there be any consequences if they overrun this deadline? And if yes, what would the consequences be?
So thank you for your question. So far, the main consequence is me just harassing them with messages, asking them to pay their invoices. We could discuss some consequences, but I think this has to be discussed with the section. Another problem of sending the invoice in June was that for a lot of sections it is within the transition period, so it's lost and that's why it's not paid. So I hope that by adjusting a bit the time where the invoice is sent, there will be less problem. The treasurer will already be settled in their position, and there will not be this issue of just losing the invoice.
All right, next one is Aline, ESN Bern.
Hello, Elena, ESN Bern. So like you said before, you already said for the order for spring 2024, we already paid the 660 instead of 560. And I was wondering, because we've had multiple options or possibilities to already vote on a change, because the ESN card price for international has been changed already some time ago. Why have we already paid the order in this price, and why haven't we already changed haven't already done the amendment yet?
Thank you, very good question. This takes to this point, the second point, which states that the national level has to consult the Swiss sections on proposed changes, but not vote on it. So the sections were warned about the increase, the treasurers were told about the increase, and they accepted the increase of the goodness of their hearts, so thank you to the treasurers. And now we just want to make it official, but we keep the line with which the national level has to just consult the Swiss sections on any proposed changes and not vote on it directly, to accommodate for some changes that could come from ESN International, because they are not very nice with us, and have to force us to increase our prices.
Okay, Axel, procedural comment. And that comment.
Yeah, Axel, so just a small reaction to say that it has been approved by the section because it was said in the budget, and the budget has been approved last NA, so yeah.
Okay, and next is Julia, ESN Zurich.
So I'm Julia from ESN Zurich, and I wanted to ask if the increase of the ESN card would have an impact on the price that Erasmus pay when they get an ESN card.
So in our statutes, it's not put what price should the sections sell them. So that is up to the sections to what price they sell them. Hopefully this will not impact too much. I know for some sections that they've asked for some adjustments on splitting the bills between 2 semesters, etc., to be able to pay for more ESN cards and not having to increase their prices. This is something we can do in order not to affect the Erasmus too much and only keep our income stable.
All right, any reactions, procedural comments? None. If there's no more questions, I call to close the speakers list. No disagreements, we close the speakers list. Let's check. We don't have any, so since we're way ahead of time, we're 25 minutes. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to wait for the newbies to come to discuss candidate sections, or do you want to do it now? What?
I don't know ESN Switzerland.
Sorry, I did not hear you. I generally did.
ESN Switzerland, I think we should wait that there is an entire panel.
Okay, then I call for an impromptu coffee break for 25 minutes. Okay, just regular bathroom and water break then. Sorry. the clicker. Wait, I have a thing ready.
How is it going?
It's good. Sometimes, yes, in the beginning I would
Break. It's always the same trick, so.
Talk a bit slower. We're really good in time. Really good. So, yeah, you see, I mean, it's like, so you can.
Please help her wipe
Sorry for calling for coffee break. I got.
We have no one here to do the coffee break. They're all in
Sorry,
the
I
Pilates one.
was confused. Okay, let me check.
I'm doing it. Not.
So bad. Like, actually, it's like physically sick. Just letting you know.
Do we have some hot water? Hot water. That's awesome.
Because statutes are documents that are present externally, so that's what the people see from ESN Switzerland. The standing orders are internal, usually, and then the statutes are external. So it's very important that this is done properly and the best way possible. So first, how did we come to have this proposal? So I wrote the first draft of the change with the things that we wanted to have. And then moved to the National Board. We reviewed the changes, the document. We left comments. There was a big discussion around these changes. And then after this, the entire panel had the opportunity to review the document, and also the advisory council who got very relevant comments, so that we could manage to have a more final version of these changes. So many people have already put their hands inside the document to have what's represented today. So I will present the entire part 3 of our statutes. Some stuff are not changing. I just want you to have the entire vision, because I know that some of you might not be that familiar with the statutes of ESN Switzerland. So just so you can understand a bit better also the terminology of what is in the statute. So the part 3 of our statute is talking about members and membership in ESN Switzerland. So as you might or might not know, ESN Switzerland consists of sections, and the sections are actually considered active members. So ESN Fribourg is an active member, ESN FHW is an active member. That's how it's in our statutes. And then the passive members are the ESN members. That's how it's written in our statute, just so that you understand a bit better where we're going to go towards with the next parts. So here we again just define what is member sections and member office sections. So you have this passive members and also active members. I will not talk too much about it. But this is the big chunk that is completely new. As I mentioned in the first slide, we do not have anything at the moment about candidate section, and we want to have this. So the first bit is basically defining what a candidate section is, and it is actually almost the same as what a section is in terms of associations, affiliations, autonomous, independent, etc., etc. This is already in our statute for the section, but we want to have this that they have initiated the process to become sections of ESN Switzerland. Then, a very important thing that you might know or might not know, but candidate section cannot have the logo of ESN. They cannot use the branding. That's also something on the international level that the candidate section cannot use this. And they have to have candidate section next to their name. So let's say there will be ESN Valais, for instance. That would be ESN Valais candidate section on their Instagram. Every single parts where they have their name, that will be always candidate section or CS next to it. Then they can participate in the NAs because we want to have the candidate sections present at the NAs, but they will not be able to vote, of course. Then that they can participate in activities, initiatives. We want to involve them as much as possible so they can understand how ESN works, but they have to be invited. So also ESN international events, let's say there is, for instance, I don't know, web, there could be maybe a discussion that someone from the candidate section will join. And last but not least, the candidate section cannot sell ESN cards, and they do not pay the membership fees because they have not been approved as full section at that time. So that is a brand new paragraph that we never had to define this. Then we have the process of admission of sections. So this is quite important because before we had this already, admission of sections, but it was not going through the process of going to be a candidate section. It was going from being an organization that was becoming the section directly. One thing that we added there is something that is actually present in the statutes of this international, but we wanted to add it, as well that the section or a candidate section or any kind of people around our network has to be affiliated to one, at least, higher education institute. We know that in Switzerland sometimes it's more than one higher education, in some cases it's 4 even. So this is something that we wanted to add. And also, it was already in our statutes that if we have an application that it is submitted to the national board and that will assess it, but we also wanted to add that the national board will advise the applicant in the preparation of the application. Then the rest stays the same, so that there is an application that is submitted in a written form with the statute, so it needs to be a proper organization that is established, and then they have to set out their proper legal documents when they apply. And then this is actually very interesting because that changes the entire process. So when there is an application to become a section, they have to go through the statute of being a candidate section. And the way it happens in the change of the statutes is that the national board submits the application for the upcoming ELA, so it's the national board that submit this. And then there is the provision admission for the section, for the applicant to the candidate section, which is approved by a simple majority. And if they are not accepted, they can try again at the next LA to be accepted as candidate section. So that's how they become from an organization that has nothing to do with ESN. I don't want to say this, but that they have nothing to do with ESN, pretty much. It's an organization, and that's how they become in the process of becoming a full section. So after that, they become a candidate section. And once they're a candidate section, they can submit their application to become a section of ESN Switzerland after at least 6 months of being a candidate section, so they have the time to see a bit how it's going and also to prove themselves as a candidate section. And it's very similar. They can present their application, which this time will be accepted by a 2/3 majority by the ELA. And if they are accepted by 2/3 majority, they become a full section. So they will go from being a candidate section to a full section. And if they're not accepted, they can submit their application again at a subsequent LA. Then the rest is just a number, so it stays the same. So section name right and membership of ESN Switzerland is also part of ESN International. It's pretty basic, and it's the case for all of you. And then once they are becoming actually a full section, they can then remove candidate section and they can use ESN and also the branding on their name. So that's pretty much it. Maybe before we have the question round, I just want to emphasize again that changes in the statutes are not to be taken lightly, because again, there are documents externally. So if there is an organization that wants to become a candidate section now, our discussion, our vote will shape the way this process will be, and it's super important because it's not a small change to our new sections. So if you have any kind of questions, if anything might be unclear, please ask in the question round. We have enough time to have this discussion, so don't hesitate to, even if something is unclear to you, we will be very happy to answer. And I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Manuel, for your presentation. And now we open the speakers list and questions. Okay, Mary, you can start.
Mary is in Switzerland. Thank you for this very concise and straightforward presentation of the amendment. My question is regarding the invitation to an international event. I was wondering if we invite them, in your opinion, would they get any or the same subventions, for example, sustainable travel as active sections, or have you not thought about this yet?
Thank you for the question. It's a very good question. So as I said in the I think it was article 9, I think. No, I don't remember which article it is, but they're not paying a membership fee, and there are still candidate sections, so we would never prioritize their fees to be paid. I would say our full members would be always prioritized, but if we see that there is a need to put money for this candidate section, or that we see that there is a particular reason why we would like to allocate fund, I think it's something that could be discussed among the national board and voted to see if we want to allocate money for them.
In that case, I'll continue. Tom, ESN Luzern. I would like to understand, where does this come from? Like, did we have requests for candidate sections, or why this change?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Why do we present these changes?
Yes. So,
okay, I didn't see you. Sorry.
Do you want to repeat?
No, I think I got it. I mean, it was present in the rationale that we might have new sections joining ESN Switzerland in the future, and we want to be ready because at the moment it's not really clear how the whole process goes, and it's very likely that with the current process that they might not be onboarded properly in ESN Switzerland. We want to have this. That is actually very similar to the way it functions on the international level with the candidate section as well.
Okay, so it's just for future, not because we currently have some applicants.
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
Just procedural comments. Daniel is in Switzerland. Can the presenters be more internet because of the roof situation?
And next is Julian, ESN Switzerland.
First reaction. Axel, just to add a bit of details as well. Like we realized as well that we talked about candidate section in the statute, but it was not defined. There was no explanation about what it is and how it works, and so it means that those statutes were not clear at all, and we needed to make this change just to look more professional as well.
Julian, ESN Switzerland. You mentioned that they could perhaps join ESN international events. Do you know if there's something specific in terms of slot allocation from ESN international for candidate section?
You don't have any slot allocation, unless we invite them to have it. Do you want to react?
AXA National Board, so it really depends, I think, on every event. I know that for web, very often they ask if we have candidate section and we can have spots for them. But then after, for now in Switzerland, it's not really defined how it works. We have the point system, but the candidate section are not in the point system. And that's why also we will have the consultation tomorrow about the point system to also see how we can implement this.
This question is consultant. Next is Julia, ESN Zurich.
So Julia is in Zurich. Maybe you presented it and like I just missed something among the old things, but did you specify the requirements to become an ESN candidate section? And do these additional questions, do these requirements differ from the requirements to become an actual section after having been the candidate section? That makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you a lot for the question. I think it's kind of, I will summarize a bit all the articles in this answer. So basically, what's a requirement is that they are an organization or a foundation. I forgot what, but it's the first article, the first, like it's a shame I don't have the amendment here, but it's basically that they are an organization or a foundation. And does someone have the amendment in front of them? Maybe can you go back?
Wait, give me a moment. Admission of sections, this should be it, right?
Yeah, but even in the candidate section. No.
Ah, kurwa!
How do I go back?
Yeah, this.
The
next.
small one.
Small one is to go back?
Yeah, small one is to
okay.
go back.
Really sorry. So there are associations or foundations that are autonomous and independent juridically and financially from ESN Switzerland. That is this, and also that they are initiated the process to become sections of ESN Switzerland. That's the requirements to become a candidate section. And also one, I think it's not there on that part, but that also they have to be affiliated to at least one higher education institute. That's the only requirement that are there.
Any other reactions related to this answer? I see no reactions. If there's no more questions, I call to close the speakers list. No more questions. The speakers list is closed. Thank you, Arno. Okay, then we reopen the speakers list. Also,
Mary isn't Switzerland. I really urge you also to think of, really pay attention and think of questions that you want to ask as sections, because it's a change to the statutes, as Arno already said, and it's super important. So we have time, so really think about it.
If you don't mind. Hi everyone, Anna, ESN International. First of all, very good job with writing this. This is a very important thing to have within your notes. It's something ESN is ever shifting, and you get new sections. You sometimes also lose some sections, which is unfortunate. But it's good to have this process very clear and aligned in your statutory documentation, so that when it happens, you have a process in place that actually works and that it fits your needs as a norm. This being said, I noticed in your article that you have a specific point where you highlight previous and past activities. It's not in this, it's in Article 11. I think. Yep. Which is the third point. This is a bit more nitpicking, but I think it's something that I would also like to know your opinion on. The application must be submitted in written form, accompanied by the association statutes, list of its current members, and a description of past and future activities. What will be the timeline in terms of future activities? Because from experience, having recently accepted or being in the process of accepting a section in ESN Portugal, which is ESN Association, we are actually having some reports and feedback from them, and they're providing us some future activities. But to understand the sustainability of their nonprofit, we are currently looking at timelines of their future events of at least 6 months. So my question is, what would be the timeline in terms of future activities, or what would be for you to say, okay, this section is a candidate section that is sustainable long term, and that therefore makes sense to join RNO? What would be your timeline? Have you thought about that? Yeah, that's kind of the question. And sorry for being so extending, but yeah, I have all a lot.
Thank you for the question. It's a very good question. It's a very specific question that I think I can answer, because that also kind of relates to the entire way we've written the statutes. I don't know if you've noticed, but we've been very, very vague in some sense, that we want to give as much freedom as possible, because organizations that might join us might be made of very few members, of a lot of members, of a lot of higher education institutes, or just one. So that's also why some parts are not as precise. It's made kind of on purpose as well. Every time that we are preparing this, also in general with the majorities, we were trying to be as open and as let's say flexible in that sense, in everything. For future activities, I think 6 months is in general kind of a good time frame, but I think it's good that we haven't put that actually in this, because let's say it's, I don't know, maybe September, let's put everything in context, that the section is, the future candidate section wants to apply, and in their planning they have maybe an event that is prepared for the end of the second semester, which is something that is very likely actually, because that might be like the big project that they will have at the end of the year. Then, for instance, if there is 6 months, they might not be able to showcase something that is actually really, really good, that will also prove the sustainability. So I think, in general, if I was a candidate section now, I would just put all of the big activities that we have in the future, regardless of the time frame. I don't know if that makes sense.
All right. Any more reactions, comments? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Julia, yes, in Zurich. I was just wondering, like, it's good to be vague and to have like a lot of inclusivity, let's say, for potential sections. But I was wondering if remaining vague could not actually discourage potential sections to apply because they don't know where to go, what to do, or something. Whereas if you have something like with very detailed steps that they can follow, then it's easier, and they're like, oh, okay, I know the process and I know how to do. And the same applies for the future ESN Switzerland. If you give like detailed way of how it works, it might also be easier and make sure that the process follows the idea that we have today. Because probably today we all have an idea of how a potential candidate session should look like and what it should do or something. But maybe the ESNers in 20 years or something, they will still rely on this article and would be a bit confused and don't have the same idea. So just to make sure that it doesn't go in the wrong way.
Yeah, thank you a lot for the comments. I mean, first of all, one thing that needs to be understood is that we're putting a change now, but if in the future there is something that is lacking, it can be changed again. This is the first stones to actually have something for that. Secondly, I think it's good to be vague at that time as well, because now we will see with the applications that will come if our process is actually working or not. I think that's also the best thing, is to be quite vague in the beginning, because we don't know all the different problems that we might face with this process. Maybe we will notice that something is not working. So actually, I really stand for the decision to be vague on that. Also because I would say, maybe it's more personal, that if I was applying as an organization, I would like to have this flexibility to show what I have. And I think from what we've put, at least it's clear what happens. So basically, I am an organization, I want to apply, I go to this, I can apply with the national levels how to become a candidate section, then after that amount of time I can apply. And I think that's the most important, is that there is this skeleton that's leading the process, but then the way you present the candidacy is then down to you, and if we see that something is lacking in the future, I think we can still change at that time. Yes, I think there's a reaction in the back.
Hey, Dana, advisor from ESN Switzerland. So I agree with what you said, and I would even add that this is in the statutes, and the statutes is supposed to be a bit more vague and really about the structure of ESN, defining what the body is, what would be a candidate section. The process of becoming a candidate section and being approved, that should be more in the standing orders, which is really the procedural document of ESN Switzerland. So even here, I wouldn't go too much into the details as it is right now. And that can always be done in the future, as I mentioned, when there is the need.
Any more reactions to Julia's question? No? Then next point is valid ESN EPFL, and I propose to close the speakers list. Any disagreements? No disagreements, speaker list is closed.
So it's valid ESN EPFL. So regarding 11.6, so you specify a 2/3 acceptance for that. What motivates you regarding this against half? And in that case, do you consider abstention as a default no, or do you consider it as removing of the count? Because 2/3 with abstention can be a really hard acceptance rate, I guess.
Thank you a lot for the question. This is on purpose that it's a bit more tough to get this, because this is becoming a full section is a commitment. It's a big step that a section can go, and that's why the first majority is a simple majority, because becoming a candidate section is basically telling you that, okay, you can actually go on the step to become a full member, but you still have things to learn. You still have things to discover about how ESN works. But through the guiding of the national board and the national level, you will be able to understand a bit better how it is. But then when it comes to become a full member, this is a big commitment, because then that means you will have things such as section questionnaire to fill. You will have way more requirements way more tasks, way more responsibilities. And also it's important for us that even though, I will be honest, at first I was personally not sure if it would be better to have a simple majority or a two-thirds, but I was convinced by the fact that this is quite a big step to become a full member, and we wouldn't want to have just half the section to be okay to have a new section, and half would be completely against. I think that would not be super healthy for the future of that section. So I think that's why it's very important that we have this two-thirds majority for that specific part. But again, for the becoming a candidate section, it's just a simple majority. Does that answer?
If there's no more reactions, I would request to pass the mic to Anna in ESN International.
It's the same question, she just write it down.
Okay. If there's no more questions or reactions, then I would like to move to our next part of the agenda. Okay, give that back to Julia.
Thank you. Woo!
All right, very quick announcement.
Section, please.
I don't care, Julia. Raise your hand if you have filled out the workshop registration form. Now look around you at the people who have not filled it out and tell them to fill it out because you have 20 minutes left. So please do it, because otherwise we have to attribute to the workshop that it's not there. Thank you.
No, no, wait.
strategy.
All the boards, but I take the lead.
Sit down, people! I mean, the place is nice. It's far away from the bus stop. I mean, not so much, but we can at least come. Maybe there's, I think, also a hotel. Maybe we can look at whether the right. Nice, take your seat. Do we have most of everybody? Because we have an OC announcement, people.
Hello everyone. I hope you had a good time at the coffee break. I would like to remind you all, if someone has this mixing, the stirring spoons, please give them back. We do not want to lose them. It's from the venue and we have to return them back. So by mistake, if you have them on you, it's okay, but please give it back. We're missing 2 spoons. So yeah, it would be nice if we could get a spoon back. Thank you.
All right. Now it's all right. Do we have most of the NB? All right. Then we have the stage to present their 3-year strategy draft. So you can go ahead.
Wait.
I will put them into charge a bit. They were low.
Thank you. Okay, so right now it's a big chunk of this NA, a very important chunk that I've already mentioned during the opening speech, which is the 3-year strategy for 2025-2028. So, for context, why do we have this, and what does that even mean that we have this first draft? So, as per our action plan, if you remember, we have a whole timeline to prepare this new strategy that will be in place for the next 3 mandates, so from 2025 to 2028, and we are preparing a 3-year strategy. What is a 3-year strategy? It's something that is a bit less specific than an action plan, but that defines the vision that we want to achieve, in 2028 if we manage to reach what's in the 3-year strategy. That would be amazing. So that's the vision that we're trying to build, and as per our entire process, I think many of you in the room were already consulted, where we had 1 consultation at DNA. There were already several consultations in all the communities, and we took into consideration all of your inputs. We looked at our personal inputs as national board members, and also with the national level as a whole, and we also got several feedbacks from the advisory council to prepare a first draft. So I really want to emphasize the fact that it is the first draft. This is something that you are not voting on during this NA, but it doesn't mean that it's not important. It's actually the opposite of not being not so important. It's very, very important that we get this feedback from you, because what's going to happen after this presentation, so you will see our 3-year strategy, then you will give us more questions and feedback. We will take into consideration again what you will give us, and by NA3, so the next NA, we will be able to present to you the final 3-year strategy 2025-2028 that you will be able to vote on. Yes. Yeah. So as of now, as we said, it's the first draft. What does that mean? That means we don't have a proper final version, but everything that we present now will be sent by Mary on the group. So if you want to check one specific part, feel free to do so. I've also brought, if you're interested, the Field Strategy 2022-2025 here in front of the room if you want to check a bit what was there before. And yeah, I will start just in terms of structure. The structure, for those that remember the previous Field Strategy, remains similar in the sense that we will have different parts that are linked to different teams of the national level and different fields of work, basically. So I will start by presenting Field Strategy. I already kind of mentioned what it was, an outline of the direction that we wanted to go. So I will present governance. Governance, just to explain, it's usually something that the president and the vice president are taking care of together, which is governance as a whole for the national level, but also for the network. Okay, that worked. So in governance, we have two main points that are similar than the previous Field Strategy. There is management and professionalization. So if we start by management, there is some elements, again it's a bit vague because it's a vision that we want to have, and then the action plans are going to be tools that we have to implement in this vision. So something very, very clear is that we want to have a cohesion between the different years, because of course we have different national boards, national levels, but if we start from scratch every single time, we will not be able to move forward as well as we will be able if we follow a clear line. So that's the first point that we have here. Then we want to ensure sustainable growth by having evolution in our control bodies, and this is very interesting because actually this is something that was already in the previous Field Strategy. We will have a discussion on the topic tomorrow as well, so this is something that we're still looking into, and the goal is also to be able to actually implement this. We already had a consultation way back in 2023, I think. So we want to keep on implementing those control bodies, and tomorrow we'll have a consultation about this. Then monitoring the projects, we want to have a proper overview of all the projects that we have, because I mean, just in the ESN Switzerland, in the national level, there's so many projects going at the same time, and that we want to again have a monitoring of our projects and the impacts that we have on them. And also, that is a whole new thing, and I think it's more relevant than ever at ESN, is we want to invest in leadership development. So we want to create new leaders, but also we want to be able to have a succession planning, to be able not to have empty positions, and also to have maybe a full national board in the future. So that's something very important that we want to spend a lot of energy on, not to have no president or vice president, for instance. Then professionalization, it's also fairly similar to what was there before. And those are things that unfortunately we did not manage to achieve in the past 3 years. But we did not achieve them in the past 3 years. Maybe we will be able to achieve them the next few years. We see that more than ever, I can say, because I receive so many emails that are beyond my own task description of things that could be taken care of by secretaries or employees. So we want to have, again, a neat assessment of the recruitment of potential employees, where we want to find them, how we want to implement them, so that's one part. Then the Secretariat of ESN Switzerland, it's a topic we discussed, if some of you remember, at the community meeting in Valra. No, I don't remember, but it was for the presidents and the vice president, the previous mandate, so we want to keep on discussing how we can do this, and also with the grant opportunities, which is a big challenge. Then the recognition process, we want to keep on seeing if we can improve it. I think there's still room for improvement, even though we have a very good recognition process in Switzerland. And finally, we want to have the image of an association that is professional. That's a very important point, and I think that's also something that we need to think a lot about, because I think there is a balance that we need to find in still being a student association with everything that comes with that, but also that we can have some kind of legitimacy towards our stakeholders, and we can be seen as serious to actually benefit from many opportunities and have an impact. That is what I have for you for governance. There will be no question round. I will just switch to Mary, who will do the second part.
Thank you so much, Arno. So next to the governance part, the Vice President role is responsible for the overall topic of network care and development, and there we have 4 sub topics as well. The first one is human resources / network sustainability. It's also an option for the next action plan to actually separate these 2 elements, so I would love to hear your thoughts on that as well. So the first, as you see, it's a quite packed kind of subtopic. The first point would be to increase the involvement of local members by promoting national, and I added international opportunities, as we are already doing, but I think going forward that's definitely something that ESN Switzerland should continue doing, and also maybe improve the communication on it. Then also to cultivate a link between the national and the local level and provide the section with knowledge about the national level. We do have the newbie track or the new members track that we've done for many, many years, but maybe the future of the national board of ESN Switzerland comes up with other initiatives to curate that. Furthermore, we want to maintain and develop national teams, committees and working groups. There are many different phrases for groups, such as working groups. We don't have that currently. We have teams and communities, but I think the future holds the potential to also develop other kinds of teams and people working together. Then something that goes together, the next 2 points are to improve the stability and quality of the sections, and analyzing the states of the sections and providing tailored support for all the sections, because the sections are as diverse as our lovely country is, and by having, we currently do section visits, and going further also with new sections, we really want to help them solve their current problems that we have. Furthermore, the alumni network is also under this subtopic. We want to keep track of how it is going. We do have the position of alumni coordinator, and also to engage the alumni a bit more in the future. I think we do have potential to do that for sure. Also improving the quality of work in ESN by improving our recruitment on HR management practice on all levels. So now we're going to HR. Since my mandate, I invented the role of HR manager as a board support, and I think the ESN Switzerland national level has huge potential on really streamlining recruitment and HR practices for the future. Furthermore, maintaining a positive mental health environment within the national level. It's pretty vague, but I think already we started to do initiatives on it, like consultation calls, team meetings, because the local sections, they meet regularly. They're all together. In ESN Switzerland, we're scattered around the country, and we don't meet as often as you might think. A lot online, but less offline, and sometimes we really forget the self-care. And last but not least, also bringing efforts to strengthen national level team cohesion. That really is also on the same page of really doing more in a team and involving everyone in the national level. The second sub-point is knowledge management. We want to work towards having universal, centralized and structured access to all relevant information. We do have the sharing is caring folder, but there is potential to definitely develop that further. We want to provide guidance to the local level for recruiting, transition, and an onboarding process. So it's not only giving the task to the next person, but also how to find new members and also how to really work them in, so all the knowledge is streamlined. Furthermore, we also want to improve the offboarding, so it's not only to get people, but also to appropriately leave people off, not just letting them hanging. I think a lot of us have been in ESN for a long time, and to have a proper offboarding is definitely a potential. Also, we want to create a standardized onboarding and handover process to ensure smooth transition in local and national teams, so it's more kind of a team effort. You do have committees, some sections, in the national level we do have teams. And then we want to ensure the continuous exchange of best practices and ideas between local sections board members in their respective communities, in community weekends. That's actually what these weekends are for the interchange, and there's potential to develop that further. Then we want to track and analyze how knowledge is maintained and transferred using feedback to continuously refine our strategies. So, meaning that after events and initiatives, we want to have a very standardized feedback process, and that's about that. Then we have training and development. We want to implement a bit more personal learning and development framework, because now we have needs assessment, but that's most of the time just like one question and not very personal to people, and I feel like a lot of time they're starting at zero again. So if somehow in the future we can develop a personal kind of tool for people to kind of fulfill themselves in ESN, that would be nice in regards to trainings. We want to increase the quality of training opportunities. That's a very exciting point. You will hear about it later in this NA. By having experienced facilitators in kind of a national pool of trainers. Then we want to also section-wise evaluate the needs for mentoring and coaching possibilities. So if you as a section would need the guidance of the national level, it would be amazing if we could give it to you like that. Furthermore, we want to create a sustainable system of national training, ideally recognized by national authorities. That would be amazing. Maybe also implemented in the national pool of trainers. And then, of course, to not lose all the knowledge, it would be amazing to have a digital knowledge archive with training session outlines and other materials regarding the trainings. Last but not least, we do have event management. We do have 2 event managers currently. So about national events, we really want to ensure that all the members from all the sections can participate equally, also by making the national events accessible for all of them, especially geographically. It's important to stay in the center of Switzerland for community weekends and community meetings actually. Also something that we've been talking about is to increase the variety of events on national level, so I would love to hear your thoughts on maybe ideas. And then we also want to assess and update the description of national events once a semester, because I remember we once had an HR community weekend, and I think community weekends especially, they have the potential to be more specialized according to ESN Switzerland and the local needs. Last but not least, it would be amazing to develop toolkits to also support the event development for local sections. If they want aid in their events organization by us, I think we do have the potential to develop toolkits to support them. And that's it from me, and next is business.
Okay, so business and finance also divided into several parts. A very big part is grants. It's going to be very conservative compared to the previous 3-year strategy, and basically ensuring we continue to obtain the current operational grants. So there is from OFAS and from Helvetia 2 per year. try to obtain some project-specific grants for specific projects, either from national offices, maybe ESN International, if they don't look that motivated. Try to develop a grant mapping system and try to promote the ESN projects and causes and finding specific grants for these different causes. Try to build capacity in the network in the field of grant application and helping the local sections identify funding opportunities for their projects also. Second part of business and finance is budget management. So we want to go towards a budget which allows for all the members of the national level to work without personal costs, to attend the national events, to attend the national assemblies, and cover a maximum of delegates to the national assemblies, to community weekends, community meetings, basically make you, give you the ability to participate in national events as much as possible. We want to develop and distribute new financial regulation documents. An important point that was already put forward was to try to implement both internal and external audit procedures. So far we have only internal audit procedures, but external could be very nice. And a big one would be to set up an online payment system to offer different payment options. Next is the community aspect of business and finance. So supporting the local treasurer and partnership managers with community meetings, organizing online meetings to keep the community informed about the discussions both at the national, international level, and to try to involve them in some strategic decisions. Trying to establish business and finance training events. Trying to establish a more continuous community feedback and evaluation system. And trying to increase the awareness in the network and the importance of partnerships and the role of the partnership manager, and trying to have all the sections where it's relevant having a partnership manager to really have a full community. Partnerships, so right now it's a bit slow, but we want to map all the local and the national partnerships yearly and trying to expand some local partnerships to the national level, trying to implement a sustainable network-wide promotion strategy for the new partners, trying to establish a strong relationship between partners and sections, trying to also advertise these new partners, both at the local and national level by working, for example, with the communication team. And one thing we have is the national partnership booklet that hasn't been updated for the last few years that hopefully we can review and translate it and to attract more national partnerships. And last but not least, the ESN cards. So we want to try to increase visibility and the usefulness of the ESN card. This could be done by collaborating with the communication team to promote the ESN card on the social media and trying to use the ESN card on our platform.
Yes, before I start, I just want to remind you that you can already send the questions because it's a very long presentation and you might don't want to forget some comments or questions. So for international affairs, so it's going to be very similar to the previous one because there is not really points to change the way for the system, but it will always be the same topics. The main first point is the representation on the international level. And first, the relation we have with other NOs. So we want to continue to ensure that we are very well represented, either at the web, so web call within the region, and also use these connections to continue to foster amendments, like I talked a little bit before, and different things, because this is the main core, I think, of our region, is that we are very able to give a lot of international exposure there. And then we need to work a bit on the international guest policy. We already worked a bit on this year, but there is still some questions to answer and to continue to do the best to have as many international guests as possible, and continues to make it the system the easiest way possible. And also to promote for you as well to go to visit the other national organization assemblies. I think there is more and more people going to those events, and that's really great. And also different international opportunities. So not only the events that you can go, but also the positions in the support structures or the international committees that Laura is probably going to present tomorrow. Then there is also the representation on the international level. So this first one is one that there might be discussion if we should be inside or not. But we want to continue to ensure that ESN International continue to put this focus on non-EU or non-Erasmus Plus countries. This is something we do really a lot during GAs to raise awareness that there is country outside of EU. I think the situation compared to 3 years ago already increased a lot, and that's great. But we should continue to put the focus on it and to ensure it continues to go in the right direction. We want to ensure a great representation at the GA. And this can be first to have an informed and full delegation. So we have more and more people registering for the GA, even more local members. So this is really interesting and very nice to have, and this is something we want to continue to have. And to have people that know as well what it will go on. And also that the Swiss network is informed about what's going on with the GA topics. So this is why we started as well to do the international updates that we had before. And this is something that is important, in our opinion, to continue to put the focus on. And then we have the involvement of the Swiss network in those international topics. So first is to encourage ESN Switzerland to host events. We're going to have web very soon, maybe, if elected. But also to continue to have maybe at least one event every 2-3 years. It's something great. The last one we had was NBT Appenzell in 2022. Then something very important is the GA consultation. So we consult you when before going to the GA, because as you know, we listen to you and we consult you with your vote before every GA, and the process needs to continue to be improved. We will have a consultation with the LRs tomorrow, so this is something we want to continue to do because there is always room for improvement, and it's one of the main points of the International Affairs team. And taking also the feedbacks to improve it from not only the section but also national level. And also we want to ensure good information flow from international to local sections. So it's something not always easy to do, so we still need to continue to find a sustainable format for you to get informed about what is happening and the opportunities you have, and to discuss the most important things that are happening at the international level. And we also want to find and implement an attractive way to promote the different international events to you, so you're interested to go as well.
Okay, for education and youth is divided in two parts. First is advocacy. So advocate for the improvement of mobility programs in Switzerland. This is including but not limited all to the full reassociation with Erasmus+. By 2027, before it was 2025, so as you see, it will be during the 3-year strategy, and so to have a more long-term vision about these projects, and then of course strengthen the collaboration with our national and regional stakeholders like IROS, and also include the youth organizations, by also to having common goals and projects like the most important agency for us, our stakeholder Movezia. For the political domain, monitor youth policies in Switzerland, promote active citizenship. Me and Christine will do a workshop about this topic tomorrow. Then raise ESN Switzerland profile in promoting study abroad opportunity. This is done also through mobility ambassadors, awareness campaigns, and also collaborating with information centers, like for example with the Movezia campaign, and then improve the access of the mobility for students with a background that is from, for example, for rural areas or in general disadvantaged. The second part of the education is the capacity building. So it connects to build and maintain a strong involvement in the domain of education. This is done with the work, the continuous work of the SWEP team, and also through the facilitation of projects and sessions. In general, also raise awareness and share knowledge in the network about the education topic, and this is done also through the creation and the sharing of the information through communication channels and different campaigns in social media. Lastly, develop and maintain the capacity of ESN Switzerland through planning, resources, and so on, to make sure that we engage with our most important stakeholders, such as governmental authorities and educational institutions.
All right, so now to communication and IT, but it's just big topic communication. So first of all, my idea would be to focus more on the increase of teamwork, so define the precise roles and responsibility within the national communication team, because for now it's a bit iffy, to ensure better organization and long-term sustainability. Then I also want to maintain and strengthen regular contact with local section communication managers through regular meetings, shared resources, and active feedback gathering. I also want to increase collaboration between the communication team, sections, and other national level teams, so just increase collaboration overall to ensure cohesive communication within the whole network. And then lastly, create standardized templates for local sections to ensure consistency and efficiency in communication materials while reducing the workload. Then to visibility and attractivity, would be to maintain unity in the visual identity of ESN Switzerland and its sections, which I think right now is working really well, but should also keep going. And increase the awareness and understanding of our beloved VIM, by incorporating it into national training sessions and workshops for communication managers, so just broaden the knowledge of VIM in general, and increase the visibility of ESN Switzerland by diversifying the content on social media and the promotional material. So I think that has started out really great, but can also be improved a lot. And then optimize the digital Swiss guide, so the Swiss guide for exchange students that is currently linked on the website, by improving the design, the usability, and content quality to make it more appealing to international students, and also just rethink it in general, because it can be improved. Then to the causes, select sustainable, reusable, and high-quality goodies that align, so goodies, merchandise, stickers, clothes, whatever, that align with ESN's values and reduce environmental impact. And then increase the promotion of ESN's causes through targeted campaigns created with other national level teams and storytelling on social media. Also something that has started, can be improved, and will be improved. Then going to IT, we really can strengthen our IT infrastructure. There's a lot to be better there. So we'll be maintaining regular contact with IT managers from local sections to provide guidance, share resources, and address technical challenges. Strengthen collaboration between IT and other national level teams to ensure seamless integration of digital tools. And lastly, on that part, develop the ESN Switzerland website to improve the digital presence of the Swiss network. Small point to that, the last point will be improved in a bit more detail. This is just so you know it's going to be in there. And then the last part, which we currently do not have at all, I think, that should really be improved on, is FADP compliance. So the first thing would be to develop, first of all, clear policies and train the Swiss network on handling personal data in compliance with FADP regulations, ensuring privacy and protection of everyone interacting with ESN Switzerland. Then regularly review data collection, storage, deletion, and processing practices to ensure ongoing compliance with FADP regulations. And then lastly, provide training for local members on data management, ensuring they understand best practices in compliance with FADP regulations. Yeah, that's it.
Hey, are you still awake?
is the amount of feedback I want on my part, please. Because, yes.
Speaking of, I don't know if the speakers list, the list is closed. I don't know if that was on purpose.
I did it for a bit. We can deal with some of the other questions. Then, if we see there's a lot of questions, we reopen it again.
Okay. So please open it again because I need a lot of comments because I have no one beforehand.
Okay.
You cannot close the speakers list without the approval of the.
So, like I was saying, I had very little input to do this, and I'm changing a lot compared to the last year. So please give input. I need it, please. So, about the project and causes topic, I developed it in 4 big parts, with the idea to break the idea we had before by causes. I want us to think the project and causes like in a transversal way. And breaking the walls. It doesn't mean the causes do not exist anymore. It means that we have to think about them as a group. And so the first big topic is about sustainability. Don't understand with that environmental sustainability, but sustainability of processes and ways to do things. And the first element is that we should develop, I think we should, you will tell me if you think also, we should develop a centralized reporting system from the national projects to the sections. Because at the moment, you mostly don't know what we are doing in the project and causes team. What you might know is what we give you at the national events, but there is no, like, you only see the final product. You don't see all the steps being made. And so that is the first part we need to engage more, to also engage you in what we are doing. The second one is to implement a standardized data collection framework. The idea behind that is that for us to work actually in the good way, we need to know what you need from us. So we need to have the data to think about that. Then we need to also encourage the use of existing reporting platforms, and with that I'm thinking about activities.esn.org. Yes, the platform is quite bad, in my opinion. We have discussions with the international level about it because it's very messy, but the point is, if we have you reporting the events over there, it's not just for EGM points, but also for you to be able to see what the others do and to inspire yourself in topics that you want to do, but you don't have ideas. For instance, if ESN Vinti does an event and ESN Neuchâtel thinks, oh, so nice, I saw it in activities. Oh, it's Vinti that did that, I will call them to have the information on how to do it. And finally, keep developing the National Erasmus Games. We have actually to think about what is a good development for the event, but I put it there because the event, I think, should continue to exist. So give it more sustainability. Second big word is empowerment. We are proposing to think about providing targeted trainings and resources about to the sections. The thing is, we in the project and causes team usually know very well some topics, but we should give it to the sections because at the end of the day we are not doing the events. So if you cannot implement what we are promoting and the knowledge we have acquired, it's kind of wasted. So there is a need of actually giving you the sections the knowledge. Then establish a national mentorship program. This is kind of ambitious. The idea is that we would, for instance, pair up people that are more senior in the national level vibe. Doesn't mean that we have to be in the national level, but people that are, let's say, familiar with ESN Switzerland. For instance, someone from Zurich that has been coming to the NAs for 2 years or something like that. And pair them with a more junior member of another section that kind of want to get to know ESN Switzerland outside of their section. And for instance, we pair a newbie, not a newbie, but a junior person from Luzern, for instance. We pair them up and we give them a small project. So the more senior member can bring the persons more actively into ESN Switzerland's network. Finally, promote the project and causes grants. We have grants. You have seen with the amendment before from that Emma presented. The money is there. It's not always used for the best things or just not always used at all. This exists and we want you to know and to use it. Third big word out of 4, innovation. What we should create for the next steps. And the first of all is establishing a structured project incubator. Because many of the local members have ideas on projects to do. ESN Choir is an idea, even though it came also from Mari. We have Waldo that is very active in that. And the thing is, we have nothing to actually receive the project and make it happen, give it strength. So we should develop a process to incubate such projects that can come from the local members. Then the next one is another big thing in a sense. We want to try to establish a national employability fair. The idea would be, for instance, a day in Luzern, here, it's very nice, that we have for the mobility students and the local members, events, workshops on how to do a CV, how to pitch yourself to an employer, how to use your international experience when you are getting recruited in any business. The point is to have a day dedicated to this topic of skills and employability. Then, still in innovation, we want to provide the sections with structured tools and resources to implement the new framework of ESN International called Sustainability, Safety and Inclusion of ESN events. This topic, there is a session like in the workshop sessions on that. But the idea is that it's very good to have a new framework. If you don't give the tools for the local sections to understand and implement, it means nothing. So this point is to help the sections to have an actual idea of what ESN International is proposing. And finally, create campaigns on causes-related topics. That is something that we already do and we should keep doing. Finally, connection is something that was already present in the previous 3-year strategy that we should keep improving. Mostly, the first one is to link ESN Switzerland to other countries on different topics, on, for instance, how do you call it? Training events and so on. For instance, Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands have the Breaking New Ground event. That is a training event. And ESN Switzerland should start, I think, to look into that and to get associated with. And finally, partnerships at the local level or national level, in the sense that having external organizations or associations of certain topics come to our events, our training events, and deliver actually like well done trainings. And with that, we are done for the 3 strategic presentation, and we are asking you, what do you think? Please send the questions, give us feedback. Procedural from...
Quick announcement. Lunch is here, so we will limit the question answer to 1 minute per question answer. So be quick, be concise. If you do not fulfill this, you will be cut off.
Procedure, Julian, ESN Switzerland, can you sort the Slido by all recent so that we see the first questions first?
Give me a moment. It should be that way. It's actually, yeah, it's
popular upload rights.
It just shows the first 3 and then the
Yeah, but the Daniel is one of the more recent.
Yeah. So on the top right you have popular.
Wait.
Yeah, but it does
Recent, but that does the opposite.
Yeah, recent is the opposite. Recent is the opposite.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No.
No, it has only popular and recent.
Then listen and you scroll.
I'll check the time and don't worry, I'll deal with
This is
it.
the first, this is the second, this is the third, and this is the last. It's written like this.
Yeah, I'll deal with that. Okay, first question, Julia, ESN theory, please pass the mic to her.
Where's the mic?
Where is the second mic? Still over there?
We're charging it because
we have a mic.
Julia, yes, and Zurich. So you mentioned the ESN card, and I was wondering what was your vision on the digital ESN card?
So honestly, I didn't have the time to read that much on it. I saw that it was a very big project to like digitalize the ESN card. I think it can be good if it has the same advantages as the normal ESN card and maybe reduces the price, but I think I would need to read up a bit more on it to form a more general opinion.
next question.
Can I just add, it's important. I know it's in Switzerland, so just this digital ESN card would not be implemented directly by us because we would be reliant on ESN International, and that's one thing I did not mention is our trade strategy is working on the same framework as the one from the ESN International. So let's say the project moves forward and there's actually the digital ESN card becomes a reality, then we would follow up with that, I think. Yes, if I can add that.
Okay, next I've got ESN Genève, then after that Catherine, ESN Germany.
But before that, ESN Genève. Mary, how do you think, how are you planning to, not you or the next one, to keep a healthy environment at the national level?
Thank you, Aga, for the question. It's a very interesting one. I think I want to keep it as open as possible for the next people. I think it's definitely an asset to have a board support position in the form of the HR manager to discuss these initiatives with in the future. I think it's a role that we definitely should keep and also evolve for the future of the national level. But I think the most important thing is that we have a respectful, transparent and honest communication in the national level, and that's really stressed on and maintained throughout every mandate.
All right, Catherine, please.
I have a question to Axel. Catherine is in Germany. Do you already have some ideas on what kind of partnerships with other NOs you'd like to see, and maybe you're planning something on Australia with that region?
Thank you a lot for your question. So yeah, of course, like we already started to create more things with mostly the DAF for now. Like as you know, we started 2 years ago to join Spielberg, and I think it's something that is interesting to join, and that I want maybe to I won't see to continue. Maybe it doesn't depend on me. But there is also like the famous training event that we want to do with the DAF, with Austria and Germany. For now, it didn't happen. Hopefully, maybe it will be something in the future. I also really like some other partnership that we can have, for example, with ESN UK, where we collaborate a lot together, and that we have often the same vision together, and we have kind of the same situation being out of Erasmus+. So I think this is a country that is a good collaboration, just with best practices in general and opinions sharing. Some of the other partnerships that we started, most like attending events of national events of our countries, mostly on this project now. I don't really see any other event that could be nice. But for example, for Swiss Rally, we got some section from Germany, maybe some Liechtenstein for another one, and there could be some partnerships for later as well.
Okay, after Catherine is Tom, ESN Luzern, then Thibaut, ESN Switzerland, and I propose to close the Q&A panel. Okay, after Julia, we close the Q&A panel.
Tom, ESN Luzern. My question is to Emma. Regarding different payments, can you elaborate a little bit more what you were thinking of, like, and how the collaboration with WTA is? Do you need someone to implement that, or what is the strategy?
Yeah, so the first part will be we started a bit like really studying what the sections are doing, what are the different options available, and what are the kind of options that would be available to us, because we have a lot of variables, for example, for national events on who pays what fees, etc. And then try to collaborate with a web project administrator to actually
test some options, maybe do some like crash test events for community weekend or something, and yeah, it will be a lot of trial and error probably, but hopefully we can find a system that is flexible enough but robust enough to make us do what we want to do.
Okay, Tibor, ESN Switzerland, please.
Yeah, so you mentioned evolution control bodies. So do you already have some ideas of how it will evolve and also why an evolution is what we currently have, not enough?
Is it working? No, it's in Switzerland. You're more than welcome to discover it tomorrow during the session. What I can tell you for now is that we see 2 points that are lacking. One being arbitration. In general, we do not have a proper arbitration body, and also that we will need more support in procedural auditoring of our procedures. But this is a discussion we will have tomorrow as well.
Okay, I got ESN Geneva and after that Tom, ESN Luzern.
Hello Excel. What do you think can be done to help new LRs to learn faster about the whole network?
So thank you for the question. So I would say that the thing that is the most important is like the knowledge transfer and the transition that the LR does to the next LR of the section. And I think in the past years, very often I receive some LRs in the committee that don't know what they should do. So I think it's first the duty of the section that should work on it. But what we do as an international team that works, I think, pretty well is trying to do a physical meeting before the first NA, so they better understand their role, and there we can explain to them way more things. Something I wanted to do, but I never had time to, is also create a document, like a guide for the new LRs, but it was a bit too time consuming when you have so much workload, so it's not something I started, but it can be something for the next years as well.
Okay, Tom, ESN Luzern, after that Katrin, ESN Germany.
Tom, ESN Luzern. Domi, hi. So what are your plans regarding Vim? Like, it's not just Vim, but it's general brand experience, how are we perceived? And Vim is just a small part. Like, can you elaborate a little bit more on the vision there?
You're really not letting this go, huh? So yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's the whole brand appearance in general. That is also through the websites. That is something that we really need to work on. I personally don't have the competence for it right now. It's something I, if elected, want to look at with future WPA, possibly a whole team for IT, because it goes a lot through the websites. It's the way we communicate. I always say Vim, but I mean it in a broader spectrum. Well, no, it's the wrong word, but you know what I mean. So yeah, it's something that I really want to look at in general. I don't have a clear vision for it, but I plan on collaborating with all the necessary people involved to really strengthen the whole brand.
Katrin, ESN Germany, then Dana, Advisory Council.
Catherine, ESN Germany. So my question is to Domi. So in the communication strategy, there is a big focus on internal network development, which is fantastic and great. I think there was only one point about the visibility of Switzerland, but is there also like a plan where you're planning anything for the visibility for stakeholders, partners?
So right now, a big thing we do is also on LinkedIn, which I think we're starting to build a pretty nice presence on LinkedIn, which is more to partners and stakeholders, while Instagram is more to volunteers and other sections, other NOs. And again, if elected, I plan on keeping that going and putting even a bit more focus on LinkedIn, possibly also X for partners. It hasn't really been developed for ESN Switzerland right now, but yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We need to focus on this more, and I think especially through what we're doing with LinkedIn right now, we're going in the right direction, and I want to further improve that, again, if elected, and keep going with that.
Then Advisory Council, then Julia and ESN Switzerland.
Advisory Council. So I have a question more on the process of the 3-year strategy and not so much on the content, so the OND can answer. Since we will not have a complete ND by the next NA, I mean, hopefully we'll have one by NA1, how will you ensure that 3-year strategy that is made by the current ND will also be implemented rightly by the next ones? How will you ensure that they will be correctly transitioned and aligned and track the progress on it, basically?
Thank you a lot. I'm in Switzerland. Thank you for the question. It's a very good question. Actually, first, maybe one thing that needs to be thought, and I think it's what's going to happen, is that the actual preparation of this tracking will happen probably during transition weekend. So probably around July, August, because it's very important that we have the former national level and also the new one, because it's very good that the national level, the previous one, sets up some kind of tracking system, but if that doesn't suit the next one, then it doesn't really make sense. So I think we will probably have this monitoring happening after that, which also means, on a very good note, that hopefully someone maybe in this room will apply for the positions that are still vacant. Hopefully. But it's true that we haven't put something really on the monitoring itself, and I think, because just for the, I will be short, but we put it as an extra point in the action plan this year because it was lacking in the 3-year strategy, and I think it's a great mark that we actually maybe should have it somewhere in governance as well. So that's a good feedback that I would add also there. Thank you.
Julian, ESN Switzerland. I forgot that you reapplied on me, so this guy. But for FADP, what is your vision about it? Like, do you see a specific role handling this? If not, how would you distribute the task in your team, etc.?
Simple answer, yes. I see a specific role for it. To keep it short.
Other comments? No? Next, Sandrine, after that, Tommy, and Luzern.
Sandrine, ESN Switzerland. So Emma, you have a part in the 3-year strategy about the business and finance community, but there's nothing about how ESN Switzerland is going to support the sections in the 3 next year. So why is that? And are you thinking about putting something in the 3-year strategy about that?
We can put something in the 3-year strategy about that. For me, it's under the budgeting for the financial support. So keep the financial support like we have now, and maybe try to help. It's also helping the local sections identify grant opportunities, both from us and from other stakeholders. And it's also part of the BSH community with the communication with the local treasurers. It's not put like in words to support the local sections, but by supporting the treasurer and helping them identify grants, continue to secure funding for them for their participation to national and international events, and continue to offer grant opportunities for different projects and causes. I feel like that's how we can really support the sections.
If there's nothing. Tom, ESN Luzern, then Leonie, ESN Switzerland.
Tom, ESN Luzern. Daniel, are you planning to create more like checklists for certain events, projects to help sections if they want to decide to do something or start something? Like, for example, when we were doing this NA, planning everything, personally, I know some sort of checklist. I would have expected something like that. I didn't know if I just didn't find it or if it doesn't exist. But I'm thinking more of, are you planning really big checklists for the sports games, for NAs, for every sort of like bigger projects, so to speak?
In short, yes. I mean, I'm proposing the next national board to do it. It doesn't mean that it will be but it's something I think the project manager has to do also with the national event manager in coordination together to have these checklists. We have one on sustainability, but we have very few guidelines and checklists for other things, and I think it's really needed.
Okay, what's there anything?
My comment now.
Comment.
Okay, I only have a comment to Tommy.
Name and section.
Leonie, ESN in Switzerland. Yeah, my comment is just that when you do the data management thing, to also consider event management as a, yeah, obviously.
Okay, there's nothing else. Leonie, ESN Swiss Core, and then Sandrine, Advisory Council, ESN Switzerland.
I already shared my comment.
It was.
Okay, sorry. Okay, Sandrine, then after that, Agnat.
Solin, AC, ESN Switzerland. So in the budget management part, you're talking about developing and distributing a new financial regulation document. What would that be, that document? And would that help the sections or the national level?
I think they can be both. There are funds and grants documents that are now there are really nice, but I think they can be improved and detailed, like have a detailed version and a simplified version to explain a bit more to the members how we refund, why we refund, and what are the rules we follow for the different like grants and funding options. And also I think one for the treasurer would be nice to really have kind of a rule book of why we do what we do, why we pay what we pay, and a bit more like precise explanations in one document that will serve also for the national level. Don't have a precise idea of the document yet, but there are certainly explanations that they're all there, but they're maybe sometimes scattered around different documents, so have a big book that regroups everything.
If there's anything, then we go. I got after that Julian, ESN Switzerland.
Danielle, about the mentoring,
Name and section.
Danielle, about the mentoring.
Name and section, please.
Name
No,
and section.
I guess there's in Geneva. Danielle, about the mentoring. Sorry. Will there be a to-do list? Because I'm pretty afraid it will mainly be a friendship, which is good, but not the point. Like a to-do list of what to transfer.
Danielle, ESN Switzerland. The idea it would be that they will be working on a project. So at the beginning of the let's say of the game, not the game, but of the year, they would define together a project that they both want to do, because if they don't want to do it, it's not meaning and it will just fall. And at the end of the year or during the year, they would report on that project, how it's going, and for us to see the results of that. So it's not just existing together, it's actually providing something, and maybe in 5 years or 3 years, if it happens, we can have day events where every duo comes together and present what they are doing, for instance.
Okay, if there's nothing else, then Julian, after that, Somi.
Julian, ESN Switzerland, concerning the mentorship thing, Daniel, will this be an independent project from your team? Will there be a new position for it? Will there be a national OC? Or?
I think it's not at this level that we have to choose that, because it will have to be built over the years. In my mind, my vision, I think that's something that can be shared within the project and causes team, depending on how many people we have and what is the current workload of the team.
Okay, if there's nothing for this, Somi, then after that it's Sarah.
So me is in Luzern. Like generally hearing all of those like great visions for this 3-year strategy, I'm wondering, like, you already touched on this a bit, but I'm just wondering how, or is there a strategy on how to track the status of the things, and will it also be visible? Is it more like something that the national board will see, or is it also the local sections that can see like ongoing, where is the status, what is currently being done?
Thank you a lot for the question. So just to explain for those that don't know how we did it so far, so we have a tracker for all of those different topics, and then for every year of the mandate we have points with KPIs, so key point indicators, where we put the goal that we have to do. Let's say you have one thing in the 3-year strategy, then on the first mandate you will have this goal to achieve with this indicator that you can assess. And this is what we have done so far. This is something that we have also reported at the end of in the annual reports, at the end of one mandate. That's what we sent last year. But I agree that we have not put that in the 3-year strategy. It needs to be put. I personally really enjoyed that tracker. I think it was really comprehensive and it was super nice to work with, and we could really send that to the next person that was coming after. But one problem that I've seen with this is that there was a lack of flexibility once we really disagreed with one thing, or that we felt that specific element was not going towards the direction we went. And I think that's something we need to work on, is to have more flexibility towards slightly changing our path, because at the moment with our tracker it's a bit difficult to go a bit sideways. But something we need to put in the 3 strategy, and we already have that tool now that we want to probably keep, or maybe to make evolve. Thank you a lot for the questions.
Okay, if there's nothing, Saurabh, then Julia.
Saurabh, ESN Germany, IT manager. So my question is, like, you talk about the FADP, you are talking about the responsible person for that, like who will be the responsible person for that, because it should be something who should be liable for if there is a data breach, and I don't think so, like the coordinator can do it. Don't you think like it should be WPA in the NB, and AMS is one of the points that ESN International is aligning with, which is an account management system, and we have ESN cards there, which is a digital ESN cards, and the whole database is there. So how you are thinking to motivate the people and bring it there?
So I thank you. Why do I think I got just yelled at? But yes, no, I know, all good. So I fully agree with you that if we start implementing this, it's a huge topic. There needs to be someone liable for it. Me personally, like as comms manager, if it comes in IT, I would not have the knowledge for it. I could not be liable for it. I think we have somewhat talked about it already, of bringing WPA to the national board. I would personally agree with this, but it's something that we will talk about in the future. So yes, I think it's something we really need to look at. Of course, we need a coordinator for it, but it's not going to be WPA. That's too much work. But then have it under WPA, which would then again make sense to have WPA in the board. I agree.
Okay, now it's Julia and which come on.
Julia and Zurich.
Wait. Reaction. Maybe also just to add, Anna-Louise in Switzerland, I think it's very good to have a WPA in the national board, but we also need to take into account our reality in ESN Switzerland, which is very different than the reality in other countries. And as of now, we've had this position in EPT for a very long time. So I don't know if that would be a good direction to go towards. If you want, we can discuss it during coffee break. That would be very nice. But that's also, we see the potential, but we also need to think of the reality. Thankfully, we have one person right now. Thank you, Robbie. But this might not be the reality in the future.
There's nothing else. Julia, please make it quick.
It's going to be quick, it's not even a question, it's just like, we're an association that wants to be for students helping students, and in the whole document we don't mention exchange students or Erasmus students, and it was just like a bit strange. I know everything that you do is going to then benefit to them, but that's it, I'm done.
Okay, I will answer, and then if you want to add something. Thanks for the comment. Yes, exchange students, not Erasmus students in our case, it's a small comment. I would say that what we do is directly then towards the student, of course, all the projects that we do, and also we build a community of a local section that then do the work for the students. So even if it's not mentioned, I would say it's explicitly everything we do is for the students as well.
Sorry to interrupt you. Scrutinizers, please get ready to come down.
Yes. Daniel, ESN Switzerland. To comment on that, it's actually present, but maybe not directly written on. But we do have at least 2 events that are mentioned in the project and causes team that are directly in link with the mobility students. Sorry. And overall, for instance, for the grants for the sections, the grants are made for them to do events for the mobility students. So it's implicit, but it's there.
Alright, closing the comments list. Valerie, please come down here. And we have agenda change proposal. Sorry if this is done quick, but change photo time and lunch time with each other. Basically, photo after lunch and change lunch to 45 minutes. Are you guys ready to vote? Do you have your voting devices? Scrutinizers, are you ready to count?
Yes.
Yes. Raise your voting devices for yes. Okay, 13 voted for yes. Anybody no? Anybody abstain? With 30 yeses, 0 abstains and 0 no's, we change the agenda. Lunches by the Mensa, go, enjoy it.
Do we need to bring something for lunch?
No, I don't know. Be back in 55 minutes, whatever that is. I'll calculate
45 minutes.
because it's lunch and photo. Because lunch is 45 minutes, after that it's photo. So I'll catch the time when you have to be back.
And your match and your last couple of
Finally. No, damn. Yeah, got to try where's the other mic? I need to put this to Joe. What is it? I don't know. The pictures never came in. Wait, let's go to presentation, Saturday. There's nothing.
I see that there's nothing.
Maybe you did the old version. Wait. Old, don't add it. Then yeah, sorry. I put it in the name! Oh, don't add it because
It
it's...
wasn't old when they did.
Yeah, it already happened. Yeah, this is when I changed the name, I think, yeah.
No, it was before.
No, this was when you...
No.
So 3 p.m.
No, like it was at double when we checked it, but it wasn't the time when it's fine, like it's already gone. But
Yeah.
like,
Technology is a bitch. Okay, I need to see what time did I need to come. 12:55.
it's 12:55, it's in 10 minutes.
What the? Forgot to 12:30. So that's 12:30. 11. It's 1:25.
Okay, now we have lunch.
Yeah, go. Yeah. Hmm?
Where were the couches?
It's the building by the Mensa, second floor.
Wait, this building?
No, that building over there. We will Wait. Now mic's hot. Go.
What?
Wait. Go.
There
Okay.
we go. Okay, hello everyone. So just a little heads up, I'm pretty sick, so I might have a coughing fit during my presentation. Just to apologize in advance. So hi, I'm Domi, and I'm applying as a communication manager of ESN Switzerland. Again, I currently already am, but I want to do it again. So, who am I? I was born and raised in Zurich and plan on growing old there, as it is obviously the best city in Switzerland. I grew up speaking German and French, and I taught myself English at around 11 years old, mainly through watching Gossip Girl. I wasn't way too long, but this may be who I am today. I work as head of marketing, and I still don't really take pictures of myself for those that remember my last presentation, but this time you can enjoy presentations full of ESN people instead of just my friends. So, who am I again? My hobbies is I love cooking for friends, I love traveling, I love meeting new people, and I go to a lot of concerts. How to win me over? Join me for random adventures, give me good food, or help me make good food. Then dogs. Look at my little cutie dog. And as you have seen now earlier, please take pictures at ESN events so I can make great content. Thank you. Who am I in ESN? I joined ESN Zurich in February 2022. I became PR communication manager after just one semester and did it for a year. Then I created the new department of the party department and was party manager from January 23 to July 2024. And now I have been the National Communication Manager since October 2024. And as you can see, I'm not going to list all of them, but I've done one or the other international and national event, and I plan on doing a lot more. So my time at ESN Switzerland. With my team, we updated the ESN Switzerland website with the new national level and created a national level presentation post on Instagram, which was done by Cecilia, that I think was really, really lovely.
Wait. Go.
So this is all I did apparently during my mandate. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I have attended pretty much every event possible since my election. So I did the national board training in Romania, went to community meetings in Porto, did the community weekend in Stalikon, soon going to EGM and going to GA as well in Dubrovnik, and I networked a lot. I networked so much we got 4 more spots for ESN Switzerland for EGM. This is mind your own business. And I also organized a community meeting for the communication and IT communities, which I've been told by all the participants was a great success, and I also think it was a great success. And lastly, I actively monitored all the sections and answered a lot of questions about our beloved Vim. My work style as a communication manager is not going to change a lot. I'm always available for inputs and improvements, ideas from anyone. I plan on staying very active, communicating very actively with the national board and national level as well as local sections. So you get fast replies and I help wherever I can. I try to be approachable and open. I take every question and request seriously and support local communication managers as much as possible. Yeah, that's it. Then my plans for the next mandate, they are kind of in line with the 3-year strategy, of course, is I want to improve collaboration within the communities. I want to increase the promotion of the causes. We already started with the cookbook for the cultural part, but I really want to do more. We've already been talking with Louise, for example, and there are a few cool things coming. Again.
You need to put the mouse on the screen and click.
Yeah. I want to rethink the Swiss guide, as the way it's handled currently is not very sustainable, so we're going to rethink that. I've already started talking to the sections about it as well. Then to improve the collaboration with the communities. What I want to do exactly is I want to do more in-person meetings because I think they're a lot more valuable than just the calls. People also tend to show up more for in-person meetings and they enjoy it a lot more. Then I want to make the section takeovers a regular thing. We're currently in the planning phase for doing section takeovers on Instagram. We will soon be in the implementation phase, but I want that to stay regular for the next mandate. And I want to include both communities earlier in big projects instead of just asking them, like for communication specifically, to repost. Really want to get them involved in projects, asking for their opinions, and yeah, just work a lot more closely with them. And increase the promotion of causes. Is collaborating with the different causes officers to showcase more of ESN Switzerland's projects. Working closely with the projects team to create engaging and informative content. Kind of goes with the first point as well. And yes, like I said, some things are already in the works. More things to come. Stay tuned. It's gonna be cool. And I also want to highlight ongoing and future initiatives to create a network-wide awareness of how much we actually do in ESN Switzerland, which really is a lot. Then to rethink the Swiss Guide. Like I said, it puts too much workload on one person and is not really sustainable because it's a huge task. So I plan to collaborate with all the sections to create small local guides for each city, which then in turn will be combined into a general Swiss guide document with comprehensive information for everyone to make it more attractive for everyone, and so everyone also actually gets specific information about their cities, which is usually what they're more interested in. The exchange students, they're more interested in that instead of like all of Switzerland. So what you should know about me. Most of you know I am very direct and I tend to be quite loud, so I might come off a bit intense, but it makes me extremely honest and I just simply do not believe in lying. I'm still not the most creative person, but I've already improved my design skills a lot and I plan on improving them even more during the next mandate. And I plan to keep on attending as many events as possible to show the whole ESN network how absolutely amazing ESN Switzerland is. So yeah, thank you for listening to me babbling on about myself. That was it.
Wait. Oh my god. What is up with... I closed it earlier. Wait, I can fix it. Please be patient. Okay, should be open. Try it now.
There are so many people typing.
Okay, first question, Catherine, yes, in Germany.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation, Catherine, is in Germany. Do you have a theme screening process in ESN Switzerland, or how are you planning to ensure sections comply with the brand identity of ESN, not only for socials, but also for merch and all other stuff?
So the way it works at the moment is it's me. I am the VIM screening process, so I do it for all the socials. I have all notifications on, which means I see every single post. I look at every single post. For the merch, I unfortunately don't have much control over it, but so far since I started, all the sections reached out to me before ordering merch in general, and I encourage them to do so as well. But hopefully, by having a full team for the next mandate, I would actually put in line a VIM screening process, also for the merch, putting guidelines, like maybe have it be mandatory that they ask me first, that they show me the merch first before ordering them. But currently there is no like set process, it's just me looking at everything that gets put out.
Great, because I need to... okay, next one is Emma, is in Switzerland.
Emma, yes, in Switzerland.
Yeah, we're trying to fix it.
So yeah, you talked a lot about internal communication and the collaboration with the sections. How do you see your collaboration with other communication managers at the international level?
So the way it is now, like I I try to attend as many calls as possible, so to be part of the community as well, join as many events as possible. Our community manager, she always does like little separate groups for EGM and then for community meetings of course as well. Try to meet everyone, exchange ideas, just really network is the best way I can do it so far. But it would be cool to possibly have projects with them, to have shared posts in the future. Didn't really get to do it yet, but that is something that I would envision for the future, to actually collaborate and not just talk, basically.
Okay, the next question is...
Me, it's correct.
Yeah, Mary.
Yeah, Mary, ESN Switzerland. Thank you for your amazing presentation. Talking from a mental, physical health approach, I think it's very inspiring that you're a working person and you do a lot and you go to a lot of events. How do you recover yourself from these this intense life in general? Maybe also for everyone to get some inspiration.
So for me, one thing is that I absolutely love doing all the events. I'd much rather go to ESN events all the time than go to work. My work is, whatever. So I really enjoy doing those. But what I've gotten to realize is I just listen to my body. Like for example, community weekend, I realized, okay, this is one day that I can strike. So I went home one day earlier because I noticed if I stayed one day longer, I would have survived, but it would have been a bit tough because I had, this is the 6th weekend in a row where I don't sleep at home. So I take breaks whenever I can, and I know myself well enough to know what I can do, what I can't do. I also only work 80%, which means I have every Monday off, which is great to recover after events. It's usually what I do, just do nothing all day on the Monday after events.
Okay, I propose to close the speakers list. After Julian, it's closed.
No, we have to ask if anyone opposed.
Does anyone oppose?
Does anybody oppose the closing of the speakers list? Okay, I see no one. We close the speakers list after Julian.
Okay. I'm Louis in Switzerland. So the question is regarding ComCom. So we're not working that much, at least the rest of the national level, with ComCom. But there are so many teams in ComCom. I don't know, maybe for instance a proofreading team that we could work with. Do you think there would be potential collaborations or projects that we can do a bit more with ComCom? Also on the national level, but also with sections.
So I think one big thing, as you mentioned, is the proofreading. We could use a lot more. I mean, they're available for us. It's their job. They like to do it. They do it, for free. So I think it would be really good to collaborate more with the proofreading is one that I actually have in mind. Then the way it is for me right now, if I have questions, we can just ask in the big group chat, which is what I do. That's the way of collaborating with ComCom. It's usually Diego or Pepe answering from ComCom, so there is already some collaboration, but I think the proofreading is one we should use a lot more to also make our life a lot easier, not just me in communication, but the whole national level.
Okay. Any comments on anything? Next one is Axel from National Board.
Axel, yes, son. So I have a question because you're right in the middle of the mandate, so we already started, and as you can see, we might not have a president and a vice president. And so I was wondering if you have any advice or how do you see your role as you went through this to help with the integration of the new board members?
So this is a very important question. For me, it started out a bit messy at first because I got thrown into it and I started immediately. There was no transition, nothing. So this is something that whoever applies, it's not a bad thing. For me, it works really well. If you just throw me into something, I learn how to swim. Like throw me in the water, I will learn how to swim. I think it worked out pretty well. But I think one big thing is we have really good transition documents that are already set up, and I'm very confident that the current national board will make even greater transition documents, and this is the most important thing that we can have. I relied on my transition document a lot. I was very lucky to have a great national board to help me with that. I think for next year, if we all get elected, or whoever gets elected for the next mandate, is going to be a really good national board as well. So I think just supporting wherever is the most important thing we can do. For me, I never felt like my questions were too stupid to ask, even though I asked a bunch of really stupid questions, but it always felt like an open space, and I think creating that open space to ask whatever question one might ask is the most important thing.
Okay, next on the speakers list is Julia ESN Zurich. Then after that is Arno ESN Switzerland.
Julia is in Zurich. So first of all, well done, because it's super nice to see more people. So at least you got it exactly. And I was just wanted to ask you from this mandate, one thing that you liked and you think you do well and you would like to keep, and something that you think it's not working, you're not doing well, and you would like to change and update.
So one thing that I think worked really well was doing the in-person community meeting. I'm actually already planning a second one for still this mandate, doing it at the end of the mandate, which is something I absolutely want to keep, and keep the collaboration in that way with the communities, which I think worked relatively well. Towards the end it was a bit bumpy at first because no one knew each other, everyone was a bit lost, but after the meeting we kind of set the base to keep on working on that. So this for sure I want to keep. Something that I would like to change is the frequency and the activity on social media, because having joined in October, it's when we start preparing the documents, when we have a lot of board tasks to do that are like national board and not position specific. So for me, I didn't get to do as much posting as I would have wanted to do. So this is something that I definitely want to change for next year. For next mandate, and I also want to work actively on getting a complete team, which I didn't have right now. So that will be my biggest priority, is finding a social media manager, graphic designer, and a video content officer, and then of course also web project administrator.
Okay, now it's Arno, after that it's Katrin.
Arno is in Switzerland. I didn't say first, but thank you for that. My question maybe was partially covered by Julia, so you can say it's covered, but I was wondering what was your biggest learning or surprise as you're onboarded as a communication manager?
It's mainly not necessarily as communication manager, but mainly as board member, is how much we actually do, how many documents we actually draft, how much work it really is. I knew it was going to be a lot of work, but it became a lot more official than I expected it to be. So that was a bit of a learning curve, but I really, really enjoy it, that the fact that we have structures, that we can follow those structures. I think that was really nice, but I got a bit overwhelmed at first seeing all the documents, because I mean, I had to go ahead and do the action plan immediately, and then the 3-year strategy. I was like, oh damn, that's it's a bit intense. But so yeah, but now knowing that, I know what I'm expecting for the next mandate, but I think that was the biggest surprise, I guess, how official, how Swiss we are about everything. But in a good way, but yes.
Any comments? No. Then it's Katrin. After that it's Laura.
Yes, so Katrin is in Germany. I have a question regarding the content team, because in Germany we also had this issue, but this mandate when I joined we actually have the team now. And then there's a question we don't have the team yet. So what's your vision and how engage more people to join the communication team?
So right now, I think one big difference compared to the start of this mandate is I know a lot of people, like from the communication team, from the local sections, and I also see what they do, like the work that they do, which means it's way easier for me to approach them directly. I have done that already. I have talked to a few people and have mentioned like, hey, don't you think it would be a good idea, by basically complimenting their work, by really liking their work. So that's kind of my approach to do it, is to really like talk to the people and only talk to the people whose work I really enjoy, to make sure the work is up to the standards that I would like to see for ESN Switzerland social media.
Any comments? No. Laura, then after that, Vali, ESN EPFL.
I think my question was just covered, to be honest.
Alright, Vali, then Julian, ESN Switzerland.
Bert. So, yeah, in the text there, so would you see some new position, like do you have some new project that would require new people in terms of communication for what you want to do, stuff that you feel wasn't there enough maybe, or just not at all in your current mandate that you want to see, or see differently maybe, or stuff that you want to see less? I don't know. Like, what's your vision about that?
So one big thing is like it would already help a lot to have a complete team. So to have a graphic designer, to have a social media manager, that is two positions I want to keep for sure. Like we talked about earlier, I am thinking about opening the position of FADP, yes? No. FDAP, yes, I'm sorry, of FDAP officer to help with all the IT positions, because the way it's structured right now, communication and IT, I personally don't have the best competences in IT, so I would need a bit more support on that part, and I think we should also improve on that part for ESN Switzerland. But yeah, then also video content officer, I would like to see someone very motivated. I would like to post more reels on Instagram, possibly talk about TikTok, but I think that should just stay on Instagram for now. So I think the positions that there already are in communication are very well thought out. It would just be about adding the FDAP officer. Other than that, I think it's pretty well structured already.
All right, Julian, ESN Switzerland.
Julian, ESN Switzerland, knowing the importance, have you considered the fact that there could be no president and vice president elected after the next debate? And does it in some sort influence your application, your future, the board?
I mean, I'm a bit scared. I'm not gonna lie. But first of all, I'm quite confident that we will find someone. I try to keep my hopes up, to stay positive, manifest it. But even if not, it doesn't really influence my application. I still plan on doing whatever I can. If we don't have a president, don't have a VP, I'm ready to step up with more tasks as well, whatever needs to be done. We all work in a board, we work for ESN Switzerland. If I have to work more on it, well, then I will have to work more on it.
All right, thank you very much. Leonie better for her presentation. The floor is yours.
Where do I have to point?
I mean, you just click it, you don't have to point.
It doesn't work.
Wait. Okay, try.
Yeah, no, don't stop.
Press the small.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Leonie and I'm candidating for treasurer. For the ones that don't know me, I'm 24 years old and I'm from Luzern, this is in Bern, but now I'm in Luzern. I'm studying there, doing my Bachelor of Science in Tourism, and two things that make me happy the most are traveling and photography and videography. And the picture you can see here of me, this is actually not our mascot, this is not the ESN mascot, it's the ESN Baleares, because I did my exchange there, so I love the mascot, I just love it. And, whatever. Okay, so what am I? I'm a travel addict, so here you can see me in Latin America. I really love spending my time there, but I'm also a party animal, so if you haven't seen me partying yesterday, you will see me tonight. And I'm a little bit crazy, which is, this video should be showcasing this.
It's not working.
Okay, never mind. It's me bungee jumping, so yeah, whatever. Okay, so about my time abroad, I have done exchange in Canada and in Spain, where I also went to the ESN visa trip, so I can highly recommend to go there. And I did a language school in Costa Rica as well. But what is my ESN story? So I joined ESN in September 2022, and I started my board positions there as event manager and treasurer in July 23. And since last July, so July 24, I'm national event manager. So here's some impressions of me and ESN. This was my first ESN team. And here we were celebrating our 10th anniversary, and some of the people that are in this room were actually there, so thanks for the support. And here, ESN Hood is in Lugano. That was last weekend. We had an amazing time, also in ESN Luzern. And yeah, just a picture with my lovely co-event manager. So, I have also attended some ESN events. EGM Sevilla was my first non-ESN Hood event. So I went directly international before going to national. And here I am, this was last step in Edinburgh. I've been to community meetings in Prague for in the training and activities community. And then I also went to Porto for the business and finance community. And this picture is from Educate that I also did in February this year. So, but why do I want to become the National Treasurer? So I want to stay in the treasure community, and I want to further develop it. And I want to support the sections the way I have received support during my mandates in ESN Hood as treasurer. And I'm actually also seeking for a new challenge in this lovely national level. And yeah, as you have seen from my time abroad, I love traveling, I love international interactions, but I also take lots of inspiration from it, and I want to bring this to our community, to ESN Switzerland. And also a little bit more personal related is that I want to go into event management, and I'm looking forward to gain some skills on how to handle big budgets, like 100K plus budgets that I can use in my professional career. Then I have some pro arguments from my former positions. So when I was local treasurer, I got to know the community. I am familiar with some of the documents already. I know how to do basic accounting and budgeting on smaller scale, and I'm also familiar with the grant applications. Then as national event manager, I already know how the NL works, and I'm currently managing the national event manager community. So yeah, and like I said, I have been to the communities in Porto for the business and finance community, and I did Educate Starter. So with that, I want to bring to people what I learned. I want to use it to bring it. I don't know, to bring it to people. Yeah. And well, I had some university courses on accounting and budgeting connected to event management. So, but what are my plans for the position? So first, I want to find national partners, apply for more grants, and restructure the treasury team. With finding national partners, I want to increase the benefits not only for the sections and your events. So the goal is to find partners that are actually willing to give you products for your events or financial support as well. And but also for international students that they have services or something they can benefit from directly. And not only if they have the ESN card, but then also on the other hand, you also have the ESN card, which will suit also more, oh my god, which I also want to have more partners on. And then my plan is to look for partners that promote the Swiss culture or are connected to the Swiss culture, and generally with more partners, new partners, to make ESN more attractive to people. Then, by applying for more grants, as Aaron has mentioned before, for Movetia we have some, not restrictions necessarily, but in the past we have not received more money from them. So I want to look into other options, and other organizations that promote either intercultural experiences, or that just generally want to support student associations. And what I want to look into most are event-specific, basically cost-specific grants where they support us. And then the grants, I want to use them for the national events, so we can like have even more people than we have right now, or make it more accessible financially for our volunteers and or for the exchange students, international students, and to have more section support if needed and asked for. And finally, about the restructure of the treasury team, my main idea is to redistribute the tasks and the workload. So with this, I have in mind to create a second partnership manager position that differentiates from the one we already have, by also redistributing some of the tasks and just having two positions, so the workload is less and people can choose which one interests them more. And with that, the workload per one work support of the treasury team would also be reduced. The goal of this is to, on one hand, make the positions more attractive to the sections, but also then if we have one person who is like an expert in this topic, to have better, that the treasury team can support the sections more, because we have like experts in our team, or like to be experts. And so, long story short, I want to give to you the support that I have received when I was in the treasurer community as local treasurer, and I want to bring you ideas into the national level or into the national board and develop ESN Switzerland further. And I want to increase the assets of ESN Switzerland, not only financial, and well, personal growth is also a topic here, and in general, I just want to inspire people. Yeah, thank you.
I open the speakers list. Julian, ESN Switzerland first, and Dana.
Julian, ESN Switzerland. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, we often struggle to already recruit in the BFC team, and do you have any plans on how you want to have a second partnership manager, how to recruit them?
So my idea is to have either different ones in the sense of one partnership manager is, let's say, more in charge of getting financial support, like in the sense of some partners, for example, like insurance or something, where we get more like a contract thing, and the other one could be more for products, like in-kind support. Yeah, that's the idea, and well, I hope that with restructuring the partnership manager position, that people can find something that they have interest for, like they can feel that, okay, this is what I'm interested in.
Sorry to interrupt, but I propose to close the speakers list. Any proposals? Anybody else? Okay, after Gora, it's closed. Also,
I'm ESN Switzerland. I have the similar question as Julian. So I just want to understand, when you say two partnership managers, you mean one that would be doing more sponsoring and the other one more partnership, actually? That's what you mean?
Yeah, basically. More or less, that's what I mean. But also, maybe having some other tasks split it or just adjusted. Yeah.
Advisory Council, thanks a lot for your candidacy. You mentioned wanting to explore new funds and grants options. That's really nice. So far, we've had mostly institutional ones with OFAS, Rodez, and the main ones. What would be overall your approach with that? And it's a task that would take a lot of time.
mean, so if I had a team that would want to support me in that task, then I would, of course, take the support. But if not, I would just have, like, of course, a lot of research, because I feel like research is almost the most important part here. And then just literally just go through them, call them, just tell them how amazing we are, and then hope that my negotiation skills are good enough and we get some money.
Reactions? No. Then it's Axel, after that Arno.
Axel, National Board, so thank you very much, Leonie, for your application. I'm very happy to see it. I have a question about the international gift reimbursement, or how we want to vision it. Because since in an hour we tripled the amount of people applying and we cannot accept everyone, and we had to adapt the budget to it, and we moved it to 100 francs maximum instead of just reimbursing everything. And so I wanted just to know how you might think you want to make it evolve in the future.
So that's what actually one part I would put into where I put the grants with national events. So if I manage to receive more grants and we can invest them into national events, we can also invest them for international guests at our international guests at our national events. Like, yeah.
After Arno, it's Katrin.
Arno is in Switzerland. So it's a reaction to what you have said in the candidates blog. So you mentioned making the ESN card manager more attractive. So I was wondering how you were planning to achieve that.
So yeah, it's a very, let's say, dry position, and I would like to have the ESN card manager maybe be more more included into the community, so that there could be some change of picture, change of view, just of having this dry position, but then having maybe some tasks in the community, or just being more included into the community to have some, not spice, but just some action.
Okay, it's Katrin, then after that Tony. What? Could have been. This one? Please read the candidate grant documents that I sent today earlier. We move to the next question with Tommy.
There was a second part of the question.
Okay, I'll just read it from the archive. Catherine, yes, in Germany, have you already researched specific grants that you could potentially apply for, or there are the ideas on how to receive financial support if grants don't work?
I did not understand the question, I'm sorry.
Have you?
I have a question. Can I please read it myself?
Yeah.
Thanks. Catherine is in Germany. Second part of the question, since the first one is answered wherever. What are the other ideas on how, like in case no grants, do you have any other ideas on how to receive financial support if grants don't work, or how to optimize the budget? Thank you.
So my, like I have mentioned a little bit before, that I would also maybe approach bigger companies like insurances or mobile companies, and if we can't get a deal, maybe we could get somehow some kind of sponsorship, and yeah, that's like the two, like if grants at like private organizations, etc. don't work, I would also look into that for sponsorship.
Okay. Any comments? Okay, then it's Tommy, after that Laura.
Hello? Yes, okay. Domi, yes, in Switzerland, you partially answered it already, but like if you manage to get more grants and financial support, what would you envision spending that money on? Kind of the issue of having to spend money.
Okay, what?
We kind of have the issue of having to spend the money, because otherwise we won't get the grants again, so how would you want to spend all that money that we get?
Yeah, thank you. So my vision is actually to make the national assemblies, like to maybe put more money here. So the section that is organizing it, or also for, let's say, the NEC, National Ratungsgrenz, that people, that the sections have to carry less of the finances, or the participants have lower fees to make our events more attractive to the ESNers, or in considering National Erasmus Games to the students.
Comments? No? Then Laura?
Laura, HR Manager, ESN International. We saw earlier in the presentation about the budget that not all the money that we actually offer towards the sections is used. I don't mean regarding the reimbursement for travel expenses for events, I mean all the other things actually. So how do you plan on like promoting these financial options towards the Swiss network?
So maybe it sounds very basic, but I just imagine I just want to promote it to the treasurers and maybe also the event managers, because most of the time it's also event managers making budgets for their local events, so that they can also know, okay, there's this thing called brand applications, to know that the event managers maybe can do even more, even if it's not in the budget of the local section, as they can apply for the grant. So basically approaching the treasurers, but also the event managers in this case.
Okay, the questions are done. I call the next candidate, Daniel Carancia, for his presentation. Thank you very much for your
Hi again. So, for those that don't know me, I'm Daniel, and I'm applying for project manager again. So, who am I? So, like I said, I'm Daniel Carancia. I'm 28 years old. I'm becoming really old, and I'm from Carouge, Geneva. My parents are Portuguese. I just got the nationality, the Swiss nationality last June. And I'm the current project manager of ESN Switzerland. Like you can see, I love to hug people, and to hold national assemblies. Our mascot in Geneva, Jean-Miguel, I love him very much, and to represent Switzerland in international events. But outside of ESN, who am I? I'm actually a biological psychologist, and I have a master's in neuroscience. And at the moment I'm doing a PhD in between both of them. And I teach to Bachelor to her, actually, to Bachelor and Master students. And whenever I have some time, some free time, I like to play Pokemon and collect cards. In ESN, what is my journey? I had started back then after my mobility in February 2020. Best moment to start with COVID. So as an active member, and I became the cultural event manager. I created the position of project manager in Geneva, and then vice president, president, and at the moment I'm advisory council there. And in ESN Switzerland, I've been health and well-being officer, and then I stepped up as project manager last year, and I'm here applying. Come back. I'm here applying to it again for a second mandate. And on these pictures you can see on the left when I was vice president with the team of vice presidents and the ALOA section manager. And you can see that all these people actually did a lot since then. All have been or are at the moment national boards. And then all my life around actually Europe as a project manager. Outside ESN, I also have been active. When I was in Erasmus, I was actually not Erasmus, when I was in mobility in SEMP. I was active in a student association, and in Geneva I was active in the psychological association. You can see me talk to a lot of people over there. I've been president over there for 2 years also, and I've held big projects for more than 40,000 francs, focused on mental health. That was called My Mind, My Priority. And all this was the past. What about the present and the future? The biggest question I've asked myself before deciding to reply is, why? Why would I reply? And it is a result of a long process of thinking, should I not, do I understand actually the position? And I think the main element that made me decide is that I think last year when I applied, I wasn't maybe understanding the position the best way. And I don't know if actually the network is understanding the position the best way. And that's why I want to kind of shift things on the task of the NB member in the project and causes team, because we have many positions that are actually the real project managers along the causes, our officers, and we need actually someone that sums up their work and explain their work. And that's why I'm offering for the next mandate to actually shift the position to a management position and think about long-term initiatives. The position is not like the other ones. When we arrive, we have kind of nothing besides National Erasmus Games. So we have to recreate. It's a strength. It gives us a lot of creativity, but it's also very frightening for the next ones. So in my idea, it would be nice to have a bit of longer-term initiatives, some things that can last over a mandate, so that the new ones don't come in something that is all to rebuild. And finally, we are kind of lacking, based on the tree strategy from 2022-2025, lacking international partnerships. And as NB, I think we are in a good position to reach out to the other countries and to create things. A second big topic is actually the tree strategy. You've seen during the morning the big changes we are proposing for the next 3 years. So I think one thing that could be very good is to have the person that is proposing the changes to actually set the ground for them. And so having a first year setting the ground of the different elements would be something that will make the next years more sustainable. Finally, one of the big elements that I felt from this first half, a bit more than first half of the mandate, is that the project and causes team lacks a lot of contact with the local level. We try to reach out, Tommy reached out a lot, but we need to find ways to actually promote what we do, to get the sections to actually know what we do, and that should be the work of the one that is managing the things. There is a new framework of ESN. We have already talked about it a bit in the tree strategy. I think we need someone to actually get the things in the international and translate it to the Swiss reality. And finally, continue to work with the training and development officer to strengthen the knowledge we have on our values as ESN. And that's it for me.
All right. Thank you. Please ignore this. I should do something real quick. Can you just focus on the questions for now then?
We don't see that.
Should be that side.
Nice. Can someone give the mic to Valerie?
You can read it.
Valerie, ESN Ukraine, which thing from the previous mandate would you like to change? Hi, Daniel from ESN Switzerland. Actually, the main point I was explaining, the fact that we were expecting before this year, we had way less board supports because people didn't apply to the positions. So the project manager was actually had to do the projects. And this year it shifted. We got 4 people out of 5 applying for board supports, and so the board member can actually let them do the thing, do the cooking, do the projects, and it freed some time for actually project manager to communicate about what is being done. That is, I think, the main problem, because we just explain what we are doing when we come to the national events. It's 3 or 5 times a year with the community weekends, and we don't get the contact. And I think people should know. And in my idea, maybe a monthly report of what I've been doing in the last month. We also try to engage with the event management community, being even more present there. All these key aspects, I think we need them to change that about the current position.
Okay. HR manager is an international. We are currently in the transition of a new committee on the international level, the social impact team, to the so-called activities community. And the activities community is, they are starting and they will need a bit of time until all the projects that they're taking over will be under their umbrella, let's say. But do you envision how you would see the involvement or the connection with this committee for the project and courses team?
Thank you for the question, Nora. Actually, I've been very proactive in that because, I attend a lot of the training and training and activities, community. When I saw that the different positions were opening in Acticom, I actually thought about becoming one of the heads of the teams of the SSI event. And
the call is still open, by the way.
Yes, the call is still open. So it will depend what you know. It's still open. You extended the deadline?
No.
Okay, so
sorry to interrupt, but I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone disagree? No?
Yes, over there.
Okay, after you we close.
No. After you ask someone else.
Yes. So finishing what I was saying, so I think I would maybe apply as a member of the SSI to keep on track on what it's doing, and most of the work will be to actually make the guidelines for the SSI events, and we need them in Switzerland, so I think there's a bridge to make.
Okay. Then it's today Zurich, after that Julian, ESN Switzerland. And I ask again, are there any opposition to closing the speakers list? I see no reactions, and I close the speakers list.
Julia, ESN Zurich. As for all the other candidates, well done for the candidacy, it's very cool. And I also find very cool the fact that in ESN Switzerland you don't have the definition of a position within the standing orders, which makes it possible for you to change it as something, I don't know, maybe for everyone is normal. From the other end I come from, it's not the case, so you don't have that flexibility. So I wanted to know a bit more about the role that you intend to create.
Thank you. The idea is not like a full new role, it's just adapting the task description. They exist, but they are not like that binding for the year you are voted for. Yes, I think the main elements will be the ones that are already said, to remove the part of being the principal actor in building, in writing a project and in conducting it, to being the one managing and reporting to the sections.
Julian, ESN Switzerland. So, as you will redefine kind of the project manager position, how do you see your involvement with the training and activities community on the international level? Do you think it should still be technically you the responsible, or do you prefer delegating this to your support structures that will be more concretely working on stuff?
Thank you for the question. It may be a bias because I like it a lot to be part of the training and activities community. I tried to actually bring people with me to the events so that they also get the knowledge. And one of my works will also be to get the knowledge and to share it with the board support positions. For instance, John came with me to Prague, Tommy was with me in Porto. Yes, you were there also, but you are not in my team. So empower them to maybe have one of them become the next project manager, because it's also important to think on after, but still be maybe the main point of contact, and maybe you'll see tomorrow to develop updates all the calls, international calls, I was participating in, and main person to speak from Switzerland.
Okay, then after that it's Arno is in Switzerland and Mary is in Switzerland.
Hello, Arno is in Switzerland. Thank you a lot for inviting me to PTC. Your application, I think, is also super nice in the evolution that you had in the vision of the position. My question is quite funny actually, because I think right now in ESN in general, like beyond the national level, we are discussing the causes and how we can go beyond the causes, because we realize that they are maybe sometimes too restricting, or that they do not reflect anymore our work in ESN. So I was wondering, what do you think about the causes?
Thank you for the question. It's actually something we had a whole session on that during training and activities community, because the international level was kind of having this idea of the causes are feeding up the people, like we don't care that much on the causes, and the thing is, when they asked the question, it wasn't the case. The answer was no, we care about that, because it gives us some kind of framework to work within. And I do think that, for me, it's something that have to stay, and actually, I wouldn't change at the moment the support positions at all, because each one of them is linked to a cause, and for me it's very important to have someone that keeps thinking about that. But the idea that was set, I think 6 years ago when the causes appeared, or maybe even more, of every event should reflect every cause, always, it's for me not feasible at all, but we should still think of our events of how can it create impact, and maybe can this impact be translated in a word of one of the causes, or more than one. I think it should be more than one, but definitely not reach for the 6 hours.
Okay, Mary, then after that Miguel.
Hi, I'm Mary from ESN Switzerland. Thank you so much for your amazing presentation and for trying again. As a person who supported me as VP this Monday already tremendously, love you for that. It really wondered to me how you, as project manager, would act with potentially not having a president and vice president in the foreseeable future.
Thank you. Yes, please apply. We need it. But yes, overall, it's. I will go a bit with what Domi said. It's frightening to not have someone clearly already motivated. And we also know that people are motivated and maybe not able to, which is also a pity sometimes. But I think we are maybe, if everyone that is applying gets re-elected, for the ones that are trying to get re-elected, we do have, I think, some quite good structure, like knowledge within the next board to keep things up. We would still rely on you for the transition, at least for some time, even legally, I think, we would still need you. But I think we can do it for some time, and that the people reapplying are quite aware of what you two positions do, and that we could cover a bit from something.
Mary is in Switzerland. I'm so sorry. That doesn't really answer my question. My question was more like specific tasks. Maybe the involvement in organizing the national events, or involvement with the different stakeholders. Where do you see your personal?
So personally, we already talked about training and activities community. That is something I'm related to, so definitely getting in touch with the net and the TDO person. This part, I think, it's more on my role to take over, like if you have to split tasks. Stakeholders really helping the person that will be education officer, mostly also with the language, because we speak different languages in Switzerland. But I think these parts of the role can be taken on.
Miguel?
So, Miguel is in Luzern. As you mentioned more strategic long-term initiatives, do they have any specific projects or initiatives in mind?
Thank you. So one of the first ones are the potentially new project of having a career fair linked to the skills and employability domain. So this is something that can be created and then has to be stabilized if it's a success. And so it will be a new event to kind of control over the years. That's the first step. But also something more related to training, and mostly if we are able to create something with other countries, with other NOs, this also has to be stabilized and become a long-term project. I would go on these type of projects to have a long term, still to keep part of the task description like open for creativity for the next ones, but to have some elements that are more long term.
Okay. If there's nothing anymore, I would like to then go to the next item in the agenda, which would be okay. Sorry for kind of ended abruptly, but it's Meet Your Family time, and these are the families. I think somebody sent some screenshots before, so please all families try to find a place where you can kind of be on your own and talk and not disturb each other. I would really appreciate if my family, Shakespeare, would come here around the faucet and the table, so that would be amazing. And we come back in, let's say 2:50. 50! 50!
No, 3:50.
Wait. Sorry, I miscalculated. At 3:15, yes.
But the procedure, we have to look at it again because it's not the correct procedure. Should we go for a second just outside?
Okay. Are you that's I think we want to discuss something.
I think it's. I don't know.
Michelangelo. Shakespeare. Where's Shakespeare? I love Shakespeare.
All families are meeting in one spot.
Okay. Am I supposed to like coordinate this?
Yes.
I didn't know that was a thing. Like I saw that my name was in bold.
And you thought I must be the least important person in this team.
But I didn't know he was a team leader. That didn't happen to me last time.
So Barbu, what do we do? Babu, leader. Where's our program?
Michelangelo?
Shakespeare, no, Shakespeare's
You're not here.
Not here.
Is anyone else Michelangelo? Michelangelo, we're meeting in the front like everyone else, but we're more in the middle.
If only there would be more rooms.
We found you. We were lost.
Oh, we were lost without food either.
Okay. Should we go somewhere? I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
I have no idea. They're leaving. No clue. Babu, they're leaving. It's just an organization.
Now we want the ride.
Where's Hudson? Where's who? His family. We are his family. Does anybody know what
Yeah, bananas.
You can stay here if you want. Our plans. Okay, stay on the stairs.
We can't mess with her. She already.
Oh, you have, okay, that's fine. Like, people can share the thing with the colors. But we need water.
But you can also like take out the pots first.
That's what I meant to say. No. This is part of this person. Yes, we're gonna, I have an amazing idea. We're gonna go in a circle and say our name in the section. In a position. So I'm Barbu, I'm the president of ESN Basel. This is not too bad.
I'm allowed Zurich. I'm not there. It's in the southwest. No,
We do like an AA meeting where we say, I'm Barbu. We can also say a fun fact about ourselves. I don't have any ideas about this. But you know, we like share a fun fact about yourself.
I can share a fun fact about
Yes.
you.
What's a fun fact about me?
You went to America for free to present a work you did, and you won 300 francs.
Wow.
500
And
francs.
I presented in front of the chief economist of the Biden administration.
Exactly. That was a pretty fun fact.
Are we supposed to say something back or flex?
Yeah.
Well, I was flexing for him, I'm not saying this. I was trying to hype up my name. Wait.
The kangaroo one.
Okay, I almost got beaten up by a kangaroo.
I became treasurer of an organization internationally.
Wow.
it.
Where did
I don't know where
where did my family go?
It's your turn now. Your shoe size, everything. Position, number.
Just chat a bit, discuss about the year. It's making time.
Okay, I am Tommy. I'm on the national level. I'm board support, and my position is environmental sustainability officer. I guess a fun fact. Some of you might not know that I'm Finnish, and I was last weekend I was as a national guest in the Finnish Army. From here.
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm a member in and the fun fact about me is I once got lost in my own bed. Like, it was in the middle of the night, it was super dark. I woke up, I wanted to go to the toilet. I couldn't find the door.
Other thing up there.
And I was just sitting there. It's not that big. It's the whole room. There's like a bed, a desk, and a door. So I couldn't find my bed. And I kept behind me to like walls. Furniture. Yeah, it was like 10 years ago.
Where's your phone?
We had a problem with that site.
What's
We were because it's ESN Geneva, but actually we are supposed to say ESN Geneva. Like on the license, if you don't have to know it's very
Bei den Qualitäten
Also ihr hättet ein Händchen, ihr wollten dann beim nächsten Mal mehr mitmachen. Oder wie habt ihr das verstanden? Weil Arne mich das gerade gefragt hat, was dann rot gemacht zu werden muss.
Und welches Event geht das? Welches Event geht das?
Es ist Candidate Section.
Was wäre für ein Event?
Es ist Candidate Sections.
Ja.
So your Candidate Section.
Machst
Und es, ja, ich hab schon das.
Ja, das kannst du eben. Machst du nur das rot, das und streichst es durch. Und dann passt das. Super.
How far away is it from there?
already physically attractive, it's beautiful, and by far, like with a distance from us.
Can also draw turtle shells.
Yeah, or we draw pictures.
Do one thing on the front and one on the back, right? Yeah. This is 8-3. Yes.
I kind of feel like the universe is going to look like very interesting.
We sure want to do it there. Like, are we going to like start?
Yeah, I don't think it's especially if it's even raining. Is it going to be raining? Because you don't want to be walking out the
So you cannot wear like a jacket.
Yeah.
Maybe you can do it.
Just
It's just that you do it outside and not in the body, because there's not going to be a lot of space.
Yeah, that's what I'm like afraid of, like there not being space unless they don't like that big thing.
It looks unlikely to.
What people offer to be particle and resources. I'm gonna put some gear on it, like some the splash of cost.
If our costumes are surviving more than an hour, I'm impressed.
But we have lots of replacements.
Yeah, 500.
Everyone
That's
has
a
a
smile
smile.
in robots.
With the QR code, play with you.
Yeah.
fact.
Oh no, come here and tell us some fun
I bet
facts.
you have a great fun fact for us.
Yeah. Are you in a family?
Yeah, but I need to set some technical stuff up. I don't know what fun fact to tell you. Tell me a topic and I'll think of stuff like that.
Craziest ESN story.
Oh, 2019 trade rally. Yeah. Okay. It was 2019 trade rally. Weathers are now, we were referred. Me with two groups from Luzern and whoever was from ESN will go back then. We were like, you know, let's get some drink on the train. We got on the train. And the ass back up. Fuck it, let's party. And we danced and made the train shake from one all the way to Luzern.
That's it.
I mean, they're probably know. Like that's the Swiss one. I think some crazy shit from the other. I know.
Yes, so you've heard.
Okay, so Dutch MA.
Oh.
And apparently, like, some people went to the bathroom at night, so this is gonna get worse. If you get easily close your ears. And apparently, some people went to shower in the morning, then they turned out the light was period blood all over the walls. Somebody had period sex and, like, they had and shit.
I wish that first was specific evidence was the first story that's I heard, but I heard it from it. Yeah, like that. That's like a good
How do you like see the blood and go?
I have no idea, but people do crazy shit. There's crazy people in this. Have you heard of the lemon suka scandal?
The what?
Oh, this is gonna get juicy. So basically, ESN Italy had like kind of a game going on to see like who could sleep with the most people, and they had a whole point system. Like if it was like
the point system.
Yeah, kind of the point system.
It was a different point system.
Yeah, they had a whole website with a ramp list and shit. It was
It still exists.
it sometimes they turn it off sometimes, so I think they only turn it on for EGM. No. But back then apparently
They have a leaderboard.
Yeah, they have a leaderboard.
But how do they know that?
God knows.
I believe it's you do form submissions and you have to submit you either have to have at least a Portugal's adaptation of Lemon Suku, which no longer exists, which is a shortening of and that's how it works. We have the forms and we either have to have evidence or testimony. Well, we have to.
You have scrutinizers.
Of course, you have scrutinizers.
Two people have to give their testimony, but then they come back to see what's true. They just decide to do it like together.
Oh my god. Yeah. Yes, that was crazy, man. I played around. I think it probably came down.
Like, I always read these crazy stories and then even like always like 10 people sitting in a circle being like, oh, I think it was virginity.
I mean, stuff like that also goes on there. Not all of them can be handled.
I was escalating it as well.
Okay.
No, I was just like, stop and making sure that.
Also,
Stella party, and it sounds as dirty and as like stupid, but as wild as you can imagine. So basically, we use cover. We have multiple partnerships and other partnerships that we have with a big bar, like a wine bar, and so we would cover from head to toe the thing with like plastic, and then clean up
Well, I'm looking at it. You know, we are on very limited time. You're gonna have to cut off a lot of this. Yeah, well, we are on very limited time.
It is 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
5 minutes. Yeah, we're gonna be fast.
I hope so.
Video is 1 minute.
Let's see if it will work. Because, okay, wait. I need to take this and send it to Sora.
But can you present it directly on camera?
Give me a moment. I have a solution. No.
I honestly, to be honest with you, I don't know. Like, I think it doesn't reflect to me one, so I because it's in my generation. But I don't think that's where every single day we live. So I know that some of those people actually went to maybe
That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, it's this laptop. So
Yeah, but I will just do this. So
Tell the people to settle.
All right, people, settle down, please, as fast as possible. We also have a fun order if you want it. This bag? This bag. welcome everyone. Alright, I call Isite Chiara Intercatto to present her candidacy. The floor is yours. Wait, let me give you a mic.
I wait at the seat or?
Test.
Maybe I wait at the seat.
Just let me know when you have a scroll up.
Yeah, thank you. I will do next. Okay, thank you very much. I'm waiting at everybody. No, I wait that everybody sits. Okay, I'll start. Hello, I'm Iside. I'm going to apply for another year as AO, Education and Youth Officer. Next, please.
You can use the presentation.
No, it's a PDF.
It's a video, it's all of them.
So about me, next. Since my path will become a little bit like Santiago Compostela one, I had to split my personal life and ESN. So this is my personal life. I was born and raised in Catania, Sicily. So basically, the seat in the slope of the tallest active volcano. Fun fact about my place is that you can ski on the active volcano, watching the sea, and I really recommend to visit it because it's amazing. I finished to sponsor my city, I sponsor myself now. I was a semi-professional tennis player when I was a teenage. And then after high school, I moved to Lugano, Switzerland, 2016. Don't do the math for my age because I will not mention. And I graduated in the Bachelor of Economics and Management and then in the Master of Management in Informatics, in which I did also an exchange at TUM in Munich. I then work as a business process analyst, and then I'm working as IO in SUPSI, the university, but I quit and I will end in May 2025. And as this nice old lady, I'm going to do a new master, so I'm coming back to the student life. And yeah, you can go next. Like, I will be quick. The most important things about this slide that I'm a huge dog person. And I love cooking Italian food. Also for the listeners. Next. Okay, so going a little bit more about my experience in ESN, I joined in 2019. Again, please don't do the math about my age. And then I've been local president. I also joined, and then at the same time I was president in the national level. I was the national event manager. And then I joined the national board as project manager. And I switched and focused on the cause of education and become the education youth officer last year. And now I'm also applying again for the second mandate. The next slide. So this is a little bit also about my experience in ESN. I'm really proud to say I never skipped in the last 4 years any community weekend NNA. And also I was involved in different projects. I was the vice delegation leader for EGM Sevilla last year. I tackled the first mobility in school in Ticino, organized the conference of Movements in Lugano, and different projects in this year, I would say. And they say that if you are really long in ESN, you become a dinosaur. That's why. Great dinosaur. That's me, basically. Yes. So ESN for me means a lot. And this year it's like a family. I meet so many wonderful people, and I cannot just say how much I'm thankful about that. So I really want to keep giving to ESN what I also already did in the past. Next, please. Sorry, I didn't want to do more than much. So the first year as AU, So, in the last month, it was more about the understanding of the role itself, because it's also challenging to understand this type of role. Try to also, with the SWEC team, to the library sessions and workshops. We also work on projects and collaborate with our stakeholders, and yeah, that's what, to sum up. I want to focus more on the future. Next, please. So last 6 months, I also put some. I really spent more time to put all these pictures than actually prepare the presentation. But yes, this is what happened in the last 6 months. We attend different events dedicated to the education, but also to the national and international level. I've been to the EIE, Toulouse. Sorry, I hope that is this. I still don't know. And Bovetza Connects, the web in Edinburgh, and Common Brussels as well, and the national events. The next, please. Sorry, future plans. Next. It's a bit complicated with scrolling, but yeah. So, why am I applying for another mandate? I believe this role really benefit to have a 2 years mandate, because the first is really to understand and planning and of course work on the education area, but the second year is like where the implementation comes. I will have also more availability because I will come to the best life, the student life. And also, as I'm working as IRO, I could see a different viewpoint of education, and I want to bring this experience into my role, and finally leave the role fully as ESNers and not as IRO. And also I would like to implement the project on education that I was, we were working on. Next, please. Yes, I still have a lot of passion, dedication, and love to ESN and general education. I think it's the most important course we have in ESN. Next. So for the future, I got 3 main points. I will go through them, and in the next one, I'll talk about the first one. The next slide, please. So the first is enhancing education at different levels. This is like more connected to the local levels itself. I really like that the section will tackle this course deeper, because I think it's still not something that is implemented, and with the work of the project team it will be really important also to give the resources and the instruments to the section, and support of course on education projects. Institutional engagement, I could see the viewpoint in the ASIO, and as I said before, I would like to bring this experience and put as a positive for ESN and the sections. And a project that is really in my heart is the mobility in school. Is something that I want to tackle, and not just with few examples, but more in the long term, more sustainable, meaning that it's more a project that we focus also in the different years. And also because I feel like this project is really important for the people. I would have loved when I was in other student level, for example in high school, to know also the opportunity of mobility. And when I tackled the first mobility school in Ticino, I really felt that we could make an impact also to people at different age on the mobility. Next one. So the second point is reinforcing collaboration with institutions. So we keep to engage with our stakeholders, work with the same targets and goals, and of course represent ESN in the events around the education like EAE, to make sure that ESN collaborate with the stakeholders, but also is a key voice in the education. Next one. Another point also mentioned in my application is that it's important to have a strong SWAC team because we have different stakeholders, we have different language area in Switzerland, and so it's important also that we could represent ESN in these different aspects. And that's why I would like to open again the position of the two local the LOs in institutional both political, and to make sure that we can work in education in the different focus area. In the next one, so each year I do this this slide, so there is like each month and it's something that I would like to reach. So first the local board, then the national level, then the national board, and then in the next slide, with your votes, I would like to do also a second mandate, and I always find fascinating that we have a cow drinking in a helicopter, because I think the life should be also take a little bit with a smile. That's why I want to also to add something funny in my presentation, but I want to point that this second year for me will be to continue to commit to this cause, ESN, and to keep growing. Thank you very much.
So now we open the speakers list. First is Arnaud, then after that is Mary. Daniel, can you please pass the mic? That's fine.
Arnaud is in Switzerland. First of all, thank you a lot for the application. It's kind of sad because we've been applying together for the past 2 years, and it's the first time we're not together at the same time. My question is regarding marketing schools. So in the past, the last, let's say, event that we had regarding marketing schools was in Mendrisio, I think, so like in Ticino. How do you plan on developing that project outside of the beautiful canton of Ticino?
Yes, thank you for the question. I don't have to say the name right now. So, as I said, the mobility school is a really important project for me, and what I will do is, together with the help of the future SWAC team, is to try to cover the different areas. So try to really connect to the local sections, because first I would like to understand which section will be also interested to work on these projects. And after that, to do a planning of which institution we could cover, because this will also help to, to include also students with different, also farther area. And so for me, first stage is contact the sections, understand who wants to collaborate with us, and in case if area is not really covered, we will try also to get the information on which institution we could as ESN Switzerland cover for this project.
Okay, Mary ESN Switzerland, then Dana Advisory Council after that.
Mary is in Switzerland. ECD, thank you so much for applying again. It's so lovely to see your dedication. I'm so happy. So my question is, after experiencing the role side professionally, what would you say is the most important takeaway from the time that you would take into your mandate now?
Thank you for the question, Mary. I would say one key thing is how actually IO see ESN, because sometimes we always see from ESN perspective, but sometimes we don't have also the idea what IO thinks about the ESN itself. I think we have so much space to show to them that we are really stakeholders for them. So I would say more like sharing to the section my perspective, my experience in the IO, and to help them also to work more effectively with the IOs.
Alright, any reactions? Also, I would like to request if we could close the speakers list. Are there any disagreements? I see no reactions. Then speakers list is closed. Next is Dana, then after that Domi, ESN Switzerland.
Hey Dana, Professor Council, really glad to see you again applying in education. It's cool, you're right. And one question that I would have is regarding Erasmus+. Since we have entered in after years of efforts closer to rejoining, and now it's mostly due in 2027, how do you plan to adapt ESN Switzerland's advocacy efforts to help us really conduct the program, and if it happens, give us the best tools to implement it. Also with your experience as IRO.
Thank you, Dana, for the questions. Actually, yes, it's a really important point because also in our 3-year strategy, we will get in the period from 25 to 28. So, meaning that since we see the association by 2027, we will be already in our strategy. I would say now is also the time to see a little bit more in the long term. What does it mean for ESN Switzerland when we will join again? And I would say that it's like more about informative to the section, what is going to happen. And as all IRO, because I'm going to finish in May, I believe like it's a lot of change also for Movexia and the IROs themselves. So also it's important that we are informed and we are aware of what is going to happen. So it's like, let's say, understand more the status quo in 2 years, what will be, and give this information to the network.
Comments? No? The next is Domi, after that, Laura.
Domi, ESN Switzerland. So first of all, thank you so much for your application. I'm very much looking forward to hopefully both of us being elected. So yeah, just a question from my side. How do you plan on collaborating with communication on all the projects that you mentioned? And advocacy, I think, is a very big part. Do you have some sort of plan already, or how would you see that?
Thank you very much for the question, Domi. Like before, this work team has also another position that was connected to the communication link, and now we have a team that is dedicated to that. So we'll start with that I think this is important also on LinkedIn to keep, sharing the project on education. For more related to the collaboration with you itself, I say that each program, for example, the mobility in school, or for example, the Movexia campaigns that they do each year, it's really important we collaborate so that I can give the information about these projects. And try also, of course, to share and inform also, for example, our stakeholders. I think it will be important also to do communication together.
Laura, HR Manager ESN International. If I remember your presentation last year, this was actually a question that was asked you because back then your German was not that good, let's say. And the majority of the meetings are happening in German and French. How did you work with this, or how did you manage with this year? And do you think you need to improve something for the next year?
Thank you, Laura, for the question. I will answer with 2 sides. So for my personal things, I actually in the job of IRO had to attend all the meetings in German/French, and I have to say that I was happy that I could understand everything. So my plan is also to keep improving my German. And also, I would say answering more on the SWEP team, it was not a problem because in the SWEP team we had all the 3 languages, so we could split, let's say, the meetings in the different areas. For example, the German ones we were more Arnaud and now Darius, of course. And then for the French it was more a great team. So I think that's why I want to have a really strong SWEP team, because we should cover all the language. Hopefully also something Italian one day, so I will be there. I'm optimistic with that, but yes, I think with the team and improving of our skill we can, as we did this year, it's not a problem also for the future.
then I'll know.
Julian is in Zurich, so you said you learned a lot during the first Monday, and you would like to do what you learned for the second Monday. So what are the main things that you learned and you would like to keep applying again? Once again, congratulations for the application.
Thank you, Julia. Thanks for the questions. I would say the first mandate with the different difficulties, it was also a year to prepare myself and understand a little bit fully the role. My predecessor, had let's say the same view of the role, so having more an implementation during the second mandate. That's why even if we work on the project during last year, what I want to do is really focus on something more implemented, like the project itself. And what I learned is, for sure, understand a little bit the stakeholders and the important things that we had last year.
Alright. Any comments? No.
I'm living in Switzerland, so it is like, I don't say like it might happen that there is no president, maybe for a bit of time. So my question is, since we are both working together quite tightly and we're splitting a few things in the education topics, how you're planning to tackle education topics if there were not going to have any president elect?
Thank you for the question. Really said that we are not going to work until we get together. I would say that this next month will be really important also to have knowledge transfer between me and you, that you can share to me all the part that you focus on the education part. So I'm sure that even if we will not have a president in the short term, we can cover all the education topics. And also I feel like having already 1 year in my last year experience is going to help this, because a new person will have more problems not having a person to guide on the education topics.
While we're getting things technically ready, can Aline and Hamza please come up to the front row? Thank you for your patience. The first two, so if this is your first NA and you don't know how joint candidacies work, so basically each candidate presents separately, then they have a joint questions round. So first is Aline, you may have the floor.
May I have a mic? Yes.
Okay, hello again. I was asked to keep it short, so I'll try my best. Alright, so who am I? I'm Edina, I'm a Dutch girl. One day I chose to pack my bags and go to Switzerland. Then accidentally I ended up joining ESN Bern because of a miscommunication with ESN Bern. Or it was a less great recruiting skills, I don't know for sure. So about me, my job, I work, like I have a degree in medical imaging and radiotherapy. On the daily, I work very closely with cancer patients. I always try to offer them support and comfort during one of the toughest times in their life. And I know it's challenging, but I'm very passionate about it, and I want to make them feel seen and cared for. And I feel like as a delegation leader, I could do the same. I was actually not expecting to join ESN because actually, while I was in ESN as a member, I was never a student, so that's quite an interesting thing to do during that time, but I am actually really involved. I have been LR from almost from the start that I started in ESN. I have been so motivated, and I just really love doing anything that I've been doing now in ESN. Okay, so I started out at ESN in February 2023. Then in the summer there were a few roles that weren't being filled up, and there were some people in stress, and then during our last meeting I was like, alright guys, I can do it, it will be fine. I didn't know anything about local representatives, and it's to most of the people I think the most vague role to be described. So I was like, okay, let's just do it. And yeah, then I started, and it was like I fell in love. I really love being a local representative. That's why I also have been doing now my second mandate as local representative. During my time as local representative, I have been attending 5 NAs, 1 EGM, 1 GA, 2 WEBs, 3 community weekends, and I have been to a National Assembly in the Netherlands. I have been to Epic Tale in the Czech Republic, and I have been to Spree Break in Berlin. Then, because I think it's a nice way to show at which events I have been, I was thinking let's show you pictures of all the events I've been. So I will do this very quickly. I think 50% of you guys should be in these pictures as well. Alright. So, why am I running for NR? So, I just really want to take my passion for ESN National. I'm really ready to represent Switzerland. I would really love to strengthen communication. As you saw with the amendment of this morning, I want to make everything as great as possible to get that bridge between local, national, and international. I want to support LRs effectively. Every LR that gets started has no freaking clue what they have to do. They are so confused, and I just want I see some hands. And I just want to make sure that everyone feels well in their role, that they will love it as much as me. And so I want to make it manageable and a lot of fun. And another very important part is I love traveling, I love discovering cultures and networking, and yeah, being NR, that would be a great way to see just a bit more of the world. What makes me the best candidate? Like I said before, I have quite some international experience. I've attended a lot of ESN events. Some events are a bit more necessary than others. Some other events I just did because I wanted to, because I wanted to see even more, get a great network. So one of the things is as well knowledge. I have been, I'm now in my second mandate. I would say that I am always quite up to date with the information. I also feel like because I have been communicating very well with the current NR, that we would do a great transition. Like with communication, I have been doing for 2 years now already. There are quite some complex, informative parts of being LR that you need to explain to your section, to other people, and I always try to make sure to make it interactive, make it easy, keep it just low-key, and I feel like it would be a great way to also help the LRs that way, to keep everything nice, keep it just take out the complexity and make it just a very nice role for them. Then my energy, I am very passionate when I get into something, there is no stopping me. I really love what I'm doing, and I volunteer because I really love this. I think if this would be a job, I would definitely take it, but yes, we just gotta do it with what we have. But yeah, so I'm very proactive, and yeah, I'm always ready to take action. My 3-part action plan, I want to give a little disclaimer here, because I have these actions and I really like them, but I also want to say, as an NR, I feel like you will definitely know how to be an NR at the moment that you're actually the NR. You have your communication with your board, and I want to make clear I am very open to feedback, I'm open to discussions, and I think that at the moment that you're really doing your role, you will know the best what you want to do, how to improve things the best, and yeah. But so for me, like now, the most important things that I could see from the vision of an LR, I would say I would like to strengthen communication. So I would like to give some more information, more on time about consultations. I would like to give certain templates, give more possibilities that people can get their information easier. I would like to make the LR role more manageable. Also, I would really like to be like a very big support for the delegations. Like I want to make sure that I'm not only the delegation leader and I make sure that everyone is doing what they're doing, but I also want to make sure that they are feeling well while they're doing it. So things that are very important to me is clear timelines. I want to make sure to people that they, even with the regular job of an LR, that they will know what they can expect, that they can see, okay, so these things are to come up, I should have at these times of my life the time to plan beforehand so I know that I'm ready. Then I want to have a centralized info hub. I'm open to any applications, like I won't say an official application right now, but I think it would be important that people can, instead of searching through messages and through emails, that they can also have a direct access to a place where they can find their information directly. Then the early engagement, I would like to involve sections, not only with the votes that we are doing, but I want to involve them also with like discussions that have been happening, also on events that not directly matter to them, but in the end it will end up with votes, with amendments, with documents that will be important to them, because in this way, if I will let them know on time, they can already create that opinion that maybe if we would do a GA consultation, that they would be too busy in their lives at that moment and they wouldn't be able to take the time to mull it over. Okay, I think it's basically already said a bit, but so I would like to make a small how to LR guide, so that the beginners that are starting as LR, that they will have a little template, like a little guide, just to see, okay, so these are the things that I'm actually doing. So it's not that vague idea anymore of a role, but they actually will know, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Then I would like to make some ready-to-use templates for the people who are just a bit short on time, who still want to do a good job as the LR, and that they will still be able to do that. Then with the community meetings, I would like to make sure that we have the meetings very on time, so that the onboarding of the LRs will always be very timely, and that people will know what they're doing. And peer support, like I want to make sure that the people who are doing their second mandate or third mandate, that they can actually help out the persons who are in the first mandate. That was it.
As you can see, I'll be looking drunk, but I'm not actually drunk because I don't drink actually. And my name is Hamza Omaya, and this is my application for the NR, and I'm told to be just a chill guy. So, moving on, who am I? I grew up all over in Pakistan because my father was in the forces, so I had to move around the country. And I studied business in Pakistan as a bachelor, and when I came to Switzerland, I studied in Basel, Uni Basel, and I studied business and economics. I'm a party animal without the party, so just an animal. I'm officially the sober guy driving you home, so again, I pointed it out. So my secret talent would ESN experience is I joined ESN Basel in October 23, and I joined as an active member, and within that mandate I became the HR, and it was a great experience, and then I ended up being the LR. I'm currently the LR for ESN Basel. I've been to 4 NAs, plus one that I went to Latvia and Samantha. Other than that, I've been to 3 community weekends, and I'm gonna go to EGM Ancona in April. And this is all of the pictures in a way to show this was Latvia. I was representing Switzerland over there. This is my section. This is a picture with them. Julia, the reason I joined ESN, by the way. This is again Latvia, and if anyone is from Estonia or something, they would understand the EES. My president, Baru. You can see Louise in the corner as well. Always, and this is the beautiful night of train rally with some other friends, and Mary and Martina, and amazing picture of when I died because of the game. Anyways, moving on to the serious topic now. My motivation, it's literally seeing all of the national board and how they work out their lives, and how they go about their lives and still manage to make a big difference, and still you can see it yourself how many people are here, and they're running a great organization, and they're helping the students and helping the people. So yeah, I would like to point out Axel as well, because at first I did abstain on one of his thingies because I didn't know him back then. So, but now I know Axel and he works crazy. So it would be an honor to continue this. So that would be my motivation as well. I wanted to step up, honestly. I want to represent Switzerland on an international level because I feel like I can do it. And I like to get my hands dirty. And come on, guys. And yes, meeting people, meeting international people, going abroad. Like, I went to Latvia, I met a lot of good people. So it's all about the networking and how you are to each other, and that's how you grow as a society as well. So that's my motivation. Moving on, plans for potential candidacy. Okay. Of course, it would be hard to carry Axel's life, but I would love to do it. Honestly, I would have a great work ethic to continue it. Having an even closer bond to the LR's community, running it smoothly with the SM. Basically, my plan was to visit with the section manager to visit different sections and see how the LRs are in person, so I can actually see how they go about in their meetings, so I can understand what the problems are there. And of course, it can be very hectic. It's a tough situation for an NR because he has to do a lot. It's hard to move around, but I'm willing to do that because again, Elena pointed out as well, because LRs mostly don't know much of the stuff and they cannot handle what's going on within their section. So I would love to see what's going on in every section. Then strengthening and formalizing the university collaboration with the local sections for stronger collaborations, again, like Movetia, all of that. They need to be better in touch with their own organization, so it can be easier for them to get more money, get more exchange students, and it gets easier for them. Social footprint. I feel like ESN Switzerland can have an amazing and a better representation on internet. I feel like that would even give a better image to the people that are looking forward to coming to Switzerland for say, or they're looking at it as an organization and they want to see how we go about as an organization. So that would be amazing. And I would love to, of course, represent ESN Switzerland at its best, because all of the good people that I know is because of ESN Switzerland. Anyways. My vision. So my vision is empowering international students in Switzerland through a strong innovative and inclusive ESN experience that bridges between the Swiss-European mobility, fosters student engagement, and strengthening international collaboration. Also, having a strong-footed and sturdy position as an NO internationally, which is very important. And if you have that, then you can have better stand as an international NO with other NOs, and that's very important as a NR of a country. Why am I a good fit? I have a very annoying habit of staying within the rules. I hate it when people break rules. I know, right, it's boring, but if you're not doing what you're supposed to do, I would be mad. Which means that I would love to do what is asked, and I would like to do it within time, and I wouldn't go about it anywhere else. I don't have a stage fright. Hello. So, I mean, if there is any kind of representation that needs to be done on any of the international events or wherever I'm taking a delegation, I would never shy from representing ESN Switzerland ever. Again, big thing. As a team player, you have to be a team player to run an organization. If you're not playing with your team, you're not getting anywhere. There's going to be a lot of bickering, there's going to be a lot of backbiting, so I would say sorry. There's going to be a lot of backbiting, so it would be lovely to work with the team. I know there's not going to be a president and a VP for now, or let's see in the in the near future, but without a team, you cannot get anywhere, and it would be an honor to work with a great team, and I just love doing it as a team. Also, I understand the role, commitment, and dedication. I'm ready for the hard work.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I called to close the speakers list because there's 22 questions and we didn't even open it yet. Alright, go ahead.
Teamwork. That's all, folks. Thanks. Please ask questions as you wish to for your better understanding, and I'd suggest before questioning, do check the Slack. If your question was already answered or not, of course I'll still answer, but to save time, why not? And all the best of it, man. That's all.
Thank you for your presentation. So, just one note, guys, please stop liking questions because it screws up with the order. And first question goes to Agat, then second to Hans. Be concise in your questions. Try to do it in one sentence if possible.
And answers. Yeah.
And answers.
I guess he's in Geneva. Really considering your feedback on NA1 Geneva, how confident are you about your communication and diplomacy skills for this one?
I would like to say this has been partially questioned and answered on Slack, but I will go into the specific thing then. But so I would like to say that there is a very different way I would behave as me, just as the person, and how I would behave as the NR. I am a very good way in splitting like a personality for a diplomatic role and just for being myself. I could say about the NA situation itself, I would say maybe I could have been a bit more diplomatic, I could have been a bit more politically correct, but I do think that these feedback rounds are there for a reason and that it's important to give feedback. Yes.
I can tell you your presentation was shitty, like you couldn't be diplomatic, you know, and it's still...
Name and section, and please take the microphones.
Excuse me, so I got this in Geneva. Your feedback was like that, and that's what we meant. I mean in Geneva. When I asked you that question, it's not what you're supposed to say. That's it. So there are feedbacks, there have been many feedback. We took many constructive comments that just the way you said it at that moment, for us it was not politically correct at all.
So, like I said before, I said that it was not very politically correct, and so that I could have done that differently. And like I said, I was there as myself, and maybe I should have thought it over a bit more. However, I do think like the feedback, maybe in a wrong way said, but I do think the feedback was useful information.
Any comments? I would like to attempt to close the speakers list. Any disagreements? All right, next attempt after this question. So next would be Hannes, ESN Winterthur, then Julia, ESN Zurich. After that, I will highlight Hannes' question.
Hi, Hannes, ESN Winterthur, and thank you for both your presentations as my LR colleagues at the moment. I just wanted to ask quickly, how would the outcome of the voting affect your future work at ESN for both of the possible outcomes and your relationship to each other?
Should I answer first?
Yeah. It's for both of you, so.
Okay. So I honestly don't think it will make a difference at all. Like I think we are both quite happy to both be candidating, and like I will be happy for either of us to get the role.
Honestly, same thoughts, but as an addition to what my thoughts would be is, again, I just never had a bad interaction in any way, so respect is all I have. Other than that, whoever wins or loses, I guess that's all.
All right, thank you. Any comments? Okay, next is Julia and Zurich, then after that is Dana Advisory Council. We will attempt to close the speakers list. Any disagreements? Okay. Oh no. Julia's question is how many?
Yeah, no worries. So Julia is in Zurich. To both of you, in most NOs, the NR role is being cancelled. And I was wondering what you thought about this.
Procedural. It's censored and slapped. Next. Dana AC, then after that, let's go with Laura Franke.
Dana Advisory Council. Again, another question on Erasmus Plus. We heard before Axel mentioned that one of the important topics at the GA was the fact that there are some projects, like programs of ESN International, that are kind of not really inclusive of countries not in the program. What do you plan to do about that, both of you?
Honestly, if I win, I'll see what Axel has been doing over time as well, and what he has gathered from all of that, and then go about it. It would be too early to actually, like, for me at least, to give what can be done to be a part of Erasmus Plus or any other thing that he's been trying to do, and that is my answer to that.
I think that in ESN, even if you look outside of Erasmus Plus itself directly, that there are quite a lot of great collaborations that you can still make the NO section part of of ESN without directly involving that specific program. So I think that of course you can keep on trying staying in a discussion and adding yourself to the program, but I think you can also just make sure to get included in different collaborations that you still feel like you're completely part of ESN.
Any comments on this question? Then it's Laura Franke. Chronologically, after that I will put the Balid, and we attempt to close the speakers list again. Is there any disagreements? I see no reactions, and we close the speakers list.
Laura, German ESN International. In the past, ESN Switzerland has been very critical in the network. This is not just the last years, this is actually something that we have been doing longer than I'm actually in this network, and I'm really a dinosaur by now. So how do you plan on, how do you want to continue this? Because it's not always a comfortable position we are in, but it's a very important one in the network.
I think at this moment it's especially very important because we are kind of at a risk of extinction. So I would just try my best, especially also with discussions will we stay, won't we stay, what are we necessary for? I think it will be very important to dare tell okay, so we have so much influence on certain topics that we can really not be missed, and I think that might be now the most important thing, to show how important we actually are, and that it's not something that can be taken over by a different role.
Alright, ESN International, with extinction you mean the role of the national representatives, correct? Just to clarify, okay.
Yeah, as Elena said, it's getting extinct, but the critical approach to it is I would be critical as well if I'm a part of it, and if I want to do this job, obviously I want it to make approachable for the next mandate for other people to apply for it as well. So I feel like even though it might be going extinct, it depends how you carry it within your within your country, and I feel like, to me at least, NR is a very important part of ESN Switzerland. That's what I would say.
Comments? No. Then now it's Valid. After that it's Valeri, ESN Ukraine.
Walid, ESN EFL. So thank you both for your presentation. So could you both, I guess, give what you consider being the main strength, the main quality, you could say, of the other? Please?
Just one?
The main, let's say the main one.
I just say one. Okay. I feel like Elena is very hardworking, and she is very smart for what she's studying. And come on, guys, I'm not minutes. I'm saying, she is smart. Not everyone can do what she's studying. Yeah. So
that's what I
I respect you for studying that. That's all.
Just to clarify the scope a little bit, I meant just for the NR position in general, the main quality for the position.
Oh, for that? Okay.
You can go for that. Or here right now as well. Yeah, just.
Alright, I would like to say I think that you would go well with anyone you work with, and that you have a very good social nice habit to work along with anyone and to get things done.
Thank you. I'd say you would have a very ethical manner of doing your work, and very periodical, and I think you would be very up to date with what's going on, and would have more knowledge about the stuff. That's what I would say.
Okay, any comments? Next is Valerie, ESN Ukraine, and then after that is Jade, ESN Basel.
Valerie, ESN Ukraine. So that could happen that after a lot of J consultation, something changed really quickly at J, and all consultations which you held are not valid anymore. So what would you do in such situation? What you would decide in such situation?
So it's a bit depending on how last minute it is. However, we should keep in mind that the consultation we do with the LRs, it doesn't mean that what they tell is, like what they give us as the most votes is what we are voting. So it wouldn't make our, like their votes demanding to us. However, if we would have some time, I would directly contact them through whatever, for example, Telegram or whatever way we would like to use. And then I will see if they have opinions. If it's shorter in time, I will make sure to talk about it with the delegation that is actually there. I will discuss it, maybe even with the board, and then we will make a direct choice.
Just to clarify, what do you mean so quickly? Like days, hours, minutes? Okay, and just was just trying to get what you meant. If it's too quickly, of course, with the given hand, as Lina said, what we can decide on our own is our own decision, and at the end of the day, what the sections decide is something else. But given hand, what we get from within the time period that you're telling, we could ask from the LRs, and we can communicate with them, and as fast as they can react to it, that's how we can go about it. There's no other way to it. And at the end of the day, it's basically the national decision to go about for something. So I don't think it's gonna matter too much.
Any comments? No? Then it's Jade, after that is Frank, FIV.
Hi, I'm Jade from ESN Basel. Sorry for wasting everybody's time. Hamza, what is your secret talent?
Frank, FIV is next, then after that it's Maxime, EPFL.
Which question am I supposed to ask because I did two?
I highlighted it.
Okay, good. Okay, Lina, questions for you. You've not been a student in the Swiss education system so far. I don't know about your future. But how does this affect your ability to represent ESN Switzerland as representative, both international and national?
So, as I have noticed now, like for example, I haven't been a student, however, at ESN Bern, I have been in very close direct contact with the university, and I do know how things go between sections and universities. However, on the other side, I would also like to say that as national representative, of course, you're in direct contact with universities' collaborations, but I don't think this role is the most important role to be a student at a university.
Comments? All good? Okay. Then it's Maxime, EPFL. After that, Arno, ESN Switzerland.
Okay, Maxime, ESN BFL. So we know your strengths, and coming out with this typical interview question. So what would you consider your main weaknesses? No, one weakness. What's your main weakness, and are you working on it, or how do you plan to work on it, like to
I'd say my weakness is pleasing people, and if let's suppose you don't, as an LR, I ask you to, or like my vice NR, I ask you to do something, and if you're not able to do it and you give me an excuse which is a valid one, So I think I'd be doing your job instead of, like, not your job, but in a way, like, I would be doing it happily just because I know the other person is not feeling well, or anything to make the other person feel better, I do it. And I'm not working on it. Yeah, I'm working for them, but I'm not working on it.
Okay, so about me, so I think we, like my biggest weakness has already been discussed. I do think I'm quite a direct person. I think it's also sometimes a culture difference, but I know that it's sometimes a difficulty, and I work actively on it, and honestly I also act different when I'm actually in a role as important as national representative. Like, that makes a very big difference for me. For example, at my job, I would also never be as direct as I'm normally at a random ESN event or with my friends. It makes a very different idea for me how I behave and how I work.
Okay, comment from Matteo.
You mentioned your
name and section.
Matteo, ESN Zurich. You mentioned that you are not as direct in a professional environment than how you are sometimes elsewhere. What do you mean by this directness, and what changes?
So often with directness is that I might say something a little bit unfiltered. However, you can also say something like directly without it being unfiltered. You can think about how this person can perceive this, and so if I would be in this professional setting, if I would think that still discussing something or feedback or anything in that direction, I would still try to do that, but I would make sure that this person would feel comfortable, and that I will just phrase it mostly coming from my side, that it's not that this person won't feel attacked or offended, but that I make it in a good and nice way.
And is this something that you want to change from now, or have you already been changing it since a while?
So I would say I've been changing it for a while already, but I would say that mostly I use it only at my job. But like I would, like obviously if I would get this role, I would use it there as well, and I know that it goes really well at my job.
So are you saying that you have not been doing it so far in an ESN setting?
I would say that normally when I'm at an ESN setting, I am more myself. Maybe that's wrong from my side, but I don't feel that much that I'm literally representing my section at the moment when I'm at an NA, for example. So I could have done it, but and there are of course always conflicts that can happen between people, but I think that it's a very different kind of way how you're acting and how you're being.
Procedural. Can we have the candidates enter in this microphone, so can we have the other one to go here faster? Daniel, yes, and
Make it work. Right.
Hello, this is Luzern. So my question is regarding community meetings. So I would like to know if you would like to organize Council of Local Representative community meetings, and if yes, what would be, in your opinion, the perfect community meeting for your local representatives? It's there now.
You want to go first, or should I?
You can, you're the
Throw
mic.
I mean, of course, the point of CLR meeting is to actually understand how to understand the other LRs and where they come from and how their sections are going about it. And I feel like a perfect CLR meeting would be, of course, with the perfect amount of content of workshops. The last CLR meeting that I attended with Axel, and it was in Luzern actually, and it was honestly one of the best CLR meetings I've been to, or a community weekend in a way, if you want to call it that way as well, because it was quite informative. And I would like to carry on how he did it, or how his team did it as well. A bit difference is I would like make is like change the venue, change the different activities. But I think the content was very spot on, and especially as a LR, you need to know how to talk to your IRO. And that was taught very much in depth. So I think, like, if there's anything else, probably something about GA consultation would be added. Other than that, I don't think I would be willing to change anything about it. Thank you.
I'm a bit short. Okay, I think I can be heard now. Alright, so for me, a community meeting, I think it's like I really have been loving the community meetings until now. I think it's great. I think it would be very important to keep the how to LR part in it, like even if you have people from a first mandate, second mandate, the third mandate, I think it's incredibly important to show everyone what is there to do, how do I do it, where can I find it, and how do I get into the role that I'm actually starting now, because I think that's the hardest part of it. However, I think I would like to make things a bit more interactive. I'm a bit kind of a out of the box person with workshop sessions. I like to keep people active when doing it. Some people have less concentration than other people. I would like to do it a bit more active, keep things going, keep some socializing in between. I think it's also very, very important to get like a very close network of LRs, that there is good networking, and that we just make the NR and the board supports and the LRs not just a community, but that we actually just work together as a whole ESN Switzerland.
After this it's Katrin, then after that is Sandrine.
Katrin is in Germany, so Frederick was mentioned. I also did read the blog post where it was said, honestly, the file that you sent for this digital international guest is absolutely not credible. Anyhow, regarding Frederick, so because the Swiss engagement was a bit low last year, how do you envision, and I also did read what you replied, how do you envision presenting Frederick to ESN Swiss so that people actually want to take part, and have you talked to anyone from Germany regarding that?
Alright, for Spree Break, so I have been to Spree Break 2 years ago. However, it was really hard to convince my section to actually like start doing anything with Spree Break. There are a lot of chances of getting bankrupt, because you have to pay tickets before you can actually sell them, and it's just very risky. I would maybe like to see with the treasurer of ESN Switzerland, maybe we can come up with a plan that we buy as ESN Switzerland maybe the tickets, and then see that instead of buying tickets per section, that you can just find participants as ESN Switzerland and then go as a delegation. So there is a bit more, how do you call it, like guidance for the people going to the Spree Break, that they will feel a bit more insured, and that there will be no risks for loss of money in the sections.
Thank you for the question. I feel like Spree Break is a great event. But the problem could be that Switzerland might have a different time period of like the semester starting with respect to Germany. So that affects as well. people have classes at that time of the period, so they usually don't have the... You want to say something?
Yes, one of my questions. Because in blog post you both say that you want to continue collaboration because it's great and amazing. So my question is not about which problems this has, but like how do you usually improvement of the tools?
Like...
My question was, like, I understand that you can have problems and everything, but you both in the blog post mentioned that it makes an idea will last forever if we want to continue. So I'm asking, like, how do you envision the promotion to the sections?
Of course, through the normal channels, and of course, we would ask, since it's a collaboration, you would have rather amazing videos of it. So it would be rather better to show them a pictorial or a video image of how the sweep break goes. And of course, it would be rather better to give them a heads up from before, so it can easily be better for their itinerary. And again, if they again, as I said, Speed Break is an amazing event, and if people are willing, they'd go. The only problem that I see is, which I have already told you, other than that, in collaboration, I don't feel like there's gonna be any problem. And I just told you that, like, with video evidences and different ways to show people how it's amazing, I think that's how it can be easily communicated. I don't feel like there, at least to me, there can be any other way to be presented to the Erasmi or any other person who's trying to go there.
Okay, after this it's Sandrine, then Axel.
So just to get back to it, because that was said, it was only said as a problem. So the reason I said it, I actually think there is already quite some nice promotion in ESN Switzerland. Most people hear about it when there's free break. Of course, I could tell the LRs more properly to also promote it in their own sections during the meetings. But what I meant before with making it more part of a ESN Switzerland delegation than making it per section is that I think the participation right now is low because of that risk, and so I would heighten that participation by taking away the risk. Yes.
Okay. Sandrine,
ESN Switzerland. So on your presentation there was a lot of sentences, and as NR you will have to go straight to the point too. So my question is, how would you define the NR position in 3 words? So each one of you says.
Thank you for the question. Hardworking, resilient, and time. It asks you time. It asks for time. That's all.
Delegation, network, and community.
Comments?
Yeah, me. Okay. I meant to add teamwork, by the way.
Alright, after this is Axel. Then after Axel, it's Catherine again.
Axel, yes, I'm Suzanne. So thank you very much for your application. I'm very happy to see two motivated people that wants to continue my legacy, let's say. So as a Switzerland, we very often have some unpopular opinions, and we don't go in the same way as most of the network. And so it's very important to be able to defend some unpopular opinion. So I wanted you, that's why I asked you the question yesterday, to both of you, if you can share one of the unpopular opinion you have and defend it for 30 seconds.
I feel like Erasmus students have more privileges than the normal students studying in the same university. And I mean, it's very obvious, if they have an ESN card, they can easily go to an event for like special prizes. They have different trips, train rallies. Like, other people can join that too, but then again, it's not cost effective for them. So that's my unpopular opinion, that the normal students, if you take me, if I was not in ESN or an Erasmus, I would feel like they don't have enough room to enjoy as much as Erasmus people do.
So a lot of people have the opinion that the LR is not an important role and that it actually has no need to be in the boards of the section. I would say I completely don't agree with that. I think that most of the times when there's a missing LR for example, a semester, that is like less communication, less knowledge transfer, and I think it's a very important role of the board, and I would never put it as board support or even a project in the section.
Comments? Okay, then we continue with Katrin. After that is Arno, ESN Switzerland.
Katrin is in Germany. So you both mentioned training event. Well, it was mentioned the training event with staff, and it's really great that you want to support the initiative and that you want to follow it. However, we all understand when we're planning and we're saying about our planning mandate, we realize that it actually doesn't work like this in the moment. But how do you think, how feasible is it actually, given all the workload and time consumption that you're going to have, how feasible is it to get the progress in training event for your mandate, during your mandate?
Do you want to go first?
I was wondering, is it kind of ask and answer?
You can ask her, like you can confirm what she's asking for.
So I think it's a little bit asked and answered on Slack, but I can answer. So basically, I think that it would be a great opportunity, of course. If I would start out as NR, I would first take time to get into my role and get things going the way they are. I think new projects for me would be like a bit on the back burner before I'm actually doing the job. And then if I would be into the role, I would be interested in trying it out. However, I do know that a lot of people, a lot of volunteers, they already have so much they have to do. And I would have to find out first if with promoting and with talking about it, if people would be actually interested in it, because traveling costs a lot of time and money.
Yeah, I feel like my daily schedule isn't that demanding because I work in the night, and I don't work every day. But I'm doing my master's, but I don't feel like it's like easy work. I'd say, yeah, that's all. Literally, easy work.
All right, comments? No. Then we go with our no. Then after that, it's Domi. I'll highlight it. Just give me a moment.
I'm in Switzerland. I don't mean to put gasoline on my own gasoline, but you did not ask a lot of questions to the other candidates that presented just before, and also in the candidates book, you did not ask any question to the other candidates. I was wondering just why. That's it.
No idea. Never thought about it. Like, I mean, I just like no reason at all. I mean, if I was voting for her, like if I had to make a decision from my section, then I would ask her. Oh, from the other candidates, the one that were presented. Sorry. I mean, honestly, my main, the one question that was the main concern was President and VP not being present, and usually that was mostly covered in every other candidacy. So I think that would have been my only concern. That again, as I said, without a team you can't work, and that would have been how they go about it.
So I hope I'm not influencing any votes, so if so, just grab the minutes, I guess. But for the applicants that are here this NA, I am actually very positive. I actually believe in them, and what they said, I really like. I think it's great, and I didn't really have any questions because I felt like they already presented themselves so good. And so I think if I would be already in a national board, I would maybe know a little bit more still about how to work together, what to expect. Maybe then I would have questions, but now I am actually just very positive about them, and they told me everything in their beautiful presentations already.
Alright, Domi, then Laura.
Domi, ESN Switzerland. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, Hamza, but being that you're a very chill guy, we all have quite a few pictures of you sleeping during national and international events. How do you plan on handling that being NR?
If anyone doesn't know, like, I'm just talking about the events that are happening right for today, if you must say. I'm fasting today, so I'm kind of low on energy. So
Name and section, please raise your hand when you react.
So, I mean, chill is just like my reaction to everyone. I'm respectful to everyone. I wouldn't talk bad. Again, no one's seen me angry over here, and you would never. But if I need to get my work done, I would be up your, you know the word. Yeah, but again, chill is just like I don't know. I just don't bother about most of the stuff that is happening around me. But if something is very important and it's important to run something and it's affecting my team, I would not be chill. I would be more than that.
Alright, comments? No. Then Laura Franca, after that Axel.
Laura, HR Manager at ESN International. In the past, we had a couple of times the situation that in the sections the LR position was not filled. So I want to know how you would make sure that the information that you pass on through the LR position usually will still be passed on into the section. Thank you.
In my section, I don't know if every section follows this or not. In my section, after every event, because as an LR, I'm going to usually most of the national events and local coordinator as a local coordinator as well. Other than that, the main information that I plan on forwarding them to is obviously through a draft. No other way, like I wouldn't be showing them pictures, oh guys, this is a presentation, you're the new LR, or blah blah blah. It would be just a written draft, a document, but then again, it would be just as Axel would do to me, like, you know, handing over his position. That would be my stance as well, like giving you the complete brief of what I was taught or what I learned through my whole LR. Yeah.
But what do you do if this position is not filled? Like, to whom do you go? Like, how do you make sure that the section still gets the information if there is no one in the LR position?
If I'm the NR.
If you are the NR and there's no LR in the section.
And you want me to do what?
How do you do your job, basically? How do you pass on the information that you would usually pass through the LR?
Of course, sorry about that, I didn't mean to. Yeah. So, of course, through the president, that would be my main approach. Or like the event manager, because they're usually taking up on the events that are taking place. And if there's not an LR, they would know about the events that would be taking place. So I would rather deal with them or just straight up with the president. That's all.
If I would be missing out on some LR from some different sections, I would, like, there are different things that you can be doing. So in general, for the community meetings, I would have the expectation of at least letting them send one person from their section to the community meeting. And I would actually see that as an opportunity, because a lot of the times someone in a section doesn't know anything about ESN until they get to an event. And I think maybe we could even convince someone how cool it is to be an LR, so you could get an addition to the team. On the other side, if it's more about GA consultations, the online meetings, just random information on the Telegram chat, if we are missing an LR, I will expect the section to put someone to take over getting the information. So there would be someone who needed to be added to the Telegram group chat. I would expect that at the GA consultation calls that they will at least send one person of the section to listen to the information, to join into the discussion, and that they can give the information back to the section.
Comments? No? Then next Axel, after that Katrin. I'll highlight it, just give me a moment.
Axel, ESN. So ESN is kind of a sandbox and you can try a lot of things and learn a lot on the way. So I was wondering, by working the position, what are the skills you want to learn through your 1 or 2 mandates?
Of course, on top of everything, public speaking skills. Secondly, teamwork, even enhance how you deal with different.
Guys, please be quiet.
No, sure. How you deal with different scenarios. This is a different dynamic. I've worked in corporate. This might be close to corporate, but it can be completely different as well. Because it's all volunteer work.
Can someone, sorry to interrupt, can somebody take over from me? I need to deal with something.
Venture need to take over. Who takes the meeting?
Yeah. And lastly, it would be how to represent entity. That's all. Thank you.
So honestly, to me, that's for both, right? Yeah. So to me, I honestly think there is incredibly much that I don't know yet about ESN Switzerland, about ESN International. There are so many things I don't know yet about collaboration, about different projects, about the happenings that are happening there. So there is so many things I could learn, I could use to make ESN Switzerland even better, to get the network going. And then in general, even with workshops and sessions, I could also learn how to be like a better, like how to personally develop myself, but also how to get better as the NR, as a local, like as just being an ESN, but also just as a person.
So procedure.
Maybe just a clarification.
Name and section, please.
Excellent. Just a clarification. In here, I was talking more about skills, not like ESN knowledge, but more like skills that you could use like further later in your life.
So based on that, I would say like there are like a lot of things you can learn. I think that are a lot of. I also really like that there are so many workshops on communication, how to work together, how to do team management, and I think that taking such a leadership role can really make yourself a better person, but also just better at leadership and how to work together and how to manage each other as a team.
Mary, ESN Switzerland, procedural question, or procedural comment. We've been doing this for an hour and we have 17 questions left. I think it's too very inhumane to continue. I propose to change the agenda, the coffee break in between, and then we go after the question round directly to the workshop.
Also about that, me and Sarah wanted to suggest that we do OC presentation for NA3, close an announcement, and then go to the workshop. But
yeah, then directly you can, finish it up and
finish
post announcement in between. So
yeah, when we finish workshop, then we can go hostel, whatever.
Yeah, we need to vote on it, but let's
Okay.
finish it.
Okay. So give me one.
Wait, but we have to finish this anyhow.
Okay, let's finish this question and then we can do with it.
Let's finish up this Q&A, then we can vote on it.
Let's finish this question.
Wait.
Let's finish this one question and then we'll discuss it.
The question is finished.
Is there any more comments? No. Okay, so sorry to kind of take charge abruptly like this, but this was our original proposal. We will add to this proposal that coffee break splits Q&A in half. And we vote on this whole package. Let's Q&A in half. Okay. Come on, people, give me. Okay. Oh my God. A coffee break, questions, continuation of question round, OC for NA3, closing announcements, then workshops.
But when would we do this coffee break now?
No.
Now.
Is the OC ready to have a coffee break? Can someone else please check that?
OC.
But it's there. Okay. We don't need to vote on something if it's not.
Also,
again at the end of
if you guys can see, I don't know if you guys can see the questions from your mobile devices. If there's a somewhat similar question, it will help us if you kind of push yours aside. If there's like something similar, otherwise then we'll continue as the way it is. Okay. Do all the sections have their voting devices? Alright. Coffee break, 15 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
We didn't do a quorum check, so we need to do a quorum check before.
Quorum check, do you think people should have asked their questions in Slack? Raise your voting devices for yes.
Yes.
Still no free boot?
Raise your voting devices for no. Raise your voting devices for no. Raise your voting devices for abstain. Raise your voting devices for abstain.
11 yes, 2 abstain, no.
But 11 yes, 2 abstains and no no's. We have quorum.
No, we are 30.
We are 30.
Freeborg is here, but he didn't.
We did a quorum.
But yeah, that's true. If we do a quorum check now, we can actually vote.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, to be honest, come on, it's just this vote. Let's not make this one.
Alright, come on. Let's do a quick one. So, do we vote on the agenda proposal packet of coffee break, Q&A continuation, OC of NA3, closing announcement, and workshop? Raise your voting devices for yes.
Awesome.
Did you know? 13 votes for yes. Raise your voting devices for no. Raise your voting devices for abstain. The 13 yeses, our agenda change package is confirmed. Let's take a break, people.
Yes, coffee.
5:05.
What is it?
4:49.
And I was trying to keep this presentation.
At least it shows on my phone.
In case you are on the left, how do you imagine your...
No, it's actually the same person here. Jay Hamza and it's actually the same question.
Okay. That one was wrong.
And I think, this one...
Which one? How would you...
Wait, no, don't put them away. Let me see.
It was the one that we did. We can go slowly down.
Because there was one that was quite similar.
I don't know.
Yeah, then we wanted to change the agenda because it was like Q&A. Yeah, it was just like because when you go out of the room and you come back, so you have to check it like everyone is here or not, like with the voting devices. So that's why we did it.
Here, this one. We can ask Arno if this covers.
For a while.
Does
Where is the second mic?
cover yours?
can remove mine. It's not the same, but I can remove it.
Where is the second mic? Any idea?
It should be around
enough questions.
It was so many questions.
The last one I want to ask, but I can remove the one before.
Let's deal. If you take two questions and then we will ask your last question.
No, leave it.
I think there was a bunch of similar classes either in Slack or somewhere else.
But it was not asked which positions they want to ask.
They said it was about if they aren't allowed there.
Actually, things that the local sections
Okay, no, because in the first minutes, like last year one, I checked, not last year, but like last in the and it was like.
Oh, it's actually good for the mics because mics are out of charge.
You can put just like 3 points.
Yeah.
Put this one as well if you don't mind.
Don't make it too.
For charge?
Yeah, let's just have it.
Where would you put it for charge?
It's back here.
Yeah, okay.
Because I took it out.
Ah, okay, from there. Okay.
This is going to be intense.
Oh my god, okay. Let's see. Coffee break, 16:51. Okay. 51. And it's 1 below. Announcements.
क्या समझौते हैं? शाबाश भी दे
We have to vote it.
अभी तो और है 17 को कम
Basically, I will announce it. I will explain.
शायद कम
But then we
किसी ने वापस किया अपने क्वेश्चन मैं तो 6 बजे तक खत्म नहीं होंगे
अच्छा यार मेरा रोजा खुल जाएगा
I will try out tomorrow.
Do we have to do quorum again?
Every time you leave the room and come back, and you have to vote on something, you have to do quorum.
I think the most difficult task is for
we need to vote again.
for what?
We will not do the workshops today.
Huh?
We will remove the workshops on the agenda today.
We have most of everyone.
Please be seated. Quick.
As the announcement.
Okay, if I can have your attention for it. As you know, we are very late, and I think all of you are very tired. So we discussed between the workshop holders, between the MV, between the OC, and we would like to propose to not hold the workshops today. I cannot assure you that the topics of today will be repeated tomorrow. We're going to look for some solution to maybe have one or two of them, or some will be in the community meetings of the specific communities, Ella, President, and so on. But yeah, we'll leave the mic back to the city, but we will propose this basically to remove the workshops from the agenda, meaning that we will now finish the NR candidacies, then have the presentation of the OC and then the closing statement.
Okay, so we need to do quorum again.
Yes.
Can my speaker please come?
Yes.
First, books,
Yes, you can do it now, but please do it within 1 second. So that we don't lose more time. I don't know where it is, but for that it doesn't actually matter.
Okay. Okay, sit down there. Okay. Quorum check. How are you tired?
You can do it.
Raise your voting devices for yes. Raise your voting devices for no. Raise your voting devices for abstain. And what's the count?
13 yes, 1 abstain.
The 13 yeses, 0 no's, and 1 abstain. We have quorum check, so we're now voting on the agenda change of not doing the workshops today. Raise your voting devices for yes. Raise your voting devices for no.
Wait, please.
Oh, sorry. Go back to raise your voting devices for yes. Sorry, I forgot. Okay. Raise your voting devices for no. Raise your voting devices for abstain. And the 40 yeses, 0 no's, and 0 abstains we changed the agenda, and now we continue with our Q&A. Wait, who was next? Let me check. It was Arno, followed by Jasper of ESN Amsterdam.
Arno is in Switzerland. So my question is kind of similar to the one I have asked a few other people before, but a national representative and the president work very closely together. The international affairs team, of course, but if you don't have the president, how are you planning to
So I hope there would be an interim, at least. That's what I hope for, especially if there's not going to be a VP, and I hope there's an interim for that as well. So yeah, if there's not an interim and until NA3 there's not going to be any candidacies or people who are applying for it, I think it would be just working with the other people and going over time. But I don't see it possible in a way without a president, unless there's statutes about that where you can go about it and be an acting president or something like that. But without a president, of course, it's going to be hard because the synergy with the president has to be very strong. And without a president, it may be hard. But then again, I hope there's someone who applies. And if, again, no one applies, I hope there's you for 6 months.
All right, so if there wouldn't be a president and vice president, of course, we would just have to try to see how we can divide the work. I would obviously first look at, okay, which roles are best meant for which roles. And so then I would see, okay, I'm already doing these things that are also a bit more to attached to what a president would be doing. I think I would just have to look at what would be a best fit for me and for the other people in my national board team, and together we get to a solution. Of course, it will be a very tough time, so I think it would be very important to, in the meantime, promote getting a vice president and promote getting a president, and make seen that it's not a solution forever, but that it's a temporary solution till we find a better one.
Okay, that's all. Then let's move with Jasper. After that, it's Laura Franke.
Jasper in Amsterdam. Quick question for both of you. How do you see the collaboration with the other countries in the web region and bonus points to be mentioned in the Dutch channel? Should I repeat?
Yeah.
Question for both of you. How do you see the collaboration with the other countries or the other NOs in the web region? Bonus points to be mentioned the Dutch national organization, but also seeing the web as a region is quite vocal on the international stage. How do you see that as Switzerland specifically?
My plan was to go to the last web that happened in Scotland. I couldn't for some reasons, but I feel like there was a great amount of people that went from Switzerland at least, and I wouldn't say anything about the Netherlands delegation, I'm sorry, I have no idea. Other than that, I feel like Switzerland has a very strong stance on where they stand, and they're always credited as a very strong and a rich region, so that's my thing. I'm sorry, I have nothing about Netherlands otherwise. She can have a better view because, don't feel.
Alright, so about web collaboration, so actually maybe a bit, this could be my unpopular opinion. So, actually what I've noticed at Web, GA, EGM, the web region sticks together a lot. And I think that's amazing, and I think that's really good. I would, however, also like to see the other regions sticking together a bit more. However, what I would like to see, for example, with the web as collaboration would be, what I have been missing in Switzerland is that, for example, I think in ESN Germany, you have some trips that you do outside of the country, and I haven't seen that much in ESN Switzerland. And so, for example, we have already been presented about yes trips quite often, and I know that the rep regions have been doing yes trips multiple times, for example, King's Day. And so I think it would be a great collaboration to do maybe a yes trip with a different NO.
A reaction by Daniel?
Yes, Daniel is in Switzerland. I think most of the decisions do not have been in doing trips outside of Switzerland is for sustainability reasons.
Mhm.
How do you see that happening as we stay?
Comment on the question.
Okay, I have also a comment, just to give a bit of background. Usually we get the less well-funded exchange students, at least from what I've seen in Luzern, so it's quite hard to sell them expensive event after expensive event. So if you have like one expensive event, you might pull at most 2 per semester.
Just procedural for Daniel, comment cannot be a question, and the speakers is disclosed. So it's scratched.
If there's no more comments, we would move with the next question.
Yes, an international HR manager. The first part of my question was actually already answered, but I would still like to ask you the second part. If you are not elected as NR, would you consider a board support position, and if yes, in which team?
If I'm not elected, I would consider president.
Why vote support? Go all in now.
So at this moment, I think I would really love to do NR, and if I'm not doing NR, there are quite some positions in my board in ESN Bern that needs to be filled, and then I would put some priority on my own section.
Okay. Then, if there's nothing about this, then we'll move with Catherine, then after that, Axel.
Responsibilities as ESN sections towards ESN International and all the other things that are happening on international level?
So I would say not very. So like, of course, I have seen my share of things during international events. I have attended different NA. I have seen the difference in sections, how they work. I've seen the structures, and I've seen how different NOs act. However, I do think that when I would become NR, that I would know way more, and I think it's just a very, a short time that you just have to learn a lot of things. So, yeah, I think that's just something that we don't get that much knowledge about as well, and I think I just need to try and get it as fast as I can.
With relation to ESN International and the structures, they're quite evident, you can know them, but the point about other stuff, it's quite premature to know about that unless you're a national representative or some other board member, because it's just too much this information you don't get on a daily basis unless you want to know about it, and then of course it has different deep pockets to it to understand it even more. So I would say it's still premature to know about it to the fully extent as Axel or someone else, but I think that's how Eline said it. I think I agree with her as well.
Okay, then Axel, after that Frank at HNV.
Axel, ESN Switzerland, so now I think it's my last question, and I got the same one last year actually as well. And this year I brought 2 topics to the international level at the locals and the GA basically. And so I wanted to know if already you had something in mind, but something you think is not fair, something you think you want to advocate for during the next year as NR.
As of right now, I attended the CLR as well, the community weekend. I didn't find anything that you brought up that was against my beliefs or that was making me feel okay, this is not how it should be done. But what I would add is, I told you, I would rather deal with the section manager much more actively than anyone else. But of course, working with others is important as well, but section managers will be better.
because as an LR myself, I know like the amount of people, like how active they are in applying for a national event. I've seen Vinti for the first time with 7 people this time, so yeah, Hannes did a great work, so that's what I'm saying. So it would be rather easier to understand how sections work and go on about it. So that would be something I would add.
So the topics I would want to bring to international level is, I think that there is quite some NO segregation. I don't know if I can explain that quite clearly, but I have seen, like maybe it's more in the regions, but I think sometimes it's a bit sad how the regions are stuck around each other, and I think there should be less segregating and that people should be discussing as well with the other regions. And also a thing that I would like to bring in is that I think maybe like that sometimes, how do you say this? I think it's a bit strict that they do the precedent is voting rule, and I would maybe like to go in discussion there about that.
Comments? No? Then we move with Frank, FNV. After that is Thibault, EPFL. No, Thibault Zurich, sorry. Oh, habits die hard.
Frank is an SHW. Hamza, you are quite approachable, and you also refer to yourself as chill, also in your last presentation. How does this affect delegating certain tasks to other people and maybe disciplining people in your team or in the national boards where you maybe cannot be this chill guy?
Yeah, so I think I kind of covered it before when I said when things needs to be done, I can be very different. And again, no one's seen me like that. And again, if you see me like that, I already have a very straight face even giving compliments. So trust me, when I ask you something, trust me, you will do it. So yeah, I think I'm very assertive, so I think I'll be able to lead a team, but always in a respectful way, never like go personal or anything. None of that.
Okay. Then next is Thibault.
Yeah, so it's Thibault, yes, in Switzerland, and yes, in CERN. So you mentioned in many events that you attended, but there's a difference between attending and actively participating in an event. It's quite important to actually participate in events. How do you assess your participation so far, and what would you do as an NR?
Honestly, when thinking of my own personality, I'm not able to attend without participation. I think I'm a quite proactive person. I always try to find out about different new situations, how to act with it. Every time that I'm talking with a different NO, I talk about their ways, how they're doing it, what things there are to change. So, like, I think in general, if there is any way to participate, I'm participating. Maybe more, like I would say, I would be participating too much than not enough.
Okay, next, if there's no more comments, it's Valery, ESN Ukraine, then Arno, ESN Switzerland after that.
Yeah, Valery, ESN Ukraine. So I'm going to miss part about an hour because it was answered in slide, but also ESN International only trying to remove national representatives as position, but also like local representatives in local sections. So because from their point of view, what I discussed with a lot of people, that they basically see this as a kind of bottleneck, and from experience, removing LR resulted in better involvement of local members international level, because it's not only one person right now who is like moving stuff to national level from local section, but all team local section is kind of discussing a lot of stuff with national board. So what is your point of view like for this question for Lara?
When I went to the NA in Latvia, Riga, and they were planning on taking NR out as well. At that point, I mean, that's what they told me. For LRs and NRs, my thought behind is, I don't think a section could work without it, because again, NR does completely different things as of a president or a VP, and you could still see like if Axel is an example, he's doing his stuff, and it's still too much for him. So I wouldn't say like it would be easier for anyone else if you take it out, because then you would have to deal with the countries or NOs on a different level, and I don't think it should go extinct at least for Switzerland. I wouldn't be in favor of that, either LRs or NRs. I mean, I don't know what statistics that you saw. Like, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm saying is I wouldn't be believing that. That's what I said. Because in Switzerland with LRs, because every event then the local coordination is done by them, the NAs are attended by them, all of the national events are attended by them. So it's like a specific position where you have to like be available for it. So that's my point of view.
So for me, about LRs and NRs in international position. So I would say like I don't think it would like be the end of the world if there wouldn't be LRs and NRs in international, because we have seen there are sections and they are still there, they are not gone. So it's not like it would be the end of the world. However, I do think NR, LRs are there for a reason, because we are all volunteers and we need to delegate our work. So every time you take away a role, that means that other people get more tasks, and that means that people can't go deeper into the work that they do. It will be a bit more surface level, and it will be a bit less thought about it. So if you have like a specific NR doing its job, and then you have the possibility to have these great collaborations, projects with other countries, NOs, with other committees, and I think if you have to do these tasks as an other role, as an addition to already what you're doing, I don't think you can do so many collaborations and projects. And so I think maybe it's not completely necessary, but I think if you have an NR and you have LRs, you get a way better quality of NO.
Okay, comments? No? Okay, then next question is Arno. After that is Naomi. Please keep your questions and answers concise. So.
Arno is in Switzerland. It's a question that comes every year, the national representative. It's about body countries. And I was wondering, what are your opinions about body countries for Switzerland?
So I honestly think like every network that you can have, and every I think it's networking is always great and it always helps you for the best. It's however also based on how much time you have and how many projects you can do at the same time. But I think like there is nothing bad about having body countries.
For me, but buddy countries may tend to be very advantageous for you. I mean, there's. I'm not saying like all the time we would need help from them or anything in that context, but I don't feel like I would be opposed to buddy countries. So that's my take.
Okay. Next, Tony. After that, JD ESN Puzzle. And then last question is Laura, ESN International.
Okay, Leonie is in Switzerland, here in the front. Not up there. So how do you imagine yourself yourself interacting with the new entity?
So at right now, I'm looking at the possible board members that there are to be had. I think I've known most of them for at least a year. I know their personalities well. I would know how to communicate with them, and I think till now it would be like a good group.
I feel like I'm on a very closer relation with the current national board, with all the people that I'm seeing right now, and the potential candidates that are applying as well. I feel like it's always a nice way to meet them, and we always have good conversations, and I don't think we have any grudges for each other. So even if there is at the end of the day, teamwork is what matters to me. So I think it would be easier for me to work with all of you.
Reaction by Leonie?
I might not have clarified enough. Like, I don't mean like personal, basically more like in the team working, team working based. Sorry.
Like I actually said maybe before, like I think, like of course we would have our standard national board meetings, and like at the beginning I would start out maybe just first getting into the job, like just getting to do how to be the NR, and then after sometimes when there would be like a bit more experience, I would want to try to collaborate with my other national board members and try to see what kind of options we would have and what cool projects we could start out at. But at the beginning, I think I would be at most focused at being a good NR at what I am, and I think it would be mostly with the president, if we have one, and otherwise just like of course with the standard meetings, always just working together, trying to get to the best results we can have.
Okay, no reactions. Then Jade, ESN.
Yes, go
ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's very self-explanatory that if you join a team, it takes you a while to sink in, of course. And knowing the people from before, it's easier to communicate with them as well. So it would be rather easy to have a better interaction with a stranger rather than the people you know. So I think it would take time to actually let it sink in, because I would also need to understand the dynamics of the team and the position like in depth. So I think in the longer run, at any meeting, like national board meeting, I don't think I would be busy enough to not join it. I will always be available for that, and I think my interaction would be very active and very available.
It's ESN. Basel, is she here?
For ESN Basel, I will read Jade's question for Hamza. How will you be able to balance uni work and NR with your current schedule? And how will you prioritize your role if you were to become an NR?
I already covered it. I work in the night and I'm doing my master's, and I plan on doing my thesis next year. So this whole year I'm not committed at all in terms of my professional or my domestic life. So that's about it.
Okay. And no. Then last question.
Congratulations to you, right? That's the last question. He is an international HR manager. So you have the 2 GAs each year that are planned, but in the last 2 years at least, we saw a lot of extraordinary MAs in the international level. This year already we had 2, and this is something we cannot predict beforehand, because yeah, it can happen that the IB is not full and we get a candidate and need to vote for this, or other things like Marcel actually explained earlier, the French version of a document is missing due to the law that we have about it. So a lot of things can happen while we have to have extraordinary names. That puts under the workload of ESN International, but also obviously of DNR and in the result of the LR. So what is your plan of consulting the sections in a situation of an extraordinary NA, and how do you want to handle this workload?
So in the case of many extraordinary GAs, I would generally try to handle the same way as the normal GA consultations. However, if we've also had sometimes with extraordinary GAs that it actually had been things that we had already discussed, that we already voted on together, and that we already knew opinions about, then I would mostly say these things will be voted on. We already discussed these. If there have been changes of mind, please fill out this form. So then I wouldn't put an extra meeting to give the LRs extra work. But however, if there is an extraordinary GA and it does have multiple topics that need to be discussed and where we need to think about and we need to have good votes to be given, then I would just handle it just the same way as a GA consultation call.
Yeah, so if we know that there's going to be an extraordinary GA, we have the information from quite like not that much, but then again we can always have consultation calls, and for that we can always set a premise about if there's an extraordinary GA that is going to take place, we can have an emergency kind of meeting before we finally discuss on it, and we present why we want to take this stance. So I think we can have a kind of a policy where if there's an extraordinary GA in place, we can always have a policy that we will discuss it way before. Like of course we would anyway, but I feel like if there's gonna be an extraordinary GA, it's you can just talk to your LRs and discuss how you want to go about it.
Reaction from outside.
I just want to clarify something because XYGA are exactly the same as the GA on the exact same timeline. So there is not going to be urgent things. You can just take it as it's a normal GA. The only problem is more like it usually happens during winter or summer where the hours are not there. Congratulations for your application. It's a long question, right? You deserve some applause.
Thank you everyone for your patience and also dealing with me. We will get ESN Vulcano's presentation ready technically, and you guys can come slowly to present your OC candidacy. And also for the OC, we would like to ask you that you kind of already think about what you need to announce today.
Okay. Because it's on Canva and I opened it, you just need to go to Canva.
Where is it? This?
Mm-hmm.
What is this?
Present full screen.
Come on.
Accept all photos.
It should be like that.
Okay. Let's see if the clicker is working. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
There's no
You have the phone?
Comcom. Where is Comcom?
And also,
Alright, guys, please be quiet.
So, hi everyone, we're doing one last candidacy for today. It is ESN Lugano for applying for the main tree. And it's going to be in June. It's Iside and I presenting. And yeah, we are introducing to you the Lakeside Serenade for NA3 Lugano. We're going to start with a short video and then we're going to go through the more technical details. So here is the video.
wait. No.
Okay, we'll try to do it again.
Put the mic next to it.
Put the mic up.
It's an internet issue. Pause. What?
Okay.
Maybe you can put this.
We can sing.
Okay. Video.
What do you mean by
Thanks to the communication team that did this, and also for the actors. And if this didn't convince you yet, we're gonna announce these more details. Starting from the heads of OC, we're gonna be 2 of us, and I'm so happy about this. I'm gonna co-head with Iside if you're gonna decide to come to Lugano for the next NA. And I'm just so happy about this because we collaborated already a lot in the past few years, and she's just so reliable, and it's also like super fun to work with her. And yeah, I just cannot wait to do this experience together, also because it's going to be the end of my mandate as president.
Okay. So I'm going to present to Daniele, our really lovely president of Lugano. He joined 2020. He already co-organized with other 2 NAs in Lugano, and I can speak in behalf of ESN Lugano. I cannot express how much he's the best president in Lugano ever.
Thank you, Iside. And maybe one important point is that Iside was already the head of MOC for DNA already in 2021 and 2023, so there is a lot of experience here.
Yeah, I'm old.
Didn't mean that, but okay. Now here we pointed out 3 of our biggest strengths, I think. The first one, I'm going to introduce this one, is our team. We are so proud about it. We just reached 40 members, which is the record for our section. And as you can see here is our board and board support. And then all our members, and we are all very, very motivated. Yeah, they're coming. And we're all very, very motivated for this opportunity to host DNA in our city and to show you this place and also to make you feel at home. So I'm going to give the mic to Iside for some more technical things.
Okay, getting a little bit more the details. So the accommodation will be Hotel and Hostel Montarina and Sagosa. They are really close to the Lugano station. So it will be easy for you when you arrive to leave the stuff and also when you leave. They also provide a Ticino pass, so you can get the transportation, even if Lugano is not so big, but it's nice also in case after the party you want to come back with the bus. And also they have a really beautiful view of Lugano. You can actually arrive to the venue by walk. It's just 20 minutes to 30 minutes, depends on which accommodation you are assigned. And the venue is our lovely, one of the 2 universities we are affiliated with USI. We already did all DNAs there last time. And nice things is 5 minutes by walk to the lake. So in case you want to have a small jump in the lake, you can do. I don't know if CP will approve this, but I think you can do during the day at a certain point. And yes, let's talk about some important things. Food. We take food really serious in Italy and Ticino, because we are most of us are Italians. So we will try to feed you with the best possible food, Italian food. So pasta, pizza, mandolino. We will provide with fresh croissant in the morning. Amazing focaccia for the coffee break. I mean, if you already been in Lugano last time, you know what I'm talking about. I guess you like the food. You didn't complain, at least. And yes, this is for the meals. We will provide the best as possible. Otherwise, we are a little bit incoherent. And yes, communication. We have a team that is going to take care also of the communication, so you don't get lost in Lugano. I mean, it's really difficult to get lost in Lugano, but we're making sure that all the communication are really at the point, and we will provide all the information as Luzern is doing, you know, survival guide and so on. The social program. On Friday, an informal gathering will be in Lugano Marittima. There is it's called like this. It seems like an Italian place, but
It's by the lake, so you can also have a swim by the lake, and it's really nice. Basically, all Lugano meets there. So I've never seen so many people in Lugano, but when they are in summer, all Lugano is there, so you will meet a lot of people. It's really, really nice. And it's the real perfect stuff because it's outside and you can enjoy the warm temperature. Saturday night, pizza, of course. Because we love pizza. Yeah. And we will do some games, some activities, and we have a lot of partnership in Lugano, so we will make sure that the night will be full of activities for you. And yes, end up in a disco. And then hopefully come back in the hostel. But as a part more serious, I'll give to Danny.
Well, just very quickly, we're going to have our treasurer Alex handling this, and he's super reliable, super good at this. He's going to keep the costs very low and also maintain a high quality for the whole MA. And again, we have this Ticino ticket for free public transport included, and we're going to exploit our partnerships with all the locals. So, a final recap for this candidacy. We are forming up a very experienced OC at the head. It's Insi Denai. We have a super motivated team. When we presented this opportunity, this idea at the meeting, they were all super happy, and we all thought about the themes and the best name possible all together. The location, I think, the spring semester in June, in particular, is just perfect to stay all together there with the network, because it's let's hope it's going to be warm and nice weather. Also, another good point is that we already organized the MA twice in Lugano, so we have a lot of experience also with this. The budget is in good hands with Alex, and the social program will be, I promise you, will be very, very nice.
I know that we convince you with pizza. So I know that this is all bullshit.
We need to add it. And then, thank you very much, and please vote for us.
Alright, we open the question round. First is Samantha from ESN Latvia, the second is Mary from ESN Switzerland.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Someone from ESN Latvia. So I had the pleasure to already attend three of the MAs, and I wonder if it would be possible to attend also this one, because honestly, it sounds amazing. So, I mean, everybody kind of loves me here, so can you take it, please? Or the policy?
Of course, I don't know if you can do it.
Well, it's more Axel, that is for international guests, but for us, we are really inclusive. We have a lot of food, so. Okay,
Yeah, so national board, it's the same as usual. Like, you know the process, you have been through it 2 times. So we'll talk with the OC, we'll see how many spots we have, we'll talk with the MD to see how many budget we can put into international guests and maybe trainers as well. I will send the invitation and then the national board will vote, but you are not going to be discriminated because you have been already there twice.
Mary is in Switzerland. I had one job to write the correct proposed date from the national board so I correct my question to the same question that Arno has, so maybe that will be obsolete. Can you realize the date from the 13th to 15th of June, which was proposed by the national board?
Yes, our idea is to follow your plans.
Alright. Arno, is your question answered? Alright. Then Babu? Name and section, please.
Yeah, for we as in Basel, it seems that we have everything figured out, and I was wondering if there are any challenges that you expect, any new challenges in organizing.
Okay, well, I think we are pretty ready to to face this organization, thanks to the teams, but also thanks to the experience. This time maybe the challenges could be in trying to like implement some new ideas and also following the feedback from last time. But I think I'm very optimistic. I think we will face them in the best way possible.
Yeah. I mean, it's just to add that this time we have already an amazing team. Like also we had 2 years ago, but now really I think we can organize also EGN. No, guys, I'm joking.
All right.
Yeah.
If I would like to propose to close the speakers list, if there's no disagreements, no reactions, the speaker list is closed. You can go ahead, Julia.
Julia is in Zurich, and I feel into this day where I talked way too much with the last question of the day, so that everybody would be happy. So considering the fact that you will potentially be engaged into one side local board and on the other side national board, do you think you will still have time to like deal with the organization of an NA and everything without burning out? Please.
Thank you for the question. I think since I will finish to work on May, I will have a full month to dedicate as much as possible to ESN, because I already organized the NA 2 years ago, and I was president, and I was also national event manager, and I didn't have a burnout. I feel like I can still do for this summer. To be honest, I have the best call as you will see, so I know that we support some so good.
Also another good point is that some of us in the section, like we really thought about it, but some of us in the section maybe some of us finished studying. Myself, I finished the exams, so in that period it's going to be like an exam period. I'm just going to think about my thesis, and this will allow me to like put myself in the organization of the NA.
All right. Thank you very much for your candidacy. Yes, thank you. Can you leave the mic just a bit more? OC, can somebody from the OC come to you? Okay. John, can you give the relevant program for tonight and tomorrow?
Check. Yes. So, now that the day is almost coming to a close, the part 1 of the NA, I hope you all have enjoyed the day. It was a pretty long day, and I hope you all get some energy ready for the fun evening that we have planned for all of you. But before, we need to keep this energy in so that we have a fun evening. But there are a few announcements to make. The first being, we are really happy to actually have this venue because we worked hard to get this place, and to make sure we show the administration that we can take care of the venue if you give us a chance. Just try to keep this place clean, so when we leave, please take the trash out with you or put it in the bin. That is the first thing. Just one more. The second thing is, I know the spoons are easy to pick up and walk away with. It would be nice to return the spoons if you have them. You can come and return to me because we can't close up the coffee thing. So that is the second announcement. Hamza, you said? Yes, you can leave your stuff here. We're going to lock this room down so you can leave it. Because it is also raining outside of this drizzling right now, so maybe something to take into consideration. I did not pay enough money. Budget wasn't enough to control weather. More fun. Health and wellness. Okay, now coming to the other announcements for the evening. Now we have to make sure we stay true to our time, so we have to be quick because we have to make adjustments. So the dinner is fixed. It's an apero-based dinner, so you can move around, talk. We also plan to have games around, so it's good. But the thing about dinner is it's only between 8 and 9:30 because the venue opens up to Luzern at 10, so we have the space until 10. So we'll have dinner until 9:30, and then the games will continue, and then we'll close the program and transition to the fun open floor So be on time to get your food and to make the most out of it. Remember, get your costumes, it's going to be fun, and be punctual, please. Any questions? Does everyone know how to reach the venue? You figure it out?
Come on, John!
One question though, yes.
Name and section.
What?
Tupperware.
Tupperware. You need Tupperware.
If we need them.
They need it for dinner.
No, it's going to be apparel style, so don't worry, it's okay. Don't get Tupperware.
Also, check out John.
One last announcement. So whoever is still waiting for your key card, reach out to Tom.
That's me.
Tom will help you with the key card. Remember to get it before the party, before the event, so that you could have a flexible thing of heading home when you want to. Check out.
Tomorrow check out.
I have.
Okay, just put it down.
Just check your
You have not been dismissed.
regarding checkout, we will put the message on the group, so please check the group for all checkout information.
Also remember, please, about to take the costumes.
Yeah, it is a costume party, so yeah, remember to get your costumes, be dressed, or you can change over there, but yeah, get your costumes, it'll be fun.
Alright. Okay, city announcement. Tomorrow we start with morning announcement at 9. We have our first quorum check at 9:05 and our second quorum check at 10:05. So keep those times in mind. And yeah, also please read up, consider what was discussed today, and make sure that you're ready for your decisions tomorrow. Thank you very much. You are dismissed.